And hello, live tube and Twitchers. Welcome back to our next stream. Today, well, it's probably a fair bit of grinding, but we'll see. If we can make it to the end game, we'll get some new content, but we'll have to see if that's possible. Just kind of another casual stream, just chatting and all that. Before I get into the game, let me change my scroller a little bit to let people know what's going on. So we are going to... Well, I mean, that's basically all it needs to say, right? Hey there, Rides. Okay, I think I got what I need. Yeah, let's go. YouTube looks like it's being a bit weird today, but we'll see what happens. For now, lobotomize me. So, we've picked up a little bit differently than where we left off from the last live stream. At the end of last live stream, we got to 100% codex, which was nice, and that means we can now focus entirely on building a nice, safe corporation with, you know, high-level employees, lots of them, and abnormalities that don't... They're really the more tame ones, hopefully. Planning for good endgame abnormalities. So far, I've played over the last, you know, couple days, sort of on and off casual mode. I played through the first kind of early game, just the beginning. Basically just got this second screen unlocked. And everything I've picked has been pretty good so far. Like, nothing in the base is terrible as far as I'm concerned. So they're all pretty easy to work. And also, I kind of prioritize getting good, like, training abnormalities. So right from the very beginning, I've been trying to pick things to grow our stats. So everyone we've got right now, other than some of the more recently recruited ones, have pretty high stats for this early on in the game. Lots of hundreds and 120s. 138 or so is the cap for your main stats. And the goal is to get, well, as many people as we can up to that point. It was kind of easier in the really early part because the ordeals were very small and weak. And then you can just grind away for a while. But as we get further down, we won't just have infinite grinding. This year-long adventure. I'm not sure if we'll make it today, but the goal will be to finish this section and get to the bottom. And it's going to take a little bit longer than normal day because we're still... I really want to make sure we get lots of stats. And I've kind of pre-recruited, I think, basically everyone on my list. There's actually a few more that are not on the list yet, but we've got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 more names ready to go. So that's enough for most of this section. And then I have like 5 more, 10 more, 15 more total. So I hopefully got enough names for everybody. But the maximum is 5 per department. I'm going to aim to try for that. Of course, it takes a lot of grinding. You can spend points. So I haven't really spent any bonus lobotomy points yet on empowering people. Because for now it made more sense to just grind. Because I could do it easily. But as we get closer to the end, we'll be doing things like spending our lobotomy points to cap people out. But if you're at level 3, it does cost like 78 points per employee to max them out. So we definitely can't do that very much. So it's going to be more like try to train up to like level 5 or something. Like it's quicker to train from 3 to 5 and then go from 5 to extreme with some points or something like that. as we go, if anyone gets curious, I have learned a whole bunch about how stat training works. Sure is fun. Okay, so we've got a new department unlocked. I just need to send some people down here. We could train repression down here and instinct, and we could train attachment pretty easily. Although the first person that goes in there can't really train. So what I'll be doing in general is finding someone who's got like cap stats, or at least close to it, like aka me. And then I'll start with the Knight of Despair, and then someone else can train after that. So then I'm looking for someone who needs some attachment, but maybe otherwise is, or some temperance that is, but is maybe otherwise mostly maxed out, and not working at a low level stat. We might not have a whole, like, I've done a pretty good job, honestly. Most people have good stats. Yeah, really, there's not too many low level. I think we'll send Faith down because Faith only has 100 temperance. So we'll have Faith working on the Knight, and then I might focus on Justice training on this one because it's a little bit rarer to find good Justice trainers, and like Fella could do that. Yeah, I spent a lot of time grinding already, so we're already off to a really good start. There is another type of grinding that we might do a little later, which is like Eagle Gift grinding and trying to get some really nice gifts in all the different slots. There are a whole bunch of different, like accessory slots, and you can have one item per accessory slot. You know, like right now, Fella's got a fair number, but some of them are a lot better than others, and it might be worth trying to get, you know, the good ones. We'll see. That's a lot of work as well, so I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Okay, so Fella works on the robot, Faith works on the Knight, and then upstairs, let's see, Endark, who hasn't trained his Prudence yet, he's gonna train that on the Snow Queen. So far, that's all I know. Snake's Eye and Robotnik are new, so they are gonna work Free Shoots. And then the shoes. Yeah, I brought the shoes. They're one of our slightly more dangerous picks. These guys do break out a little bit, but once we have high stats, it won't happen anymore. So we'll get to see this guy break out once in a while. But it's pretty good for training instinct. It's not great for training instinct, but it's fair. Percubus over here is actually a lot easier to train on instinct, but you know. I suppose, speaking of that, we should put Robotnik over there. So Snake's Eye, this is like his second day on the job. The first day, he worked on Letitia, got his attachment up nice and high, or his temperance. Same thing with Robotnik. So they've only had one day. Now they're going to work on their second stats. And other people will start working on their third and fourth stats. And I will bring like 2 more in, I guess. So just people from chat that haven't had a chance yet. Let's bring in like Jelka. And if I see your name in chat, you'll get pulled in a little bit quicker in general. Oh, Kaiador was in here early. Did I had Kai in the old one. Might not have added them in yet, actually. Hold on. I've got a list. Or maybe I did. Maybe I'm thinking X Division. Anyway, if people want to be named, just let me know. I'll try to get them in. So we've got Jelka, and I don't know. Who's likely to show up today? Who do you think? Actually, let's bring in Pixel. Pixel's doesn't watch them live, but he catches up after the fact. So, that'll be 2 more people that we train from the beginning. This is, you get to see the super grind here. If we do two per day, it takes a long time. We gotta give them some kind of gear so they don't die. I haven't really been maximizing my gear just yet. I've just been picking WoW gear that seems reasonable overall. As you do. Oh, and you have to be like level 3 to equip it. So we'll go Crimson Scar for Jelka and Pixel, because that stuff's only level 3. And then I will upgrade the people that we just unequipped which is Squatchameel and Faith, they can upgrade to the Cobalt Scar. Okay, and I guess you need some sort of weapon. Get the dual wielding pistols there, they're pretty cool. Alright, so what else do I need? So Jelka and Pixel are going to work on Letitia for a long time. Awesome Guy's going to work on the shoes for a long time. Jirao doesn't really have anything to work on. Vidi's not really working on anything. Snake's Eyes on to free shoots. I'll probably send nothing there to handle the child. The child can train anything slowly. It doesn't train as quickly at low ranks, but things that have high results tend to gain you stats a lot quicker than common results. So you can do any stat, but it's small bonuses. So nothing there can do that. And then we've got a lot of people that are basically capped. People with 100 stats that could work if we get bored. We got Robotnik over here for the Snow Queen. I don't really have anyone lined up for Porcubus yet. Actually, I might send... Slight change of plan. We're gonna have Awesome Guy on the Snow Queen, and then Robotnik on Porcubus. Oh wait, no, there's 3 people. Never mind, counting. Fail. So we've already got 1 for the Snow Queen, 1 for Porcubus. I'm out of instinct trainers. I guess it would make more of the sense then for Awesome Guy to do the Child of the Galaxy. So nothing there. We'll have to take the day off because he's already got lots of stats. We can use this tall bird to train as well. It's a little bit dangerous because there's quite a lot of damage, so you need some armor that protects you from Pale. But because it's Wah, you get a better return on the 3 stats you can use. But I generally ignore it because, well, I don't generally. It's actually just more work to set up. So, and I need someone who's got room to grow in red, white, or purple, and then I'll just give them some armor and send them over there. Like, a reasonable amount of room to grow, basically. Like, everyone's pretty good. Maybe I'll just forget about the tall bird for now. He's a little bit dangerous compared to the other ones. So let's just get to work. It's gonna take all day anyway. Oh, the Zayn? Yeah, this was, there was no... When I selected this one, I didn't get any good picks. There was a bunch of bad picks. So I picked the Fairy Festival just because it won't really cause any problems, but it's not useful for stats, so I'll be mostly ignoring it. Okay, so what I've been doing is sending people to the hallways where they're gonna work, so it's easier for me to kind of keep tabs on. What the heck kind of face do you have, Robert? He's got... Is this Sanguine Desire? What the heck is... No. Sanguine Desire is the smile. Regret is the chin strap. Letitia's the helmet. So noise gives you the eye thing? I guess that's from this? No. What the heck gave him those eyes? Freaky. The meeting was okay. It was okay. Maybe that's just his regular face. Here I am making fun of him. That's his regular face. Alright, so I didn't really set anyone up for Judgment Bird. That's fine. So Robotnik is working on Porcubus. And Endark will be working on the Snow Queen. And then I'm just going to leave a couple people in the hallways just to guard them more than anything from ordeals. Same kind of thing up here. Unfortunately, the control team doesn't really have any abnormalities worth training on. So for the most part, they just guard hallways. Then we've got our 2 fresh recruits with basically no stats. We send them upstairs to get their first few ranks in temperance. And then whoever's our shoe trainer goes downstairs. Wait, do I not have a shoe trainer? Normally I have someone on the shoes as well. Okay. I must be getting better at maxing out stats because I don't have as many double ups anymore. Oh, what I will do is leave one of the high stat employees to guard the newbies. Okay. I think we're pretty much set up here to get started. It will go pretty quick once we get started. It's just, you know, grindy. Okay, so Night of Despair, like I said, it's pretty good for 2 stats. Attachment is great, and Insight is decent, and it's a WA. So this is like our best attachment trainer right now, if you want to get high temperance. So my attachment's already basically capped. I'll just do the first job. If you forget, the trick with this lovely magical girl, it's mostly just the first person that goes in gets a little buff, a little token. And then after that, you can't work with abnormalities. Will Aaron make a reappearance? I'll double check. I'm so good. I'll double check once we get out of here who's on the list. But, you know, there's lots of slots. I am trying to bring in as many people as I can. Actually, I'll have myself guard that hallway, because I'll be fine. That shield on me gives me 50% damage reduction from red, white, and purple damage, but I'll take double from blue damage. But any normal enemy will do half damage. It's a nice little bonus. It's kind of an extra shield. So then now, what we're going to start doing is like sort of my Q job. So we're going to go... Faith is working on attachment. Fella is working on justice. And then up here, we've got Endark working on insight. Instinct. Repression. Attachment. And then the rookies start working on attachment. And then I see how many ticks that is per day, basically. So we did 1, so we're basically 3 ticks away from a cycle. Which means I'd like to queue up a couple more just to keep things... I like to do 1 set per clip-off meltdown. It kind of speeds it up. Normally, I do have someone working the bird. I guess Rides actually does have the right armor. He just doesn't need any real stats. He's pretty good. But you can work with the bird. And then that leaves me like 2 left. Usually there's probably someone on shoes. I'm just looking for someone who could use a little bit more. Yeah, like we can just switch J-Jo over here. He's not capped on fortitude, so at least he'll get something out of it. And that's probably everybody. And then we'll stick to using kind of the upstairs easy ones for resetting. And I'm actually going to have nothing there. He can grow his temperance a little bit with 1 sin. He really won't get very many stats because it's a Zayn, but that should be enough for my cycle now. So, 1 cycle done. Then we just repeat, rinse, and repeat. I try to get a groove going on here once I remember, like, who does what job, basically. It gets a bit quicker once I've sort of muscle memoried the current list of employees a bit better. You'll see. You'll see. Okay, and if I did it right, all of those jobs give us 1 shy of a cycle, and then we use 1 sin to trigger the cycle. You're happier with your hair color? Almost everyone has Letitia's hat, actually. Almost everyone has managed to pull that off, so... You should see a lot of comfy... The newbies don't necessarily, but a lot of people have the nice, comfy-looking hat with a little bell on it. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's do our Dawn Ordeal. This should be absolutely a joke. Prepare yourself for robots. Don't blink, you might miss them. Now, actually, some of them spawned in elevators, so I have to move people around, but... Some clerks may die. If they all spawn in hallways where I've got people defended, they all die in like a couple seconds. Once we're through the ordeals, though, this gets kind of silly. Alright, hang on, here we go. Grinding with Ankylo. Hey there, Squatchamil. Can't quite see my Twitch chat, just a sec. There we go. Okay, so next meltdown, go. Well, we got to the 100% codex last night, Buttercup. So now it's time to do our final, theoretically our final prep. We'll see how it goes. We're going to be doing a lot more grinding than normal today. So it might be a little bit chill for a while. But, you know, we got to get more employees at higher stats. Last time we tried Binah, it was just not even close. Not even really a good chance. So I'm going to maybe over-prepare. I'd rather be over-prepared than under-prepared, because I don't want to have to redo this again. So what we'll be doing is getting as many characters to max or nearly max stats as we can. And then, not exactly worrying about ego gift grinding. I think that's a little bit beyond my capacity, but... okay, so we get a bit of a meltdown here. A bit of an ordeal. Okay, say goodbye to the clerks. None of my guys are in the main rooms. Okay. Purple Noon. You'll probably see a lot more ordeals today, actually. Day 49 with no deaths? I wouldn't say that's necessarily on the table. The plan will be to get through Binah and get to day 49 and beat it. But if people die, you know, they're probably gonna die. Yeah, I'm glad someone's done it, but I've never played... I still have not completed Binah's suppression. So, trying to go deathless does not seem super like me. You know... The plan is to be able to beat the game. And that'll be good enough for me. Alright, so we will get one more ordeal now that we're in Tipworth section. We encourage death here, pretty much. I mean, if it's in the cards, it's in the cards, but... I'm still not even confident in my ability to beat the game even just yet. I know for sure that the endgame stuff is absolutely insane. And it's not really the kind of gameplay I'm great at or really enjoy. But we're gonna try. I'm gonna prepare as well as I can. And then we're gonna, you know, bang our heads on it until I either beat it or give up. Alright, so we are on cycle 6. So the trouble is, to get a character from basically recruitment stats, level 3, to around 100 or 110, does take nearly 20 jobs at the moment. So you would have to do about 20 cycles to go from brand new rookie at level 3 to, you know, 120 points, 110, 120 points in Temperance. So, like I said, there's some grinding. I'm not sure how long we'll do this for streaming purposes, but we'll try. We get to see some more deals, you know, that's kind of fun. I probably should upgrade to some Aleph armor. Because we're going to be fighting Dusk Ordeals now to keep going, I don't mind showing those off more than usual. But we have to actually be able to survive. Now, our stats are good, but I don't have a lot of Aleph equipment equipped. Because I've, you know, been lazy. Just lazy and kill, that's all. At least we have some lovely Xenogears music in the background. Yeah, definitely no spoilers for the actual endgame mechanics, but we can certainly tease that how it's terrible. I suppose viewers might be able to guess by now some of the endgame mechanics if you've been following along with all the different suppressions and stuff, but... Okay, so... should we just wing it? Everyone's split up. Wherever the spawners are, we should be able to get there pretty quick and start DPSing them. Yeah, let's just wing it. We're definitely going to be pausing for our first green dusk. Okay, welcome to where we must reach. Everybody over here. You're going to go fight that. Everybody in this area is going to go fight that one. I think we'll save this spawner... well, we'll start DPSing it. These are some high-level employees. I'd be surprised if we can defeat it before it starts spawning. Is there a spawner down here? There sure is. Okay, let's pay a little bit more attention to our guys. We get a bit of time here before they actually show any robots, so the more deeps we can do, the easier this will go. Like I said, I didn't bring a lot of Aleph weapons, though. Yeah, monsters coming. So I think... I gotta keep an eye on things, though. We might be able to DPS down the... just focus on the spawners. See if that's fine. Gotta keep an eye on my health. Nope, we screwed up. This room probably, right? Dang it! This is not helping my grinding at all, by the way. So, okay. So the first time I've had to think about grinding during a Dusk Ordeal. Let's change things up just a little bit. I shouldn't have left the rookies fighting that one. You know, retrospectively, that was the room where people were going to die. Because they're the lowest level. That makes sense. So what I'm going to do... it's time to upgrade some gear. I've been kind of avoiding it for no really good reason. This will make Dusk Ordeals a lot less problematic. I didn't really have a good reason to not do this. I just was lazy. Obviously, not everyone will be able to wear Aleph stuff yet, but we're going to try to make sure every department has some. And then when we get to, you know, scary stuff, we should be okay. Ooh, that's some good gear. There's not really an associated weapon for it. Huh. I guess you can have censored. That's a ridiculous combo. That's... well, I guess the Paradise Lost isn't as good anymore because we don't have any White Knights around. I've mixed up. Smile, smile. I have two smile armors equipped. One of them doesn't have the hammer. Uh-oh. Hold on. There you go. Oh, I know. I see what I did. Because we've got extra weapons, right? We've got extra Aleph weapons. Okay. That's 2 per department. We've got more. Alright, it's 3 downstairs. Obviously, the rookies can't equip that kind of stuff anyway. Oh good, look, mimicry set for nothing there. Okay, that just leaves us some censored gear. And everyone, so now we're like way, way, way more protected from ordeals. We, no linking... No linking adult-rated stuff for Robert. Make him search for it himself. We can't have the channel spammed with X-rated content. Alright. I do have some more good gear. Obviously, this has freed up all of our WA tier stuff. Some of this stuff is really good anyway, but... Okay. That was a false start. Dang it. We need to not die on Dusk Ordeals. Okay, now, what was I doing for stats? Endark was working on Prudence. Robotnik was working on Fortitude. Someone was down there working on the bird. I'll let Garotham deal with it for now. I don't think Dirigible was working on anything. Snake's Eye was on their free shoots. Pretty sure Awesome Guy was doing some Prudence. Yeah, definitely Prudence. And then my rookies, who are not going to die this time. I'm upstairs. We're going to give them a guard. We're going to give them 2 guards. And then I need to find someone who can gain some HP. I think we had J-Joe gaining a little bit of HP over here last time. Okay, and then upstairs, again, not as much to focus on. Okay. Okay, let's get our debuff out of the way early. Well, debuff, whatever you want to call it. C for cuddles, Just go look on the DeviantArt page for Lobotomy Corp. You'll find lots, I'm sure. I suppose our employees probably by now are a little bit more used to dying, to be honest, yeah. They die, they get resurrected, it's the way it works. Okay, so, let's see if I remember my routine here. It's faith. Oppression. I guess we'll do attachment here for now. This guy's working on insights. Now, you could probably focus your efforts more, like you could focus them on one employee, and then you would have probably, like, you could train a specific employee up quicker in terms of, like, cycles by not doing it the way I'm doing it. But I think this is more efficient for time, because I'm training lots of people in parallel rather than one person in sequence, or like 2 or 3 people in sequence. As the ordeals get more difficult, we might have to switch out of group training and focus more on a specific, you know, we recruited someone, we have to get them caught up right away kind of thing. Or I have to spend lobotomy points to get them out of the kind of early game. I'm not sure exactly how my training will look, you know, as we get further along, basically. For now, though, this is fine. Really, the Dusk Ordeals shouldn't be that bad. I just have to take them seriously. It's probably the main thing. Oh, that's just energy. Nothing to worry about. The Familiar? That's not even in Ogre Battle. Alright, little robots. The rookies can handle little robots. That much I'm pretty sure of. The clerks, not so much. Alright. No need to doubt. Alright, let's continue. Let's get our grind routine going here a little better. So the real question is, after we survive our Dusk Ordeal, which we're definitely going to survive, how long do we go per day? You probably don't want to know how many cycles I did getting to this point. And yes, I am definitely going to be focusing more on clicking quickly than having stellar commentary here. The main goal is to limit the amount of hours it takes to grind. $50 cycles? That actually might beat my record. I counted once and I got to 40 cycles. I'm like, okay, that's enough. But I'm not sure if I've ever made it to 50 because I didn't count that high. Alright, larger robots. Make sure the rookies don't get killed. I got lots of bullets and stuff. I just need to be smart. Just be less dumb, Blue. Okay, there's a robot right there. I want to focus the people who've got good gear on him. Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh, this is Robert's song. This is too hot for YouTube. But yeah, now that we've got Aleph equipment equipped, the robot ordeal, like the ordeals will be a lot easier. Alright. Just gotta survive dusk and then we can move. Then we can move into the super grind. The grinding. Good old Xenogears giving us the best music. This is from the OC Remix Xenogears album that came out some years ago. It is not Blue's custom channel content. It's getting spicy. We didn't even bring Melting Love into it yet. Come on. I think the album is called Gears and something? Jeez, it's been a long time since I had looked it up. I mean, it's Xenogears, so, you know. But as far as in-game content goes, It's not very likely that I'll be taking Melting Love, sadly. Oh yeah, so Crimson Dusk. Okay, I actually kind of want to keep people split up. But I want to get the rookies. We just gotta keep an eye on the rookies. This should be okay. There's not actually a lot of things the clowns can break out. We have built up our base in a pretty safe manner, so there's a lot fewer escaping abnormalities compared to normal. Alright. Just gotta remember that, you know, Dusk Ordeals are not really a joke. Okay. Do we just get the one? That's not too bad. No, we get two. Alright, well. So, giant clowns of boulder clowns, I guess. We'll slow them down a little bit. Oh, that guy doesn't help. Oh. Well. Take him out. That guy's just gonna have to go somewhere else. This guy is not a great matchup. Okay, that should get him. That should kill that one. And then this guy is rolling all around, killing all the clerks. Alright, one. And then, of course, he just spawns into smaller clowns. But these guys have, like, Aleph equipment. Okay, that'll spawn in some little clowns. This guy made a big mistake walking into this room. They should crush him. I say that. Whatever, even if they get the Reddit bot out, it won't matter. We've got another one in here. This should be fine. I could kill them with free shoots. Goodbye. And, you know, if there's any clerks in the way still, they're definitely dead, but... Alright, another clown explosion. Let there be clowns. Alright, and then little baby clowns popping in all over the place. And that should be it for the Ordeal of Dusk. Alright, not too bad. So, at this point, there's no more ordeals, which means we can grind to our heart's content. As long as you want to stay here, as long as you can prevent mistakes where someone dies, there's basically no downside to just hanging out for a while. So we're gonna hang out for a while. We earned it. We survived our ordeal. I think after today, I'm only going to train one rookie at a time, though, because this is going to take even longer by trying to get two at a time. Yeah, I mean, I did warn you guys multiple times that the couple streams here before we get to the end game are going to be pretty chill, so... Progression, not really. Stats, grinding, definitely. I will be trying to limit, you know, I'm going to try to minimize the number of hours of grind as much as I can, but I think it's I think it just makes sense, basically, once you can't get hit by ordeals, to just spend a bit of time. Because once we unlock midnight ordeals, I don't think we'll want to do this anymore. Because midnight ordeals will have, well, amber's fine, I guess. We could try a green midnight. It's been a while. But I don't want to do violet midnight. Someone will die. Too much micro. Slows me down way too much. So what I'm thinking is we might go 20 cycles of this. And that'll be enough for one of our rookies. Pixel, specifically. Although we'll have to count soon. Because it only goes up to 10. So this is number 10. Halfway there. If I go too fast, people don't get enough time to heal either. So you can't go too fast doing this, or people will die just from stacking up damage. Especially the rookies. Alright, that's 10. I'd like to see the cycle counter continue, yeah. There is a mod that shows you how many stats you've gained before the end of the day. So somewhere on their stat screen, it'll show you like how many stats you will get if you stop now. That would have been helpful, but it's fine. This is number 11, by the way. Let's talk a little bit about stats, how stats grow in this game, in case you're curious. I did some research. So, I'm not going to go through formula, obviously, while we're doing this. But, as your employee level goes up, you know, your level 1 to 5 overall level, you get fewer stats per job cycle, basically. And there's a comparison between your employee level and the abnormality level. So higher level employees level slower, and lower level abnormalities give fewer stats. It's a simple enough formula. This is number 12, by the way. So that's a nice starting point, and it makes sense. Working on A-lifts gives you a lot more stats than working on you know, Zayans and tests and stuff. It scales pretty big though. It might be more than you'd think, and for reasons we'll get to shortly. So by default, working high level abnormalities is good. Secondly, the number of success boxes is how many points of stats it goes up. Like there's the number of yellow energy boxes affects how many stat ups you get. So if you train on something that has low odds, even though it's an A-lift, but you only get like 5 or 6 boxes and a bad result, you actually won't get as many stats as if you did well. So you need to work on high level abnormalities that you can work on successfully. Also, that does make some HE tiers better than others. So your free shoots has a maximum of 18 energy boxes. Although this guy's HE as well, he can only give you 16. So the child is not as efficient in terms of stats as your free shoots. So like the Snow Queen is really good because she's got 18. Porcupus has got 18. So like these are some high quality training over here. I would say for HE, Porcupus, Snow Queen, and your free shoots are probably, well, no, and Letitia. HE's got some good stuff. Letitia, Snow Queen, Porcupus, free shoots, they're all like the 4 best trainers for the mid game, I would say, pretty safely. The Child of the Galaxy is okay. Doesn't give you as many stats per work, but you can work anything. So he's more of a general purpose. Sadly, the Red Shoes only gives you 16, and it's a little bit more difficult to work on, so it's not quite as efficient as the other ones, but it's fine. So, this was 12, right? We'll do 13 next. I think. I might lose count, but we'll see. So starting number 13 cycle, so we've covered abnormality level, energy boxes, employee level. There's other mechanics for stat gains. The amount of damage you take. Now, this is related to how much health you have lost at the end of the work, because you don't get stats calculated till the end result. So basically, again, there's like a scaling modifier. The less damage you take, the more stats you get. So working on things that don't do very much damage thanks to your armor, or that you are very successful on, like, you know, getting only 1 or 2 red dots, will also give you more stats. So that helps. It's harder to control, but it's another reason that certain abnormalities are better to train on than others. Some abnormalities don't really hurt you very much, or you can easily get, you know, near perfect results on them. This is 14. So that, again, gives you another little boost. What else is there for stat boosts? There are some perks from research. By finishing the training researches, you get another 15% on all your stats, just from having the quest done for Malkuth. Having the clerks in this section alive gives us another up to 5%. It's a much smaller bonus, but that does apply. Did I say, what number was that? I lost count. I thought that was 14. I could be wrong. I'll just say this is 15. Could be totally off by now. Let's see. What else? What other effects are there for stat gaming? That might be most of them. I think, I'm trying to remember. What number are we at? I totally have no idea. 16. Let's say 16. If I look at chat, it'll break my flow. There is something else I learned during my research, not related to stats. If there's anything else stat-wise, I'll come back to it later. There are 4 different types of panicking in this game. We've noticed employees panicking before, but there's actually different types of panic based on the color of panic. So red, white, purple, blue has different actions when they panic, which is kind of neat. I've never really noticed before, but employees can either suicide, which is white panic. Doesn't happen very often, but they can just kill themselves. I think red panic makes them attack other employees, like clerks and stuff, as they run around shooting people. That's more common. Purple and blue. One of them has them releasing abnormalities. So some of the times when abnormalities have broken out and I didn't understand why, it's because someone panicked and had the type of panic that lets them breach other abnormalities. So that's pretty freaky. And there's another type too. There's 4 types. Suicide, attack. There might just be like a normal... Oh, there's one that panics other people, right? It's like the screaming one. I can't remember which one's which. Maybe instinct is damage people, insight is panic other people, maybe attachment is the suicide, and repression is the release things. I can't remember which one's which, but there is a mechanic for that. It's kind of neat. Let's say 17. Yeah, my counter doesn't keep going, sadly. Oh, let's see. What else did I learn? I did a little bit of research the last couple days. There was a couple little details I learned. So we talked stat gaining, I remember looking up. And then panic mechanics, I checked a little bit. There is a mechanic for panic based on employee level versus abnormality level. Let's call this 18. Where if you are a lower level kind of than the abnormality, you get an instant hit to your sanity points when you walk in. We see it most often on censored. Censored is like a left +1 in terms of the auto, whatever you call it, the auto sanity damage. Because most of my employees are level 5 now, very few things cause them to get that panic effect. But earlier on in the game, sending low-level employees in, that was causing quite a lot of the problems early on, where just running into an HE or WA nearly panics a low-level employee. That's when you see like the calm or relaxed on top of their name. That's either taking sanity damage or resistance on like running into a thing. Okay, that was what, 17? I don't know. This time it's 18 for sure. And then I'll explain why I'm counting to 20 here in a second. Now, I've never really done the math for the stat formula. I haven't really calculated how many stats we get. But I do have a pretty good estimate on how many HE jobs at level 4 or level 5 it takes to get to not max stats, but pretty high. And it's about 20. This is number 19, probably. Plus or minus 1 or 2. This also gives us a very good chance of getting any ego gifts, because we're basically farming the same employee on the same job 20 times, which means 20 times % chance to get the gift. So this is a decent way to get gifts as well, I suppose. And then number 20. So that generally takes me, I don't know, 20 minutes to get a full cycle up to 20. Something like that. With ordeals, it will take a little bit longer because you have to fight them out. Okay, so that's a full 20 cycles. Crazy. Now, what that means is the people who were at level 3 stats, my rookies, I'm pretty confident they'll be level 5 stats or maybe even level EX stats for the one stat that we've trained. Obviously, they have further to go. We're not done here yet. So I think what I'll do is, at this point, what I have been doing is mix and matching a little bit to be like, okay, everyone that was working on a job is now probably close to capping it, or at least they've had a big enough improvement in their stat that it's time to move on. So if we want to keep going, we have to now find a new set of jobs rather than what my muscle memory was giving me. The thing is, right, like Fella only needed Justice, so he has nothing else to really train, and Faith doesn't really have anything that needs training either, so they're kind of done. We definitely can train Snake's Eye in something, so probably I'll move him up here. Endark could work on Temperance a little bit. Robotnik, so what we're going to do is I'm going to now train Robotnik in Prudence, and we're going to train Snake's Eye in Fortitude. Now, you have to be careful who you rotate. It's not always safe. For instance, Pixel, who just did all the grinding on Letitia, he can't work anywhere else right now. So that's why we do Letitia first. Get that out of the way nice and quick. So now we'll have Jelka getting his first set of Temperance. And if there's anyone else that like could use some stats, maybe I'll think about it. These guys could get some Justice training on free shoots, which means there should be some people who could get some Justice training on the bot. So I'll send J-Joe down here. So that's 2 more jobs. Like I said before, Child of the Galaxy can really train anything, which is kind of nice. Just not a lot. So I think I'll send VD, who hasn't done anything today. He can get a little bit of Temperance and then mostly just focus on Prudence for the next cycle. So I'm just trying to find someone to work most of the jobs, basically, so we can continue our somewhat efficient grind. We don't have anyone for the shoes yet. We got free shoots. So probably Grotham doesn't need to work on the bird anymore. But I do need someone to, like, work these things for the cycles to go quickly. I think I'll have Endark do the Night of Despair. Is that everybody? So we've got Porcubus. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't have anyone for the shoes. So I should find someone to work on the shoes, basically. Oh, I guess, got 2 people. Hold on. Should have moved Jejo out of the way. I think, just to save a little bit of time here, but yeah, I think we'll send Jejo. No, I sent Jejo down to do Repression. Endark to do Temperance. These were the first set of trainers in there. So I'm just going to pick one who could grow their fortitude a bit, which is Faith. And that should be everything set up for our next cycle. So you can kind of see how it's probably easier, although it's a bit of reorganized. You got to remember things, who's done what already. But once you're at cycle X, it's easier to just rotate your employees and do another set of stat training than go to the next day, fight through a bunch of dusks, noon, dawn, dusk, noon, whatever, all the ordeals, and then do it, because you have to survive the ordeals every time, right? So there's a reason, hopefully fairly obvious, why we're grinding in this specific manner. I would assume that's not too complicated for most people to follow. But like I said, it is very grindy, and there's a bit of a limit on how long we can do this. We probably don't want to do this once we unlock midnight ordeals anymore. Although we could try, but it's definitely not going to be as reliable. And probably not with level 3 employees. But hopefully I've got enough stats trained by then that I feel like I won't need to. Did I queue everything up? Oh, I missed Yvidi here. And hey everyone in chat, I apologize if I'm not reading chat very well. The worst thing that could happen now, after spending 20 cycles or 21 cycles of training now, would be to make a mistake and kill somebody. So I've got to click smartly here and not reset all of our progress. So let's do cycle 22. I mean, I'm just going to call it 22 for now and just get back to work. I'll only do one more cycle like this for our current workday, and then we'll end. And then we'll get to see how many of our stats actually improved. Was this the right guy? Yeah, that was the right guy. I thought I saw the stats looked a little different there. But never mind me. Never mind me. Alright, that's 2. Now I am ordering them in a, like, I'm going through them in a bit of a specific order as well. Every meltdown cycle... Really? This is the problem with the shoes. Every meltdown cycle, you know, the clip-off counter goes up for these guys, the WAs. So you get probably less stats if you're working at it with a penalty, because you're going to get less successes, take more damage. So I'd like to queue up the WAs first at the beginning of the cycle, and then by the time I get to the last one, we can reset it and it'll go back to 0% penalty. In case you didn't notice sort of how I was doing it. And this is some excellent practice for mouse skills for clicking with no pausing. So that once we get to our Binah suppression, I'll be so good at sending people to work things. That's the plan, right? If you remember from a couple days back, the Binah suppression basically melts down everything all across your base altogether. And you have to try to break all of her defenses by hitting them all constantly. Or she just runs around killing people. So we need to have a hit team of employees to go fight her, and then enough employees to do all these other jobs that we can keep her debuffed. It's gonna be pretty crazy. Crazy enough that I decided to rebuild my base. How's the grind? Well, we haven't gone very far. Technically, this is our first day of the grind. We had a bit of a failed start there with some some ordeal killing people. But, you know, once you get into the groove, it's not so bad. I'm not keeping count very well. I'm going to say this is, let's just say number 4 of the new cycle. We're going to go to 20 again, and then we'll call that our day. And whether or not I get exactly 20 doesn't really matter. It's somewhere around 20 is enough to do the stats I want. Being perfect here is not really too important. The important part is not accidentally killing anybody, and mostly getting efficient stat growths, I think. Probably. We're gonna wear my mouse out. We're gonna have to have another stream donation goal to buy a new mouse after this one. This is cycle 5, I think. I mean, I don't even know. When I'm in the middle of a sentence and I begin the cycle again, I don't know if I increment it correctly. We need a counter. Every time I go down to the Night of Despair, just add 1. Someone in chat can keep count. Because that's the beginning of the cycle. So 5, I think. Every time I look at Judgment Bird, I forget what I'm training on him. I don't know why. Something about the bird just throws me off. This should be 6. Once we get back to base, we can talk a little bit about my base design. We'll get some new abnormalities, so it'll be fair to talk about the kind of stuff we're picking. I made a bit of a list. I can show it off. For abnormalities I'm definitely avoiding, and some abnormalities I'd like to get in my base. This is number 7. Because stats are only half of the battle, we also really need to make sure we get, safe abnormalities to work. Feels so smooth once I get a routine going. Should be 8. And then 9. So I think I'm coming up with a plan for the future of the grind as we go through this, as we get towards number 20 again. I think in the future, we will definitely only go 1 cycle of 20 per day, which means only 1 new employee per day, which is hopefully good enough for now. In fact, it's probably fine anyway, because we don't unlock that many slots anyway. There's only... Basically, we get 1 new employee slot per day on average, so I've been doing 2 per day to catch them up, but 1 per day will work. This is 9, maybe? I missed a couple on that. Oops. Falling apart. That worked. So this is probably number 10, which means we're 3/4 of the way through our day. But I won't be going. Yeah, we'll speed up the days a little bit after this one. This is more of the extreme side of the grind, and I'm not sure I'd recommend it because it gets a bit monotonous, especially because I'm streaming. I think we'll be stopping a little bit earlier on future days. But if you really want to min-max, you could spend as long as you want on any of these, you know, level 10 cycles and just get all the ego gifts you want. Just all the 1% drops in the world. Just stay here till you get them all. And you can do that on any days, so it's just easier with no midnight ordeal. That's sensible to do it early on, I think. I mean, it's also slightly more efficient later on because you'd have a lot more abnormalities, higher level abnormalities, and more employees to spread the work around. So maybe grinding early on is not as important. I don't know. It's also really helpful to have high stat employees quickly so that as we do the ordeals, like as we need to survive dusk and midnight ordeals, you know, we've got the stats to handle it. So it's kind of a balance a little bit, how much you want to grind, when you want to grind it. This is 11. So we're in our final countdown now. All things in balance, that's the spirit. Someone should create a Thanos abnormality. If you get it wrong, if you get a bad result, half of your employees disappear. That'd be all right. It could have a clip off of like 5 or something, 1 for each. What do we call them? One for each stone, right? And then we could probably design some cool abnormalities like that. Wouldn't be too hard. Marvel themed abnormalities. What would that be? Something that can delete half of your employees? That's probably going to be an Aleph, right? This is number 12 cycle. I guess I could probably zoom out a bit. It'd be okay. Number 13 cycle. Might go a little bit faster with more zoom out. Yeah, definitely a bit faster. Only half sounds like a wah. I guess if you can get them back, yeah. Because the big bad wolf, well, so the big bad wolf eats 1, and then you can get the one employee back after suppressing it. And that's a wall. But he's got some extra escape mechanics. So maybe you'd need 5 abnormalities to refer to all the different infinity stones, right? Have some kind of complicated mechanic for all that. Maybe they could all be different tools, equipable tools or something. That'd be kind of neat. I forgot my number. Let's say we're on, I don't know, 13. Not too much further to go anyway. And then 14. Well, you'd want to tweak them a little bit to match the Infinity Stones, but you could start with some baseline in-game tools and then tweak them around a little bit. So maybe we're on 16. We'll go with 16 for now. Almost there. You can't keep count. It's alright. It doesn't matter if we're super accurate. Like I said, I'm probably going a little bit too long on some of these stats that are long since maxed out. The reason I'm really going to 20 here is for the rookie. I know Jelka here needs like 20 times into the Letitia. Everybody else is going to be probably capped, so whatever we're working on anyway. But it keeps my flow going better if I do all of them rather than just waiting for this job to get done and then going back in. Like, even if everyone else is already capped, I have an easier time keeping count like this. So 17. Maybe we'll get an integer overflow and someone will get 0 stats. Alright. And beginning of 18. Also, hey there, Thornum, I see ya. No overflow. Okay, this is 18. Let's go. Also, doing a lot of cycles like this, it kind of reduces some of the RNG for your stat gains. If you're trying to do, if you're trying to follow the formula, you'd have to count how many boxes you got every time to figure out exactly how many stats you were gaining, and that would be difficult to keep track of without notes. So I figure, get an idea, number 19, about how many cycles you want to do. Probably do the average calculations if you really want, and then just let her rip. It's probably quicker to just get into the cycle here than it is to try to math it out. Just start grinding, and the numbers will come. If you grind it, the numbers will come. One more, or no, that was 18. So this is 19. Two more. And we should see lots of gains at the end of today. And finally, our last cycle begins. Now, I haven't started doing Snow Queen gift grinding either. I'm not sure if well, I probably should at some point, but I will have to try to keep track of cheek gifts if I want to do that. Okay, that should be 20 cycles, which means that was 2 sets of 20. That should be lots of stats. That was at least, I think that was at least 40 cycles. That's like a super grind. Definitely a longer grind than what I will be doing in the future. I think we'll just cap it at like 20 max later on. And that should be enough for one employee to get, you know, maxed on one stat, which is what I'm trying to do in one run. And it is important, I think, to try to get Temperance to level 5 first, because it makes all the work go faster and more successfully. And then getting Letitia to do it originally means they can't really work anywhere else because of the gift. So you spend the first day on the job getting your Temperance up, and then your second day on the job you can focus on whatever else. Alright. Oh, I looked up lobotomy point rewards a little bit earlier on, too. So, there's like a set number of points per day. It's modified by your ranking, your S, A, B, C, D, E, F rating. So, getting a lower ranking reduces your point total. Getting a high ranking gets you the max. Like, I think A and S give you 100%. You lose ranking by having dead employees. So, all that really matters is finishing your day with no deaths, or at least few deaths. Not clerks, they don't count. So as long as your regular employees stay alive, you'll probably get an A or an S. Then you'll get the max lobotomy points. There is a bonus from Hod or something that gives you more lobotomy points per day, or maybe Malkuth, whatever. I think she gives you like plus 25% or something, but it's basically just set per day, and then based on you getting a good rating, you don't lose too many. And the more of these we get, the more we can spend to buff stats as we get close to the end. So just having a quick scroll through, you know, the people who focused on one stat should be showing 130 something. So you kind of can see how that works a little bit here. Not always did someone grind enough, like Skarbamir didn't really do much. Today anyway. But it looks pretty successful. Endark got his Prudence to 1-1 something, so I didn't go quite long enough on whatever that was. You can see here, Robotnik did not get his Fortitude to 130, so again, I cut out a little too quick. Jelka got Temperance to 120 something. I think this is one of the rookies. So this is the 20 cycles with Letitia, and we went from 45 points to 120 points. Like, that's around 20 rounds got you almost capped on Temperance. So that's why I was going for 20s. It worked for Pixel, although we didn't quite hit 120. Maybe he was a little bit less lucky, or I miscounted. I guess if we did like 25, that would probably guarantee cap it, but I'm not going to worry that much. 20 seems fine for now. And other people have, you know, different stats that they worked on. So done. Locked in. Let's see if we can pick out. So now the other aspect of today's grind is trying to make sure we pick good abnormalities. Okay, we do not want Shy Look, we do not want the singing machine, and we probably don't want the teddy bear. In fact, I'll just show this off for a second here. Notepad++ advertisement. So I've got a list of all my names, right? There's more names to add in as we go through. And then I went through just sort of the big list here, and I tried to decide things that would be good or bad, and I sort of took some notes, kind of like things I didn't want or maybe I would want. People familiar with Meat Lantern probably know why we don't want Meat Lantern. But yeah, what did we get there? The questionable one is Happy Teddy Bear in HE. I don't really like the micro on that. The idea is he requires alternating employees. The singing machine is much worse. Because you have to have low-level Fortitude, and then I can't even see the other one. What is it? Today's Shy Look is easy, but If I had to pick one of those three, I'd go for Shy Look, but the point is I can reroll. None of those gain me anything, and they're all kind of poor choices. Freak. Not a really good roll. We'll go with the Little Prince. It'll be fine. The Grave is bad, because it summons people to death. White Knight is, like, the worst, so no thank you. And Little Prince is manageable. So Watt here, not really good for grinding exactly, but also not super difficult to work. So we'll pick this guy up. Maybe I should have taken Shy Look. I don't know. This is... Would I rather have Shy Look or Little Prince? So this is the mushroom, the blue mushroom. It should be fine. Especially... It's basically an alternator. I guess it's kind of like the teddy bear where you have to alternate jobs a bit. But it's not as strict as the teddy bear. I might have to look up exactly how many times you can work it. I might do that in a second, because I don't know the exact stats. And then we're never picking the train. Forget that. I don't really like those two tools. It's not going to make a huge difference, but Teresia is probably the easier tool pick. We're going to have to take most of the tools. Some of them are avoid at all cost. So we're going to end up picking some middle tier tools because, you know, some are really bad. We don't want this one. We don't want the weapon destroyer. Teresia at least is, you know, fine. Just don't be too greedy on the rerolls. Alright, let me just go double check Little Prince's mechanics for the late game. If I really didn't like this, technically I could rewind time and go back to the day. Like, I could throw away my 1 day of grinding, go back to day 21 and try to pick 2 different things. You really don't need to backseat though, Buttercup. I'm totally capable of logicking it out. So, before we move forward, because I keep talking about it, we've had the Little Prince many times. I want to actually be able to tell you the truth about how his mechanic works here. So, Little Prince, if you forgot, you know, this is our big mushroom boy. He's got some sort of mechanic here in the clip-off counter that says you have to work Insight 1 out of 3, which is easy. We can always send an employee to do Insight work, and then we don't have to worry about the clip-off. So that's fine. But there's a chance of getting infected, and I don't know how this mechanic really works. It does cleanse if they go somewhere else, but I don't know, like, I'm not sure if I can get the odds on this at all. And then bad results should be fine at high levels. And then there's an infection spread that's bad. Not quite as bad as Melting Love, but it can summon employees at 0. Like, it's got some of those bad mechanics that I'm trying to avoid. So let me just fact check this a little bit. So, okay, yeah, the guide's got it exactly. If an employee works the prince 5 times in a row, then the trigger flips, basically. So that's really generous. I thought it might be like 1 or 2 tries, or like I thought like 3 times might be the limit. Like 3rd strike you're out kind of deal. But it looks like you can work them 4 times in a row safely. That's not so bad. But at the 5th work you have to go do some different abnormality. That's totally fine. It's not the safest one we've got in our base, but I think knowing that mechanic should be fine. Like I said, it's not ideal, but we're not going to get all the abnormalities we want, so I think I can handle it. Basically a Zayn. Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but not the worst Wa, not the best Wa. I'd put him somewhere in the middle of, like, there are better Was out there, but there are far worse, so maybe top 33% of Was. Alright, so next day, let's have a little look around. So Pixel and Jelka trained a ton of... In fact, Jelka almost capped his temperance there. So that was a good day for him. What we'll do is we'll move them over to continue training other stats, and I'll just bring one more new employee in to take over Teresia. So regular chatters that aren't in yet, we've got, you know, a couple people, Cryptic, Lock, Buttercup. There are definitely older, long-time YouTubers that haven't made it in yet, but there's still lots of slots to open, so we'll get there. And then we got to move people around a little bit. Probably won't be doing quite as in-depth a grind from here on. Everyone downstairs is pretty well capped. We could probably use the Knight to get Faith to max Sanity. Actually, we could use this guy. But I have to keep count. Then I have to alternate. That's why I don't want to train with them. Let's move someone else downstairs. Someone with basically cap stats. Oh, what we can do is have Thornum come down and work on Little Helper. So that'll get his Justice capped. Robotnik is going to go work on their free shoots. Awesome guy can... Well, actually, we'll see. Hold on. Find my low-level guys first. So Snake's Eye will be on the Queen for his sanity. We're continuing our training regimen for the low-level guys. And... let's say Jelka can stay for the shoes, and Pixel can go for Porcupus. Okay, Queen, Porcupus, Shoes, and Teresia. Those are the big ones. Let's see, and then Robotnik's on free shoots. I don't have anyone lined up for the child yet or the bird. I might just skip them this round. Well, I'll just figure that out when we get in game. It should be fine. I don't have anyone on the Knight yet either, so... The Knight is really good for training attachment, like top tier basically. Basically the best, I think. I don't think there's any question that the Knight is probably the best endgame, like, attachment trainer because it's so easy. Well, there's the Dreaming Crescent or Current. I would like to get that too. If I'd seen it, I would have picked it by now, but that guy's really good too. So we'll bring Awesome Guy down. He can cap out his temperance. Okay. I'm not bringing in extra employees this turn. And then I can just adjust things once I get in there if I need to. Okay, new guy. We'll give him something. At WAD here, I expect. Sure. Tools? None of the tools are very good. Late game, anyway. Okay, let's get going. Back to the grind. The clock... the clock doesn't save anyone's life. It just costs you an employee life. And you can send some abnormalities home. It costs you a level 5 employee and all their gear to suppress a couple things. Alright, so Buttercup up, Jelka down. And then one sort of bodyguard on each floor for the ordeals. Over here, Robotnik is on free shoots. Doesn't really matter. Everyone's got good stats in here. I guess End Dark can cap out a couple pretty quick. Well, we'll have JJ go first on the child. Yeah, we got a couple backups for moderate stats. Okay, we've got our Snow Queen and our Porcubus. Am I gonna... I guess I should queue someone up for the bird at least. Yeah, we'll let Grotham hit max sanity. We'll just split the top team up for now. The best team. I think I'll take the effect out of night right away. And then, let me see. So the clock was... I had someone set up for the clock. Or the clock. The vacuum. That's Thorinum. And then Awesome Guy is working on night. Okay. Mostly set up. Yay, blessing. Okay. So, yeah, I'll just ignore the prince in terms of, yeah, as far as training goes, we'll just ignore the prince. I don't think he's going to be a problem for us in terms of, like, late game, but for training, it would be easy to accidentally go in there 5 times in a row with the way I do things. Okay, I think we're all set up for another round. We're not going to 40 this time. We're only going to 20. So it shouldn't take as long. We're going... Awesome. Thorinum. Start getting my groove back. And there will be a point where well, I don't know. I might be able to skip some of the grinding by using lobotomy points. It's just... Lobotomy point to level up is very expensive. We're probably going to always want to grind our Justice, because Justice is very expensive to buy. But we could skip level 3. We could go straight to level 4 Temperance or something. Save a little bit of time. Do you mean for, like, the clerks? I don't pay attention to janitor names very often. Most of them are just, like, a Greek alphabet with a number at the end, but I can't even really zoom in close enough to read them most of the time, so we don't pay too close attention. Back to work. Grinding them stats. Stat farmers. Unite. Employee names? Well, we always rename those, so I have no idea. We don't play with vanilla names, I guess. Alright, Crimson Dawn. Wake me up at midnight. But it's fun for rides, you know. Maybe he's tired of the clowns by now, though. I don't know. A week ago, the clowns were exciting, but by now, maybe a little bit old. Okay, another quick cycle. I don't have to keep count until we get past 10. So that's nice. So what kind of dusk ordeal would you guys like to see? We just did a green one. There's lots of other colors. I would prefer not to have an amber one. The amber ones just take too long. I think we saw a crimson ordeal and a... Well, yeah, we saw the green one and then we reset and then we did a crimson one. After the great reset, yeah. Alright, where's our monster clown? Looks like I got it. It should be fine. Look at the damage this thing does. This is that fancy Armageddon bird sword. So good. Just does all damage. At least I'm glad I got that super weapon at least. We may have missed the other one, but well, we could try to get the other one. We had a chance. I could have taken White Knight, but I don't want to try to do a White Knight suppression until... Well, actually, I don't know how that would work, because we don't have the Red Ankylo army is gone now, so I don't think I can cheese it properly, right? Like, I can't just deploy all the Red Ankylos in the corner and then kill them. So I can't really do any of the cheese strats yet. So defeating White Knight might not be on the table. Might not be in the cards, that's what I was trying to say. And I definitely don't want White Knight in the end game anyway. I think the idea of having an abnormality that you just have to work every minute or so, however long it is, every 30 seconds to a minute, that's not the kind of mechanic I want to have to remember as we get into the end. Just the same reason I don't want the train, basically. Especially once we get to no pause. Yeah, we figured out most of the White Knight stuff yesterday, Thor. He, we tried a couple suppressions with, like, about the same size of base, but with less stats and less employees, because I wasn't really grinding that at that point. We couldn't even come close. I don't even think we could safely kill a single, whatever you call them, the apostles or whatever. A single apostle was too strong. So it didn't bode well for killing 2 at a time that resurrect every so often and trying to DPS them down. Seemed like a bad idea anyway. Although we came up with 2 sort of cheesing strats to maybe kill them later. One with a certain laser at midnight, and the other one with, well, keeping the apostles away from them. But I don't think I can do that one. Yeah, perma speed run, not great. I mean, we have his armor somewhere, whatever it is. It's fine, you know. It might be better if he was still here, but 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.3 is still nearly top tier. It might not quite keep up with the Armageddon set, but it's pretty close, you know. I'm definitely not going to complain. Okay, cycle 7. So Amber Dusk, not the one I wanted, but I guess we'll show it off. A little bit of not grinding. We'll probably... Let's see, how do I want to handle that? We might have like 2 teams, one on the left, one on the right, seeing as we've got a pretty good army now. In the past, we only had a single group, but it should be a lot easier to DPS 2 worms at a time now. Also, we're not too far into it, so our base is not so big. It won't take as long. It's much worse with a full-size base, I think. And then I can just keep the rookies. Well, actually, they'll be safe. They'll be fine. You like the portrait? I'm assuming... There's some sort of gimmick that I haven't thought of yet. Hook the train up to the White Knight so they can work together. I mean, they're basically the same thing, just one's a little bit scarier. Okay, so downstairs team is gonna, I think, split up. And then, the problem is I'm gonna lose all my organization. I hate that. I had all these jobs pre-organized, and I'm gonna lose all that. Oh well, there's not really a good way to do desk other than grouping up. So once we're done, we'll have to rejigger everyone's location a bit. Yeah, no, I saw Thor. Back when we had White Knight, we were looking over all the stats. That's why I said it's debuffed a little bit, because he's not here. But I don't know if it's... I don't think keeping around is worth it to get a slightly better Aleph armor. That on its own is not good enough. For me, anyway. Okay. A team, B team. We'll let the rookie trigger it, because he probably doesn't want to fight that much anyway there. Great start. Okay, let's kill some worms. They should DPS down pretty darn fast. In fact, I might be able to get both of those. Yeah, this won't be that bad. We're so much stronger than the last time I tried a Dusk Ordeal. Wow. The last time we did an Amber Dusk, we did not have this kind of hitting power. That's crazy. Great. So this won't take too long. We just need to not fight them from the front. Also, I don't know if I had slow bullets last time. Definitely useful. Okay, one left. It's down in the corner. The Amber Patience continues. I mean, there's no point running around until he gets closer. Alright, I think we can catch him here. Select. Slow. And that'll do. Okay. Not too scary. Not too scary. I'd say, you know, there should be no problem with Dusk Ordeals at this point. They're still tricky enough that you can't just keep everyone split up. But if I group up and try it all, it should be pretty safe. It's really only the Midnights that are really a problem right now. And that's just, Midnights are always tough. Okay, now I gotta re-split up, sadly. Hopefully I remember approximately what I was doing last time. Well, Buttercup was definitely training Letitia. Jeldka must have been on the you know, that one. J-Jill was clearly on the child. Robotnik was probably on Der Frieschutz. Let's see, upstairs. Snake's Eye should have been on the Snow Queen. Pixel should have been on Porcubus. Someone was working on the bird. I don't really remember. Pretty likely that it was Grotham, to be honest. Let's see, downstairs team. Thornum, I believe, was on the bot. And that means Awesome Guy was probably on the knight. We could switch up, obviously. It's no big deal, but... get everything set up. And then someone up here to do the resets. I'm just looking for someone who could gain a little bit of temperance. Not that like pretty much everyone up here is maxed out. Oh, wait. 125, yeah. Alright, that should do. Alright. So we're going to go to 20 again. Only 20, not 40. Again, now that we're done the ordeal, you know, we could just go forever, but, you know, that's no fun. We want to make some progress along with our grinding. We had a little break with some worms. Now we get our groove back. Blue Ankylo's new groove. Maybe after this day is over, I'll have a look at if there's any ego gifts I should be specifically working on in the facility. Like, I haven't really looked at any of the stats of the stuff we've got right now. I know rookies will almost always get the Letitia hat before they're done, so that's something everyone's got. But I guess it's more likely to be the WA and Aleph tier ego gifts that are actually like valuable. But I'm not really too worried. I know Thornum's got like a spreadsheet that probably has best in slot for everything. If you want to do that sort of thing. But I think it's more important to select abnormalities for ease of use than to pick abnormalities for best ego gift. I must have missed somebody on my routine. Huh. I don't know which one I missed, but I missed one. Okay, so we're on cycle 10. I think this is our first 11, right? So now we just got to go from 11 to 20. And I suppose, like, once I've got everybody on the base to max stats, approximately, they do decrease a little bit over time, but the grinding will be less global and more focused on the new employees that just joined as they catch up, and the rest of the employees that are at higher levels at already capped their stats. They'll be focusing more on just maintaining good stats. Actually, that might be a reason not to deploy everybody. Well, you still want them available for those ordeals if you're going to do this, so never mind. More important to survive the ordeals. But I think you could probably avoid the passive stat drop by not deploying every day, I think. I don't think... Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think you lose stats on the bench. Because it'll show you the negative stats on the end day screen if they've been deployed. Oh, I'm not keeping count for a good... This was 12. This is 13. Maybe. The weapon's got a special attack? Yeah. Well, if you can suppress the White Knight, then you could have a look at the weapon, I guess. But just suppressing him doesn't seem very easy anyway. 14. Probably take a little break after this one too, maybe. I don't know. We're gonna have to break this grind up every now and then. Got a bit of a headache today, so don't want to get it too bad. All right, what was that? 14 or 15? Oh yeah, we saw the shoe gift before. It's the red smile. This is probably 15. 15's a nice number. I'm sure someone has the shoe gift if you pay close attention, because everyone works it 20 times. I think it gets overwritten by the cigar from the cigarette from Jeffrey shoots, and it gets covered up by some of our masks. COVID-19, right? There you go, right there. Right there again. Suppressing him is harder than the Binah if you try to do it fairly, probably. Yeah. That's kind of what I was like, because all of the apostles that have A-lift tier stats, they're each of them very difficult to suppress. They all got like a basically one-shot dash attack that you have to dodge. Maybe some black armor can save you, but this is 16, right? Most of your employees will die to a single hit to their dash, so you have to micro that really, really carefully. And then, so they're really hard to kill, and there's like, 11 of them. Great. I think there's always 2 guarding the White Knight, so you have to kill 2 at least, and sometimes 3 or 4 if they're surrounding him. But then every time he does his little red circle, they just all get resurrected. So they constantly respawn. You constantly take pale damage from the boss, and they're super tough. And then, White Knight has a lot of HP too, so he's not dying easily. It's gonna take some work. The numbers just didn't seem right when I looked at it. Didn't seem very, very possible. Unless you find a good way to cheese them. I've heard that the midnight, green midnight, the laser starts pointing up. So if he spawns there, he just gets melted. But, it could have been a troll. Maybe it doesn't actually kill him anyway. You never believe what you read on the internet. Until you see it for your own eyes. Okay, this was cycle 17. I forgot to call it out. But now we're on cycle 18. I think. 12,000 HP. Yeah, that's insane. Seems like probably not... Like, it's interesting that they gave him a weapon to drop, but it kind of seems like he's not even designed for you to get it. More or less God. Well, Super Angel. There's a SCP for that. And then 19. There's an SCP, I have no idea what number it is, but there's one that's basically like an Archangel just floating somewhere that if you look at it, you go crazy and no one can do anything about it. It probably looks a fair bit like how White Knight looks. Speaks with that angelic, everyone hears it in their head kind of thing. Waiting for the end times. I would assume that's probably what White Knight was themed on anyway. And then number 20, almost done today. Okay, we'll let everyone finish their job. And pretty chill. Only believe what you read on the internet when Robert posts it. Blue Anky though does not endorse this message. Well, the shoe gift rides, if you do put the shoes on, you go crazy and kill people. So I don't think the shoe gift can be the shoes. It has to be this permanent smile. Alright. Well, that day took about half as long as the last one, so that's an improvement. Where's, like, the new character? Buttercup? So I only got him to 100 points. We didn't even go all the way to 120. That's too bad. But Robert, if you're the only one that we can trust, then if I say you can't trust Robert, what does that mean? Okay, now, at some point I feel like we're going to have to pick an Aleph, and I don't really want the Mountain if I can avoid him. He's okay, but clerks are going to die, so I'd rather not have to deal with them, especially not in the middle here in Tipris area. Black Swan's okay. I might take that one eventually if I have to. It can breach, but it's kind of tricky to get it up to breach. But the Dimensional Refraction variant is actually pretty calm, right? Let me pull up my list here. Yeah, I put a star by that, which is like, I probably should take that in. So unless I've forgotten some mechanic, I think we can bring that guy in pretty safely. It would be a pretty big pain if it breached, because it's kind of a little bit more micro-intensive hunt to go find it once it gets out. Because your employees won't auto-suppress it like some things. But we're trying to skip Alephs. Of these two, these are both good picks, I think, so I don't want to re-extract. Preference, though, I'd like to get that Dreaming Current, but I'm not going to re-roll just for the chance to get the Dreamer. This should be fine. And then we have to pick another one. And this is why we saved the rerolls. Definitely bad. Horrendously bad. Although Robert would love it, no. So we're really hoping that our reroll gives us some better options, because this would not be good for our late game. This would be bad. This is a very poor location for quarantine. Middle of Central District. And then, come on. Yes! Very good reroll. Dreaming Current's probably the best wall to train on. Very difficult to breach. Not very hard to work. Doesn't break out hardly ever. The Queen Bee I would probably avoid. Naked Nest I would probably avoid. These are also WAs that I don't really want. I think I would order them best in class in the lower section of WAs and near the bottom of the WAs. Now, the mechanic for Queen Bee, I believe, is like the person working on it just needs to have high fortitude and they are okay. If you send someone in that's got low fortitude, they'll turn into a bee. So that's bad. But as long as you've got good stats, that's not the problem. The problem is she melts down pretty quick and turns all the clerks into bees. And then the clerks go killing things, and it's just kind of... I guess if we can avoid the mountain and army in black, it's okay. But there's still a chance we're stuck with a clerk death breacher, which would be real bad. So for now, obviously this is the right choice, but later on, you know, we're going to run out of good choices, so we'll see. I think that was 2 good picks, though. We did not get stuck with Silent Orchestra. Now, I have a feeling the game is going to start pushing Aleph on us more and more aggressively. I have a feeling there must be some sort of internal counter on how many WAs and Alephs you have, so that if you haven't picked an Aleph yet, they start showing you more and more of them. So at some point, we're going to have to try to pick an Aleph. I think, I mean, if that's how it works, we'll find out eventually. Because we'll run out of easy ones. But if we start seeing 3 Alephs reroll 3 Alephs, at that point we have to start picking the ones that we want to work with, so that we don't get stuck with, you know, White Knight, Orchestra, Melting Love, or something like that. Because we don't want that. So we might have to try to pick... I don't know, I'd probably take Nothing There, I guess. Maybe Censored. I guess I should order them from less terrible to worse. Because if I have to pick some, I need to pick the one. I need to figure out which ones I want, or never. So for this guy, don't get bads. Don't take a long time, but that should be fine with high stats. We're never going to take a long time. And then once it's out, it's hard to find. But yeah, you can work anything on it. You just need to have high stats in attachment, basically, and it's, or temperance. I think this is a good pick. This is probably a high tier WA in terms of my goals. Like, this is a good one, and this is also a good one. They're also probably pretty good for training stats. The Dreaming Current, you can train 3 stats reasonably well. It also very rarely breaches. You have to panic to drop the counter, or have, like, literally a level 1 stat, which is crazy for a WA. You'd never survive that. You just panic for sure. And then, sure, the breach is a bit scary, but probably not the worst thing. And I'll take this any day. So that's maybe the 2 best. Well, I think we've got the 3 best WAs here for Endgame. And the bird, I would say, is pretty close. Like, he might be the 4th or 5th best. So we're getting the good stuff, but, you know, we're going to run out of good stuff eventually. Oh, I want to take the Firebird, too. Firebird's up there. Black Swan is probably in the list of decent WAs. You know, but we're trying to avoid stuff like the Parasite Tree, the Big Bird for sure, probably Alrune, Wolf, Little Red. Crash because of the current? Well, I haven't had that problem. It almost never breaches, so that it's mostly avoidable. If it does breach, it does like do some color effect on the hallways. I can see that being a bit of a draw on your graphics, but it shouldn't breach. Yeah, you'd have to screw up pretty hard for this guy to breach. Insight or something. Okay, I'm gonna be reassigning people in a minute. Anything else I need to talk about in base here? There was something I was gonna look up. Wasn't there something I was gonna look up? Maybe not. I know I'm gonna take a break here for a second. Oh, Eagle Gifts. Right. Sorry, Rides. I got my busy day out of the way. Yesterday was my busy day. So, just a quick check of useful gifts. This guy gives you a mouth slot 6 SP. That's a small buff. It's not bad, but nothing too crazy. This guy gives you a helmet with another 6 SP. It'll contradict our Letitia one, but it's better than the Letitia one, so... Okay, actually, wait, helmet? Are they both helmets? Yeah, they're both helmets, so... I guess some infrared goggles would be an upgrade for our hat if we care. Also, I didn't even buy the last weapon there. Oops. What else do we have? We could try to get a hand slot. This is pretty good. This is actually almost worth trying to get, because success rate is really good. Plus 2%, I think, success rate. Oh, if you're wondering, I did look up the stats a little bit. So, your work success, it's every 5 points is 1% success chance. It's 0.2% per stat, basically. So, if you can get like a +5 from gear, consider that 1% bonus success rate. I didn't really look at the other ones. I think it's the same. Yeah, I think it's the same for speed, just 1% work speed faster. I think it's a different... It might be the same for attack speed. I don't know, but whatever. It's like that for... Basically, each point is 0.2, and then up here, each point is 1 HP, 1 SP. So, those are easier. But yeah, this might be worth... Because that's worth, like... That's similar to, like, +10 temperance. So, that's pretty good. And sanity. That's one of the better ones, for sure. Good gift. This is another pretty good gift. Just goes straight into movement speed and attack speed. So again, that's like +20 temperance, I think, because it's just flat movement speed. No, it's probably not. It's probably just to the stat, not the percentage. So never mind. So that's just +4. It's the one that ignores this. It doesn't say work success. It just says, well, I might be wrong. I'm not sure if that's just your flat number or your success rate behind the scenes. Anyway, success rate is good in general. So yeah, those are good gifts. WAs tend to have good gifts. Sometimes it says this, right? Like, the all-round helper gives you specifically insight success +3%. Maybe that's the number I was thinking of, not success rate. So you could try to team up, like, if you had an Aleph that was dangerous, and you had to work it late game with, you know, penalties with the meltdowns, you could try to queue up a specific employee that gets, you know, max insight, and then stack on some of these types of gifts that give them, you know, percent ups in a specific job type. I don't really want to do that. I'm just like, that's a probably a good idea. Just like, you know, the blind, the Justicia blind, wraps, whatever. 6% repression. That's a pretty big bonus to repression work. So, like, if you had to work the mountain, you generally go repression. This is a pretty good bonus to repression. And then we've got, like, not great gifts, like pleasure, which is good sanity, but actually lowers your success rate, which is not good. So we might not want that. You can only get the queens via the event. We're not going to really check the Teth ones because it doesn't really matter. I suppose the child's gift is pretty good. So this would be a much better neckwear than Porcubus. His was just 10 sanity and then negative stats. But the child's is plus success rate and heals you a bit every now and then. I don't know how much, but a bit of regenerating health could be useful. It's probably a very small amount, but that's cool. Their free shoots is a little bit sad. I think it's negative HP SP, but it does give you... Is the buff only when the gun is equipped, like the armor and the gun? Because like movement speed and attack speed are good, but if that only applies when it's equipped. Let me see here. No, that's... I think it's got the plus 10 from here. I'm not sure. There's too many blue numbers. Oh, he doesn't even have it. Never mind. We need someone that's got... There we go. Like Robotnik. So, Magic Bullet. Yeah, I don't know. He's got -5 HP, which you can see. And then -5 SP, but +10, and then +4. So those numbers make sense. Then he's got a work speed penalty from this, the pleasure necklace. But he's got +10 attack and movement speed. So that must always apply. So always get HP, SP down, movement, attack speed up. And then if you equip the weapon, you get some bonus damage. That's not bad. Oh, did I show you Fella the 4th? Where is he? Yeah. One good thing about all of our grinding is we do have a lot more general ego gifts than I normally get, because we're spending a lot more time working than normal. I'm not optimizing who gets what gift, but there are a lot more to go around. The, wait a second, the smile gives us HP +4, but also lowers our work rate. So this is another bad one in my book. So we don't really want, there's a couple that we don't really want. We don't really want this gift. We don't really want this gift. There's probably others. So what I need to do, if I want to really fix that, what I need to do is pick basically employees that have... How would I do that? They need to get some other gift. Yeah, we need to leave it unlocked, get a different mouth slot item, and then lock that in. Or just never work there again. I'm pretty sure it lowers stats passively. Because it's -5 HP with the cigar, or with the pipe. Nothing else is giving us -HP. So this stat penalty for magic bullets, ego gift, I think it's just always on. Pretty sure. And we definitely do not have the bullet equipped. Assuming this is not lying to me anyway. Alright, anyway, I've looked up the gifts a little bit. I'm not gonna really work on the ego gifts too much at this second, but at least I have an idea. When we come back, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break to get a drink and a stretch. When we come back, we'll reorder our people for some more grind. I'm pretty happy with our layout so far, and we'll pick someone else from the roster, either from here or, there's more people on my list I can add in. Oh, the shoe one? So this part, they need like brackets. HP +4, comma, bracket. Work success -10, work speed -10, attack speed +10, bracket. Or maybe when corresponding weapon is equipped, bracket. So maybe the smile's not too bad then. Just it's the bullet that we're trying to avoid for the penalty. If you don't want that penalty to HP SP, and it's the pleasure one that's got another passive success rate down. Okay. Anyway, little break. When I come back, we'll keep going. See you guys in a few minutes. Welcome back, live tubers. Okay, so drinking a lot of water. Like I said, I have a bit of a headache, so if I'm a little bit off today, maybe that's what's going on. Hydro homies unite. Water bottle filled. Stop drinking water. Water is giving me headaches. Drink beer. I don't know if that helps. Maybe alcohol would make me stop complaining about the headache, but I don't think it would make the headache go away. All right. It'll numb the pain. That's more than one beer. That's many beer. Quality of the Let's Play will decrease quickly if we get to that point. Did someone say beer? It's only 3 o'clock. It's not time for drinking yet. Okay. So, today... let's see. So we definitely have some good trainers down here. We can use these... Yeah, 5 o'clock somewhere. That's the song. we should be able to use these guys down here to top off any of our sort of high-level employees that need a little bit extra work. So keep that in mind while I skim through the team. Like, Faith has nearly capped sanity, but not quite. Most people are looking pretty well-rounded. Awesome guy could also work a little bit. Now, sanity is the one thing we can't do on Dream Current, but it should be pretty good on the Dimension. So that's a couple people that can work that. Let's see. Let's do some of the easy stuff first. So Pixel. Let's see here. So we got full stats, full stats. Could work on Justice a little bit. Could work on Temperance a little bit. I'm going to send Robotnik here, maybe to work with the Knight. Just to make some space. So Pixel is probably going to work on the Snow Queen. I think I'll have Buttercup on DeFree Shoots. And then... Okay, hold on. I'll have Buttercup work on Porcubus. And then Jellica will go to Free Shoots. And then a newbie will come work on Letitia, which we'll pull from chat or from the list here. Now, I remember in the first Let's Play, not the current live stream, but I know M. Dobry and Sotraz actually worked their way up quite a high level. But I've been trying to prioritize more of our live stream chat a little bit. So I think I'll try to get Locke and Cryptic and Tim. I see these guys around pretty regularly. After those three, I'll try to pick names that got to high levels before. I should double check my list, though. Am I missing anybody? I think I made it all the way through from the last base. Yeah, there's a few names in here that I haven't added yet. Remember, there was the no names Tasha and Orga. They never got added in yet. Did I add Pixel? Yes, I added Pixel. There are a few more names. If you remember some familiar names, there's Mia, Chubby Cat, Hate, in case they're secretly listening and they're not chatting. I do have them on the list from last year. There's Mia, Chubby Cat, Hades, Miek, Tuned, James, and then, of course, Sotraz I mentioned, and M. Jobbery. So there's some names back there from the previous Let's Play that, you know, we can get to later on. And I think I have everyone from our current Let's Play on. I think. Alright. And then, like, we are saving up a lot of lobotomy points right now. We'll save those for more the end game. So, for no specific reason, I select Cryptic. I choose you! And you will be graced with some eyeball armor. Alright, so then we have one for Letitia. We have Snow Queen, Porcubus. I have Free Shoes. I don't have anyone for the child yet. We can probably just have Dirigible go to deal with the child. He can stack up his depression a little bit, his repression. Cryptic looking hot. Yeah, that's pretty good. Some style there. I just like to plan out where I'm going to send people before we get in there. The 50s are the focus, is getting the 50s, the stats that start at 50 up. And then secondary goals are, like, Snake's Eye could maybe work on the bird to get some temperance and prudence. And then Robotnik is on the knight. I don't have anyone else actually working on Little Helper. And I don't really have... I don't have much down here, so we can move someone down here if we find something. You know, like nothing there. He could max out his sanity, right? So we'll see how I do that. Let's just get in here and we'll figure it out. It should be good enough at this point. Okay, so back to work. Back to the grind. The daily grind with me, Bluanculo. And we'll get to pick another fun abnormality soon. Alright, Cryptic. Up you go. I never really selected anyone for the shoes, but I actually don't need to work the shoes because I'm adding 1 or 2 to my cycle. Although, it depends on how many, yeah. As days go on, more slots get added, so never mind. Hey, there you go, Robert. It's a little bit more, not the one. It's not the one. I don't know where the one from X Division went, but it's not quite that one. It's got some techno in there. Okay. We have to skip those, though. Yeah, I'm the best singing YouTube channel you ever did see. That's me. Alright, so we're gonna have... Let's start with Awesome Guy. Looking at the whatever this thing, dimension. And we'll have... Jeez, everyone... I don't actually have anyone on the Dreaming Current. That's crazy. Everyone down here is, like, so good stat-wise. We're just too darn good. Well, let's do some of the easy distribution. So I think I said Dirigible was on the Child. And then pretty clearly Jelka's on Free Shoots. So Buttercup could be any, but I'm pretty sure it's Porcubus. And that leaves Pixel to work on the Snow Queen. Karaoke Street. Not very likely. I think Snake's Eye was Bird. This will help me, like, filter out people who already have a job. So, like... Boy, that's barely worth anything, Dirigible. Why don't we send Dirigible down to work on... he can be all-round helper, the Reddit bot. And then I need someone that works on Temperance, which I think I had set up down here. Not much, but I guess Robotnik is on Temperance. So that's 2, 1 here. So we're still looking on basically anyone except Insight. You know, we've got one wall ready to go. Yeah, so we could have Rides work on his Justice. So that's a good use of it, I think. Because, honestly, training Justice is kind of difficult. There's only a few good options. And this might be our best WA Justice trainer right now. Depends. I mean, these two might be the best options for that, honestly. Let me just see here. Yeah, it still says hi. Not as good as Attachment or Instinct, but good enough, probably. And not as good as Insight, but also still pretty high. So not bad. Considering there's very few... I find there's very few safe ways to train repression. I'm always playing Dungeons and Dragons with myself, Robert. I've got a campaign going on all the time. So we're skipping the boots, or the shoes. Sorry, Rides, we're putting your shoes on vacation. They're all worn out. So I'm looking for someone to send to the Child. It could be Endark. He's got a little bit of stats to grow. Could be Grotham. The top tier guys are all really high stats though, right? So let's send... Yeah, Grotham can get some justice and fortitude over here. That's fine. Okay, so I'm not sure how many jobs we've got queued up exactly. That'll be part of the fun. Let me just figure out who's working what. So the first person rides. We're going to try justice. And then we're going to try insight. Let me just make sure that they can work these safely because it's our first time. But I'm pretty confident. It's a little bit low on the current. What do we need here? Not a 5? Yeah. See, remember when I said this guy... This guy never escapes. You have to panic. Even a low result doesn't even matter. You could get a bad, it would be fine. You just can't panic. That's the only thing that matters, is panicking. As long as you've got more than one temperance. So, he might not give you as many stats if you get a bad result. But you can train anything you want, just slower. Okay, so those... Yeah, the Dreaming Current is great. I don't know how people ever let this guy break out. I guess if he melts down and you ignore him. But you should never panic in here. Not late game, anyway. Okay, so then we will have attachment for Robotnik, repression for dirigible. Sorry, I got a scratchy throat today. COVID. Alright. Let's see. So that's 4 ticks. We've got +1 because of the shield, but that's fine. We've got the bird over here for insight and temperance. Your free shoots, repress, insight, Porky. Oh, we've actually got like too many jobs queued up. Well, that's not a problem. Normally we'd have... This works. This will be exactly enough for a full cycle once we get this rolling. It'll be fine. Zelda Metroid. It's the right answer. Almost. There's only so many ways I could, so many versions of that answer I could type in. Okay, so I gotta remember justice, insight. You've never seen... You'll leave it to someone else? Okay. Maybe I can demonstrate it so anyone that pays attention can do it next time. I think it's gonna be... that? Nope. How about... I can spend my points to guess. About that one. Bam! Easy. Super Metroid Link to the Past. That sort of rolls off the tongue. Alright. Downstairs, good. If I needed to cut one, I probably cut the Judgment Bird from our routine here. So, worms incoming. I think I'll trigger the worms with my rookie. I should have done it the other order. I should have gone child and then worm, child and then Letitia. That'll just keep the lowest level character safe while we fight them off. Also, the singing has returned. I do like this song, though. The Broken Mirror. Makes it sound like my audio glitched out. But it didn't. Oh, how did I get outside of my... Oh, that was the end of the playlist. Oh, man. Okay, I gotta pick a new game. Okay, OC Remix. Let's see, what do we got? I think we're gonna go and roll the dice on Robert's favorite song, if we can get it. It will take a while. But it should pop up eventually. From the old X Division times. Okay. So, Cryptic, unleash the worm. And I better micro them a little bit. It is kind of nice to keep some of your clerks alive during this kind of grind. They give you better training, right? In the training department, keeping them alive. Not by a huge amount, but we get 5% more stats right now. All right, let's go. Grind. Grind, grind, grind. Don't stop grinding. Wait, why are there two people down here? You're just supposed to kill the worms and go back. Get over there. Messed up all my locations. Right, and yeah, like Grotham's training is probably the least important. So the goal is to not click Cryptic's start of Letitia until the WAs are done, so that, you know, they reset their clip-offs. One day, you know, it's always one day, but I do seriously want to Let's Play Final Fantasy IX eventually. It's kind of a weird Final Fantasy for me. Because it was like, after Final Fantasy and VII were so futuristic and mainstream, and it's like, let's make a callback. So it's like more in line with the old fantasy ones, except still sort of mainstream. It has some problems, no doubt. This is going to be a really good insight trainer. Ooh. So we probably have the best temperance trainer and the best insight trainer down here. That's nice. That's some good cooking. Well, best, like, later game. I think the HE tiers are a lot safer for, like, mid-game, sort of, you know, level 3, level 4 employees. And then once you're, like, level 4 or 5 trying to max out, that's when you want to pull out the WAs. And I know you can train on Aleph, but just seems a bit sketchy. Like, no one trains on the orchestra or the melting love. That's just not gonna happen. Alright, unleash the bots. Just not into the chat. Well, I guess you could unleash the bots, because essentially we unleash them and then immediately hunt them down and ban them. So I guess this is realistic. Be nice to the bots. Not on this channel. So, has anyone in chat... I mean, I don't want any spoilers, but has anyone played Library of Ruina yet? Just a simple question, because I have a question about it. I haven't looked into it very much. I know very little. But if someone has played it before, or at least looked into it, let's say, the question is, when I look at it on the Steam page, it says early access. I almost never buy early access games. So really the question is, how early access is it? Oops! In the last day, this would not have triggered it, but... Well, the worms are coming. And I'm not totally ready. Not the worms, the clowns. Just gotta keep an eye on the hallways after the little worms show up. That's the main trick with this Crimson Ordeal. Looks like we got a good catch on him here. I mean, my guys, look at this. Okay, he's trying to run. I mean, he's trying to rule. Got him. Kind of annoying that they kill one form and then immediately ignore the second form. But we should be good. Slow down. He's running. I don't even know where the little clowns went. They must have just got exploded immediately. And then 3 more. Yeah, most of them just pop into somewhere where they just get shot. It's pretty good. Is that everybody? Did I see the ending? Or did I just... I mean, I've done this before where I didn't notice that there's one left in the corner. And it's caused problems. There can't be any clowns left. There's no way. There's a bird. There's a real life bird on my windowsill chirping at me. Get out of my window, you punk. Fella, I need your help. I got birds on my windows right now. We used to have little bird over here. I need someone to go deal with it. It's very distracting. Oh good, now there's birds in the music too. They're multiplying. I should not be paused. We don't need to pause. Okay, and then we wait a second here. Birds everywhere in my headset right now. Pluanculo does not approve. Okay. So we've already done our Dusk Ordeal. Oops. Crank the music. So yeah, we'll just get to 20 again, I guess. I realized my computer RAM is all used up again. Maybe after today... 16 gigabytes of RAM. What are you doing, Windows 10? You don't need all of that. Gonna restart the game when I'm done and have a look at memory. Because what would really suck is if we're doing one of these long days and then after like half an hour it just crashes. We don't want that. I guess if, you know, the music wants to sing, then I'll just let them sing and then I don't have to commentate. They can commentate for me. Stinks I took a bit of damage there. Yeah. I'll sing something else instead. Okay, I think this is our first day 10. This is Blue Anky Lobot singing. Next. So far, this playlist has not been a big banger. Gotta be careful. Snake's Eye is actually weak to pale damage, so the bird can actually hit pretty hard. I have definitely had people die to the tall bird just because I put the wrong armor in there. The emphasis on early access. Oh, see, that's why I can never trust chat's recommendations. I've had quite a few people that are like, you should play Library of Ruina, Blue. They don't tell me that actually the game's not finished. Because if it's actually not finished yet, then I don't want to like start a let's play on something that's not gonna be done. Right? It's the same thing with, what's it called? Whatever the sequel to Undertale is. It was the same thing where I finished Undertale and everyone was like, oh, you should go play this other game that's the next one. And I'm like, sure, but, like, is it done? And they're like, well, no. I'm like, well, let me know when it's actually finished. It's being built in phases. Okay. I mean, I'll have to look at it a little bit more, but, it's not super expensive either way. I'm not like, oh, so cheap I can't buy it. But, I'm generally not a huge fan of putting money into early access games, so. I still remember 10 years ago when I bought Squadron 42. Never again. I didn't actually do that, but I got it for free with a video card. It's just sitting there, never going to be released. Easy to give away on a video card. It doesn't even count. Just, here's a game. Will you ever be able to play it? No, but it's free. I don't even know how long ago that was, honestly. Probably around 10 years. At least 2 or 3 video cards back. Can I sing again? It's got to be the right song, Tim. This song just, I'm not feeling it. Maybe the next one, we'll see. Gotta be careful here. I'm gonna get snake side kills. Has anyone been keeping count? How many cycles past 10 have we got? Oh, probably like 3 or 4, maybe. Star Citizen? I don't even care about Star Citizen. Star Citizen is like the MMO EVE flight simulator. I don't even care about open world multiplayer stuff. I just want my Wing Commander 2010 done. That's all I want. I mean, a little bit of free space would be nice, but if it's all going to be multiplayer, then I don't care about that anyway. Sorry, multiplayer fans. That's just not what Blue wants. I get the emails from Chris Roberts' gaming lie department. They tell you that the actual campaign for Squadron 42 is, in development. Don't worry, we're making progress. Every month or so I get an email that says we're getting closer. And they've been saying that probably, I don't know, like I said, probably close to 10 years now. So I don't really believe them. And then actual Star Citizen, the full-on open space flight sim, I have a feeling that, I don't know, it's never going to be done. It's just going to be one of those MMOs that will be somewhat playable, but they'll just continue to sell new ships, and it'll never be done. They found a great way to make money just selling access to new ships that people will pay like hundreds of dollars for, and maybe one day get to see, and that seems to work for them. You gonna start your own Star Citizen project? I mean, I assume they're making good money. I don't know. Maybe they've just got like 2 guys in a basement somewhere writing code and just a good PR team or something. Take all those spaceship art design docs and just, that's enough to sell. I don't know. I'm not trying to rag on them too bad, but it's gone on for just too long. Just don't say it's nearly done, or it will, like, you can't advertise your game 10 years in advance. Just keep working on it. Let us know when there's a demo or something. I guess it's kind of just modern gaming is like that. That's why I was asking about Library of Ruina. I don't like this idea of just like, hey, we're starting a game. Okay, cool. You got some awesome concept art. Maybe you did a prototype or something. That looks neat. But your game is not done, or even close to being done. You guys, have you ever heard of the 80-20 rule? Probably people who do any kind of project management are familiar with it. It's, fairly common concept. But if you've never heard of it, the 80-20 rule is essentially any task, the first 80% of the job, whatever you're trying to do, the first 80% of the progress takes about 20% of the total time. And then this last 20% of the progress takes 80% of the total time it takes. And it kind of gets worse the closer you get to the last, 1%. So basically the idea is you can get a lot of work done really quick and it looks really impressive, but only on the surface level. To actually get the full job done takes considerably longer, and if you throw in some scope creep in there where the project gets bigger over time a little. Here you go. By the way, I decided to sing a bit. Dual layer singing. But yeah, no rides. That's, well, the first 20, I guess, that seems to be people who are familiar with project management. You probably put more work into the first 20 to get it done right and do all your like design docs and all your prep work, getting things ready first and trying to avoid the 80-20 split, because that's kind of a bad, time management strat. But if you're just lazy, I mean, yeah, things that's its own problem. So we've got to be pretty close to doing 10 cycles extra by now. I haven't really been keeping very good count. Just telling stories to the chat while I click buttons in the background. It's kind of relaxing, honestly. I think I'll do 2 more after this cycle, and we'll just call that good for now. It might be 20, it might be 19, it might be 30, who knows. Just getting, well, that's like the first 1% takes the first sentence on your essay takes the longest. Now, to be fair, the project management thing, that's not necessarily universal. That doesn't always apply to every single thing you do. I'm thinking probably more in terms of like software development projects or I don't know, stuff like that, I guess, is kind of where I'm leaning. It's project management, but probably more software oriented. Okay, so after this one more cycle. The first letter's got to look really good. Yeah, I sort of broke that bad habit back in university. I learned pretty quick that if I just start writing, even if I expect to rewrite the first sentence, if I just expect, yeah, the first sentence is a throwaway or the first paragraph's garbage. But once I've written that first paragraph, the next one comes naturally, and then you have to remember, oh, don't forget to do some proofreading later. But you can kind of get past some of that early writer's block and just start doing something. That was one of those fairly early lessons in I don't know, time management, I guess. Just shoot him. Okay, this is our last cycle for the day. And then we get to pick some new abnormalities. Yay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's show. And tonight,
I found my new intro.
Special guests will tell us why their Homan is so special. Let's get started with
Nope. That's a quick pass. Alright, S rank. We just spent another hour grinding, no problem. But we're gonna unlock Midnight Ordeal soon, so I gotta get it in while I can. This entire, like, why is every song a rap or some terrible singing? OC Remix, get your crap together. Okay. Once again, No, I think we'll take the Black Swan. Just think before I click a little bit. But Redolta's like pretty safe. HE tier. Melting Love is definitely not safe. And the Black Swan... Is there any reason not to pick the Black Swan? I'm just going through all the mechanics. It's got a clip off of 5. One of the 5 goes down as people die. Maybe that's enough? Hold on. Let me double check. If 25 deaths do result in a breach, then I probably don't want it after all. I don't know how, like, this is another one that I'm not super familiar with the mechanics, because it just usually doesn't cause any problems. But let me double check. Yeah, so there are 5 different conditions that drop the counter, but only one time. You can't keep doing the same thing. So to release the abnormality, you need a normal work result, a bad work result. The bad work result is pretty hard to get. 5 clerks die, that's easy. 5 employees panic, possible, and 3 abnormalities breach. But as long as you can avoid, probably the easiest one to avoid will be a bad work result, then it should never breach. And a bad work result is a 8 or less out of 24. So that would be a very, very unlikely event. I think it's safe. Yeah, I'll take it. See you later, Thor. Okay, and then we need a tool. I'm hoping for something a little bit less annoying. Not like we're getting a lot of options. Let me scroll to my tool section here. So, notes are workable. The main rule for this guy is if you pick it up, you have to do a job before you return it. The skin prophecy kind of sucks. So the flesh idol is useful, but if you stop using it within 20 seconds, you die. Or if you wait more than 90 seconds, everyone dies. So it's kind of a timer-based tool, which is a little fiddly. What's this one do? Oh, this is the one that gives you more sanity points but weakens your white resistance. It's probably the safest of the 3, and it might be immune to meltdowns. A lot of the permanent stat effects are immune. I'm not sure. I didn't take a list of which tools were immune or not. Either way, I'm not too concerned. Using it once or twice in a map shouldn't kill us. Yeah. I think that's the safest of the 3 tools. Okay. So now we get like a freebie day with no picks. How did I spend 58 minutes on that last one when I only did 20 cycles? That only 20 cycles might have been a few extra. Alright, so Black Swan, mostly Instinct Insight. I thought that Repression was lower odds than those 2, but, you know, we'll see. Again, more options for training one way or the other. And I might as well buy the hammer. Okay. So we're continuing to have more and more people, or more and more, like, high-level trainers down in this area, which is fine. Ever since I've unlocked this department, it's been straight wah wah wah. We've got most of the wahs I want, honestly. There's not a lot left that I'm trying to avoid. Let me see. There are quite a few, to be honest. There's Alrian we don't want. Wolf we probably don't want. Big Bird we definitely don't want. Got the bird, got Dimensional. Got the Swan. We still want the Firebird. We probably don't want the Monk. Probably should avoid the Lantern, or the Piano. Probably don't want Little Red. Definitely don't want the Parasite Tree. Probably don't want the Queen Bee. Oh, there's the Snow White. We could probably get the Apple. We don't want Burrowing Heaven. We probably don't want Greed. We definitely don't want Queen of Hatred. Oh, there's so many wahs, man. More than I thought. Little Prince is probably fine. Yeah, there's a lot of wahs. We've still got a lot of wahs to go. We've picked, I mean, I've picked quite a few, but there's a lot of them. And we still need 3, 6, 9, 12. We need to pick like 12 more. Trying to, well, actually there's more in the end game, but we have to try to keep picking good ones. And so far I think we've done alright. I'm going to take one more short little break. It'll be only for just a couple minutes, but I'll be right back. Just going to go say hello to the Blue Ankylass. Oh, did we get a bad song for Robert? Oh, I remember this one. Not the right, not alone. We'll have to keep skipping. You can blame Flex Style for this one. Maybe next time. Okay, so for today's management, there's becoming fewer and fewer things that need to be microed as far as stats go. Flex Style, like flexing your muscles. You know, the famous rapper Flex Style. Alright, we're gonna keep training newbies at least. So let's bring in... Wait, Tim was in chat. Get in here, Tim. Give him some armor. Who could ever forget Flex Style? Yeah, not me. Alright, here you go, Tim. Magical armor. Very nice. So Tim will be on Letitia duty. Then we'll just rotate everyone over. So I need Pixel. Actually, we'll send Pixel down here to work on the Reddit machine. It should be okay. Everyone else has got maximum stats, so whatever. I just gotta for now, I'm just gonna focus on the rookies, and if you're at a high level, as long as your first stat says like 130 something, I'm just gonna sort of ignore you. Be like, yeah, that's good enough. I guess they'll drop over time. Every time they go below 130, we'll try to get them a little bit of training. They'll just have to do for maintenance. Okay, Tim to Letitia, Cryptic to Porcubus, Buttercup to Snow Queen. Or wait, no, other way around. Jelka to Snow Queen, Buttercup to Free Shoots. Now, okay, hold on. When I created my training regimen, I was using HE class for my level 3 employees. I could switch them to wands. So Thornum is a time zone where it's definitely nighttime for him. He's like 8 or 9 hours ahead of me. So he usually just says good morning to me, even though it was like, 2 o'clock. Tonic, are you dead? I don't know. Probably not. I might not have re-added you yet. Hold on. I have lots of points. We can generate some more people. Looks like during the wipe, the great wipe, Tonic got cut. You are on my list on the side, though, I promise. There you go. You're back. See, I'll show you my list. Advertisement. Notepad++. It does everything you want. So I think I'd added everyone down to here. And then Tonic was next. And then if I see you in chat, you get preference. So that's just how it works. Okay. Well, seeing as you're here, someone's got to get... No, we already sent Tim. Can't send 2 complete rookies in at the same time. Did I get everything organized? Not really. Do I need to organize everything? No. We'll just move people to the stats that they need to grow, and we'll just figure it out. As the base gets bigger, matching up every single employee with every single abnormality is going to get more and more monotonous, let's say. It's okay in the early game, but, you know. For now, let's focus on getting the rookies caught up as quick as we can. Maybe once we're done Tipperith's section, I'll switch to spending some lobotomy points on rookies rather than doing this full grind. Maybe start them at level 4s or 5s in at least a couple stats. We'll see. I don't know. There we go. Buttercup to free shoots. Cryptic is on Porcubus. Jelka's on... Oh, that's right. I just interrupted myself, right? So I was training... Sorry. Oh, Tonic threw me right off. What I have been doing is having new level 3 characters train on the HEs. So I've got like a white trainer, a red trainer, a blue trainer, and a black trainer, right? Like I've got all the different... Or purple, whatever. But we could probably have them train on these guys and it would be faster. Assuming they can survive. Should we do that instead? First off, I need to clear the buff on Knight. I'll cover that first. So first things first, we need to make sure the Knight is workable. Now, the Dimensional Fragment has been pretty easy for Insight. So we could definitely go Insight. And then probably Instinct or Attachment on the current. And also probably Instinct or Repression on... I forgot that Repression even worked on this guy. So Repression is hard to train, generally. So this might be Repression, Instinct... Or sorry, Insight... And then Instinct, and then Attachment. And that gives us all 4 stats at WA class that are pretty safe. Yeah, we're going to try that. If it crashes quickly, we'll just reset the day, but... Also, just for energy points, that's 22, 20, 22... 24. This guy gives you a ton of points if you can do it. Okay, so. Yeah, I'm going to try it. So instead of training on HEs, we're going to send Tim here to work the Knight. I'm going to send Buttercup on Repression. And I'm going to send Jelka and whoever that is over there to work Insight Instinct. Wouldn't it be cool if you could group them up so you had your red, white, black, and blue all in the same kind of, you know, that'd be nice. Okay, now there is like negative penalties, so we gotta be careful, but let's see how this looks. If they die, you know, we'll find out soon. Does say hi. This might be my new rookie training regimen. Might want to make sure we match up armor next time. I don't know. That looks... I'm not sure I would say that's safe, but workable. It does say hi. It looks like Insight or Instinct is a bit more likely, especially at level 3, because it's got that little bump there. Interesting. Well, 16 points. That's probably about as many points as you would get on Letitia. At best. That's a perfect on Letitia. And it's a higher tier. everyone seems to have done pretty well. We're upgrading our rookie regiment. So what I'll do is reset the clip off, try a 0 and a 4, a -4, like a regular and a -4. No. But that means we need some, like, filler jobs. Someone needs to fill in. No one really needs any stats over here. I thought I had someone that was going to work on the Reddit one. Oh yeah, Pixel. So we might have Pixel end up down this way anyway. Or wait. Who's this? Who dat? Buttercup. Sure, whatever. Who dis? New phone? Okay, put Pixel in here. Everything gets reset. Let's see how this goes. New style of training. So it's possible that, you know, I used to do 20 cycle. I don't know like, maybe we should do a 15 cycle and see if this is enough when we upgrade the difficulty a little bit, if that's enough to get our stats. Well, see, 20 cycle was not getting us to 130, so maybe 20 on WAS would be better. Except it's actually not 20 cycle, because it's going to be 2 jobs per cycle the way this is turning out. And we definitely need to wait a little bit for healing. Because we take a lot more damage doing this. Oh, also I did that. Clowns are free. Okay, it should be gone pretty quick. Fairly quickly. Oh, I didn't time that very well, did I? I've messed up my routine, so my cycles aren't going to work so smoothly. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like I think it's 10 jobs per cycle right now. So we want to hold off on one of them until everybody else is done, so we get the full meltdown reset. So we should probably do all-round helper last, if this is what we're doing. Yeah, this seems... I think this will work. The hardest part is actually... What I might want to do is, if I was gonna pay some points, I think if I got my new employee to level 5 attachment, this cycle would go quicker. So from now on, when we hire someone, we're gonna at least invest in their temperance just to speed up the beginning. Yeah, I think that will be smart. We can train the other stats after your temperance is a bit higher. Because the work goes quicker, your success goes up, you train your other stats quicker. Yeah. That'll be my compromise. We'll start spending a few lobotomy points. And we have a pretty good selection of WAs, so this should work. Well, here's some fun music. This also keeps all of my rookies kind of in the same area, so... kind of safe, protected by, you know, the elite squad. Hey man, as long as I got good music, I got some friend tubers to chat with, we can do this all day. You know what? The other thing we could do is after you get out of that, we can just shoot you a couple times. My aiming is pretty bad. That would speed the cycle up a bit too, because I've been waiting for him to recover stamina. Tim is the last one to train temperance from scratch. Okay, what I'll do is we're gonna unleash the bots, and I'm gonna send all my rookies back in to do another cycle while we slay the bots. Keep them out of the way. Okay. And I'm pretty sure everyone up here has, like, A-lift quality gear, so... you better be fine. Flex style intaction. They've been banned from chat. Oh, I missed this guy up top. I always miss this guy. It's like this department doesn't flash very much when there's a robot on the loose. Tim is off. Well, we'll try to keep you alive, Tim, while you're gone. We'll try. No promises. Actually, this is the better way to do it. I've got my cycles lined up a little bit better now. We just have to shoot Tim when he comes out. It's a healing bullet, though, don't worry. There you go. You feel much better. We need a little bit more healing bullets out there. We're working too efficiently now, and we're stacking up our damage a bit. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how many stats we have at the end of the day, but I think this is This is my new strategy. It took a while to work out the details, but I think this will save us some time. Or will it? I don't know. More focus training, anyway. If I could go to, like, quad speed, that's what we really need. I guess the downside is it's kind of less... Well, it's very focused, right? Like, I'm only training the rookies. I'm not giving anything to the senior management. Oh, that's fine. We got some clowns coming, though. Time to roll up the clown cars. I think Crimson Dusk really is like clown cars. They roll around at high speed, they crash into stuff, and then like a million clowns pop out of them. All right. Engage Crimson Dusk. All right. 1 clown car, 2 clown car. Engage. Clown card defeated. Pretty pathetic, honestly. Dang. Remember when the ordeals were dangerous? The only thing I didn't do ahead of time was slid into hallways to defend against the little clowns, but that was pretty quick. Good DPS team, good DPS. Yeah. Struggle at the climax. Uh-huh. That's what they call it. You heard the best part, Robert. That was the Crimson Dusk ordeal. You got some tips? For only 5 easy payments of 1999. This is a little bit too much. Moving on. Is your old lady sad, depressed? Love Guru, that's it. Tim is just barely hanging in here, by the way. I don't think that's as safe as I originally assumed. This is a good thing it's our last time trying the level 3 temperance down here. Because that definitely did not look very safe. There we go. I guess I could check what happens if the Night of Despair breaches, or if you panic, right? Okay, what happens in here if you panic? Complete work, get blessing. Can't do work once blessed. Blessing disappears if the holder panics. When the holder panics, like the blessed person panics, then it escapes. So it should be fine if someone panics inside. I think. I mean, you know, maybe. Oh, so how many cycles are we going this time? Not 20, right? Definitely not 20. In fact, I think we might be done, because just by getting to 10 cycles, we've actually done 2 jobs for everybody. So that's like 20 tasks, which is the same as what they normally do, just over a longer cycle. I'll do one more for fun, but I think we're already, like... I think we've actually spent more time here today than normally. Like, we'll do one more at the meltdown. Hey, there's Snake's Eye. Excuse me, a little yawning away. There, that's much better, Tim. Good job. That's very good, considering last time he nearly went crazy. Alright, one more round. And then I want to pay close attention to what these guys got. So all my new characters with level 3 stats, let's just see how well this turned out for them doing basically 10 cycles of work. But only them, nobody else. Alright. And that took less time than the last day, at least. So let's see where these noogies are. So Jelka maxed out SP. So the one that was on the diffraction thing, that's worked. Pixel Did not max out Justice. Justice takes a bit longer to grind, so I guess that's fair. But 110 something, that's pretty good. Buttercup might have capped. Oh, because Pixel was on the HE, the little helper. Yeah. So the 10 cycles was enough for people on WAS, mostly. But if you're on an HE, that's not quite enough. Okay. We might even be able to get away with a bit less work if we're just trying to get one stat maxed. Cool, cool. I think, do we get no new abnormalities today? Next day, new abnormalities. But I'm pretty happy with Tippereth's section. Oh, right, and I was going to restart the game. I forgot about that. Memory has gone back to more reasonable levels, but I'm always a little concerned with this game. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with our stats. They're looking pretty good. We will need to do some maintenance on the people in the 130s that lose a little bit every map. I'm not sure what your stat decay really is, but seems like maybe 1 or 2 points every couple days. Not very much. Easy to sustain, but it definitely drops over time a little. Yeah, so restart game just in case, and then double check Windows is not killing me. I never trust Windows. Okay, memory clear, CPU clear. I'll even check my task manager. I mean, we have 7.5 gigabytes of RAM being used to have OBS, some chat windows, and some YouTube playing. Windows is a hog. How can you use 44% of the RAM? I don't even have a game open. It's mostly just Windows dumb stuff. Stupid Windows. You know, each chatbot is 100 megabytes. That's a little bit. OBS is like 750. Firefox, the entire gigabyte. That still doesn't take me up to like 8 gigs of RAM, though. Windows, what are you doing? Oh, well. What else can you do? Oh, I did get an important email. Hold on a sec. Just a manager schmooze email from an operations manager for our management company. I don't know, Rides. Do you have an operations manager that you have to report to? Anyway, that kind of person. They're bugging me now. Okay, forget about all that. Actually, you know, if I close a couple more tabs, we might free up some RAM. Actually, Gmail does tend to hog quite a lot of memory. It's fair. All right. So, restart the game. We will hire one more person from chat. I think it's Tonic's turn next, right? If we haven't thrown him in yet. And then I'm going to buy him a little bit of temperance. Speed up the next day. So, we have to shuffle some people around. We're actually... Well, there's not a whole lot of space. There's a little bit of space. Not a whole lot extra. Which is by design. So, we're going to throw Tonic into the Night of Despair. Throw him into despair. For now, let's just fix it down. Let's give him something to wear, something nice. I guess the Night of Despair does white damage, so we could make sure, you know, he's protected. Oh yeah, the Hornet gear is really nice. Here you go. This stuff's nice. Can't argue with 0.7 to everything. That's pretty solid. And then we'll give him some bonus stats. Really just some free temperance. And then you can train the rest of the way up pretty quick. And then we'll train the other stats normal. As we build up a bigger and bigger bank of lobotomy points, I'll be more generous spending these as we get closer to the end. But for now, training ourselves seems to be the efficient way. But 7 points is fine, and that'll save us some time. So, priorities. Tim needs to now train HP, SP, attack speed. Buttercup is on SP, so we're going to move Buttercup down. Oh, yeah. Switch someone out. Got too many people. Hold on, let's just make some space on the bottom. Okay, Buttercup is on the dimension. Then we want HP on the Dreaming Current. Everyone's capped their HP. I guess that's Tim. Okay, so Tim is on the Dreaming Current. Buttercup is on the dimension. That's SP, HP. And then we need someone that's training Justice. That is... probably Cryptic? I mean, they take turns. They gotta do them all eventually, but... however you want to do it. And then we're doing Temperance here with Tonic. That's our 4 rookies. There should always be 4, the way this is working. And then everyone else is just... mostly just hanging out. We can, of course, still be training on stuff, but... I'm gonna stay up here, take the debuff, if you want to call it a debuff. Have some backup employees to fight. If I need to send someone down to one of these other jobs, we'll figure that out. We can move people around easy enough. It's just the rookies that I want to make sure I get set up correctly. There you go. 4 per room. The goal by the end game is to have possibly 5 per room all trained up. But if I just recruit 1 per day, this should maintain kind of 4 vacancies as we move forward. And I need a little bit of vacancies to move around. But the last 4 spots, or the last few, we might just pre-purchase some stats and catch up a little bit later on, once we've got more departments. But, like, I think it was smart to wait a little bit on the hardcore training until we have, you know, better training abnormalities. Okay, that should work. Let's do it. And is this the last day with only dusk ordeals? I think midnight unlocks once you get one of the side rooms here, I think. Alright, I think we'll go Tim to HP. Buttercup to SP. Cryptic to Justice. And then, yeah, Justice takes a bit longer anyway. Or, no, it doesn't. It takes longer on the little one, right? Okay, and then our brand new rookie, Tonic, somewhere. Technically already got a nice little bump in Temperance, so someone else could get in there too. Oh, but first, don't forget to clear that debuff. And then upstairs, I don't really have a whole lot planned, to be honest. If I see any stats up here that are worth a quick job or two, like, you know, Jelka needs a little bit more HP, for instance. I'll get around to those at some point, but most of the upstairs employees are basically capped. So, I mean, I could be grinding ego gifts. Don't misunderstand. I just don't feel like it. All right, let's see first round how these guys do. Did one job really well. Good start, Tonic. I guess I need to... Well... Everyone's so good on stats in this department. Just this facility in general. We've got such amazing stats. I need somebody else that needs something. I need 5 people to work on. It's 10 jobs per cycle, so I want 5. There you go. Like, Pixel is kinda... He could use a bit of stats in most departments. I'll just send him to the Galaxy. He can get a little bit there. Actually, we might need 11 per cycle now. We'll see. That's looking a little bit better there, Tonic. Not a great score, but... Sheesh. Even with a bit of white protection. Definitely not the safest thing to do with 51 SP either. What's the worst that can happen? Just panic. I am pretty confident going attachment first is still the way to go. So next department will get us probably Discipline Squad. I usually go red first before blue. Red Ankylos come before the blue Ankylos. No attachment issues. You don't want to get... Well, honestly, the Knight isn't that bad. You can be friends with her. Just as long as you don't despair after becoming attached. That's the main gimmick. I got some cool Final Fantasy IX boss music going on. Or just battle music, I guess. We're not getting super high scores, make no mistake. But it should be fine. Forgot to heal up a little bit. Okay. When the rookies are out of the way, we fight some robots. I mean, it's just a dawn, so it should be pretty easy. So far, so good. It is good robot killing music. I do think Final Fantasy IX has a pretty nice soundtrack overall. Lots of callbacks to the older games. And you know Blue and nostalgia, right? Just add some more micro. I gotta do chat games while I'm in the middle of live games. Too easy. I forgot about the ordeal. That's not good. I should have paused it. It'll be fine. They're just angry robots. One angry robot should be fine, yeah. It might not have been great if it was like 2 or 3 in one stack, but... I missed one. Alright. Okay, so we still have our dusk. Don't forget the dusk blue. Seems like something I might do on this day. Hey! There you go, Robert. This is it. I think. Pretty sure. Just an empty shell. Now all hope is gone. Left in here to die alone. It's been a long time. Shadows were all is barren and bleak. This was back during the X Division marathons. We decided this was my best singing voice. Now the die is cast, caught within my distant past, plagued by these illusions of days I'll never see. So help me break these chains. Why is my number not matching up? It's time to turn the page. Save me from the shadows. I put my trust in you. Come with me, my friends. This war I can't fight alone. Guide me with your light. There's no turning back. And you know, this song, the lyrics could work for chat helping me out. Not to read into it too deeply, but, you know, the game is the challenge, and it's you guys helping me survive it. Right? Chat never really helps. Here's my dying cry, asking for chat to finally step up. I guess as long as I'm not alone, that's the main thing. Maybe you don't help, but you just you're just there. That's all we need. So good. Oh man, I missed having, like, the game music's fine, don't get me wrong, of course, but I like having my playlist in the background. So much fun. There was a time when we had user requested music. That was exciting. Maybe again. Maybe we'll get there again one of these days. Binah's music? I don't remember. Does she actually have music? Or are you just... I guess that's Robert. I think I know what he means. She might not have an official OST, but I think I get it. Oh, there actually is music that's nice? I don't even... Just tuned right out. Oh, wait, there was like a background something, wasn't there? I do recall something now that I'm thinking about it. You actually looked it up? Wow, okay. I guess I'll have to go play that later. This is the, like, dying, like... country band, right? It's like all of their instruments are out of tune. So we're gonna skip that one. I should probably open with this job because it takes longer than the other three. Start there, save a second or two. We've got a new red ankylo in chat. Interesting. Interesting. Dangerous. Alright, so Amber Dusk. You guys remember how those work, right? I kind of like when I was off stream grinding, I didn't have like dusk ordeals. I was just doing the easy stuff where it gets really repetitive because there's no ordeals to get in the way. I'm kind of happy while we're streaming it to at least have to take a little pause every now and then and be like, okay, yeah, you've had fun, but hold up, let's do an ordeal. You know, let's take a little pause here. Kuja for Halloween? I don't know if I could pull it off. Okay, so we're gonna trigger the dusk. I'm gonna keep the rookies kind of safe, and then 2-hit squads to kill worms. Who was my... Hold on. Pixel, right? You've been grinding it out in there. Oh, bad RNG. I was gonna... That was very unfortunate timing there. I wonder if we can still punch through. Could be bad. Now we got him. Okay, it's fine. I've never tried to kill them from the front, but you know, we got a lot of deeps now. And some fancy armor. Okay, that's 3 worms, I think. Or at least 2. Too far away. But that's the last one. Only one more. And I think with the 2 teams on opposite sides of the base here, we do have, at least for the upstairs, we've got like the majority of hallways covered if they spawn, so it's not too bad. Looks like I could probably split up a fair bit more too. Alright, so, job done. So now that our dusk ordeal is over, we can go back to a bit more grind before we end our day. I think I'll just get to around midnight again. We seem to have a pretty good rotation going. If I just start with attachment max, we could just skip attachment day, then it would only take 3 days to train up for a new one. Grind o'clock. You should get bonus stats for combat, you know, suppressing ordeals and stuff. I don't think you do, but that'd be nice. Man, these rookies, look at these scores on these guys. Streaming current is so good. Yeah, I think when I first saw Kuja, my impression was definitely female. That was some weird JRPG design, no doubt about it. I don't know what they were thinking. We already had Sephiroth not always looking super manly. And then Final Fantasy VIII, I don't know. Hot dogs, right? Okay, yeah, we'll go a little bit longer, but this day is actually almost done. Not too bad. There's controversy if FF1 White Mage is he or she. Pretty sure it's female. Definitely White Wiz looks girly, right? No one can convince me otherwise. Did I assume their gender? Yes. 90s gamers unite. Back before you had to worry about stuff like that. Man, the day we get in trouble for assuming genders of fictional characters from like 30 years ago, man. It's gonna be too difficult. This is a controversy-free channel. No controversy allowed here. I love seeing these awesome near perfects. It's not like these are high level employees, they're just doing well. This is a really nice abnormality, very easy to work. And you can train anything. Easier for insight, but you know, you can do anything. Highly recommend. I hear you, Rides. The blue Ankylass is home. She's supposed to be on sick leave. She's probably taking a sick day, technically, because of the COVID test thing. But, I hear her. She's still working. She's been on the phone all day, working. Now, we could spend a bit more time this cycle, seeing as we're going to save after the end of today, and catch up. Now that we've got like a pretty good grind and there's no more ordeals, we could rotate through some of these guys and let them train a second stat. We can do one more with the current set and then maybe. I know I said it's the end of the day, but 26 is an imprint day, so it's nice to have a solid team, because it's possible we'll get to a situation, like one thing to remember that's definitely possible is we could be put into a situation where we have to select a very bad abnormality, and then we might want to rewind time to get rid of that. So having checkpoints that are good, kind of nice. Alright, so, rotating. Oh, I gotta show her all the different apartments. We don't allow transfers in our co-op rides. Internal transfers are banned. It's too expensive. You wanna leave? Leave. Once you're in, enjoy it. Okay, so if we rotate, what we need is to keep track of what we've already worked. Cryptic has done justice, so Cryptic needs to go to the dimension, to the alternate dimension. Tim, who was doing what over here? So Tim did his HP. Buttercup is actually done, theoretically. So Tim goes for repression training. Buttercup actually might go clean up some attachment a little bit. Her prudence should be, whatever, should be capped. So now we can just finish up temperance a little. And then tonic comes down and starts doing some HP. That's sensible. Extra pasta. I like that. I'm actually getting, it sucks. As I get older, I'm having more and more like food allergies and stuff. And I'm finding tomato sauce, good old marinara, is starting to give me more heartburn and stuff as I get older. It sucks. I'm getting old. I'm not even old, but, you know, older is no fun. Okay, so that'll keep people busy. There you go, Buttercup. So we're going to keep track of our cycles a little bit again. That's what she said. Jeez, I'm sorry. We'll count from the next reset. We'll probably do like 10. That brings us up to 20 like the old days. That's right, I need blueberry pasta. Gross. Gross. The A sound? The hard A or the soft ah? Oh, you've got low occupancy, I see. That does change things, clearly. In Vancouver, there's no such thing as low occupancy. The question is just how many people will kill each other to get a spot if there's an opening. If it's like a... You know, the body count could be between like 10 to 50. That's like how dangerous, how difficult it is to get into the apartment. And for people who've never thought about it, if you're maintaining a property of like 50 or so units or more, whatever, it doesn't matter. Imagine a transfer, like someone wants to move out. Generally when someone moves out, you're almost always on the hook for some painting and some capital repairs, fridges, stoves, that kind of stuff. Maybe a bunch of random wall fixes. Some of that you can charge to the outgoing members, but a lot of times the property ends up eating a lot of those costs. Usually you try to avoid things like vacancy loss where you have like a month with no one paying the bill, right? But, you know, sometimes that happens. So the reason we might say no internal transfers is that's like doing 2 at a time for just one person moving out. Because then the person transferring also has to move out to the new one. And then we have to renovate that unit as well. And it gets... Basically, it nearly doubles the cost of a single move out. Although someone's happy that they got a transfer, but it's not great for the budget, I gotta tell you. Especially when there's like smokers involved. We've had... The way our budget is for our co-op, we're basically always budgeting for a certain... What is it? I think it's just like... Out of our entire building, it's like 2 months of total vacancy loss or 3 months total per year. We almost never have any. Like, as soon as someone moves out, there's a huge list of people that want to get in. Unless, you know, we mess up and miss an interview or don't get, you know, notices given on time. But as long as the, you know, the co-op's doing their job, that shouldn't happen. Oh, right. So this was 1. We're going to get to like 10-ish and then we're going to stop. We'll see. Or I'll get tired of it. Or someone will die because I'm not paying attention and then, you know. And this is like 2. Well, yeah, I mean, we've got the price going up like crazy in Vancouver for rental rates, but the demand is still outstripping it by a large shot. It's just, it sucks. Like, it's no good for anybody, really. In fact, it's kind of a past. It's like our city's kind of known for it. Like if you talk to someone from Vancouver, the first thing you'll hear about is that it rains all the time, and the second thing you'll hear is about how property is too expensive. And then, of course, there's a variety of reasons why people think the properties are too expensive. Generally, the government did something wrong or something racist or, you know, whatever. What? How many years ago was it? There was a Winter Olympics they had some number of years back in Vancouver. I don't know if anyone pays more attention to that kind of stuff than I do, but Vancouver 2012 or 10 or 16, one of those years, I don't even remember. Anyway, when that happened, you know, Olympics came through, kind of made the city a bit more popular on the worldwide stage, I guess. I don't know. So probably increases the number of people that want to live here. That doesn't really help because there's not a lot of space. It's kind of the trouble being like a coastal city building around a river. Like if you just think geographically about wherever your city is, some cities or towns, whatever, they're built, you know, beside a river, but just kind of with plains around them or something, or, you know, space. So you can generally expand outwards if you need to. But if you build it against the coastline, well, that's like 50%. Half of the direction you could expand is cut off by the ocean or the lakes or whatever. And then oftentimes cities are built around rivers as well, so bridges everywhere, which slows down traffic and makes things bad. And then if you're on, I don't know, kind of like, you know, geographic bottlenecks like that, if you've got a few of those, it almost always limits like available property space to expand and build cheaply if you're close to a mountain range or, you know, whatever. And Vancouver's got a lot of that, so as the city gets bigger, it gets harder and harder to house everybody. And nobody wants to build gigantic, you know, skyscraper 50-story tall apartment complexes anywhere near their residential neighborhood. All the boomers want nice, happy picket fence houses with nice skylines of the water, so they can see the coastline. That's who I blame, of course. Is always the boomers. Safest demographic to pick on is boomers. It's not like they know how to watch YouTube, right? I'm not like strictly offended, but sometimes when I hear whatever teenagers, 20-year-old, like the youngsters of the age, whatever we want to call them, college age kids, right? Kids. I mean, yeah, I'm not that old, but you know, they're a generation younger than I am anyway. When they just go, "Oh, you're old, you must be a boomer," and I'm like, dude, you know, boomers are like retirees right now. Like, they don't know how to use computers very well generally. Boomers are really old. Millennials are like midlife with kids and a house if they can afford it. But, you know, whatever. It's kind of a meme, so okay, boomers, right? I don't know. The more upset you get, the more the kids will tease you, so. I guess it's easy. As you get older, you can just include kids for more and more people. Everyone's just a kid to you because you're old. You don't have to come up with new terms. It's just everyone younger than you is a kid. Easy. Ah, kids these days with their loud music and their rock and roll and their Dungeons and Dragons, comic books. Ugh. Playing their music at night and, you know, playing their Despacito. That was like last year. I don't know. What's the current memes? I don't know. No time to keep up with stuff like that. You have a house and some kids somewhere? I mean, that sounds like classic midlife millennial / now you're a boomer. You've got a house and maybe some kids. Probably a boomer. Zoomers will never be able to afford a house, so they get angry about stuff like that, right? Hopefully, there's no one that's thinking I'm talking super seriously here while we're grinding away a random game. Okay, we'll do like 2 more cycles and then we're gonna get out of here. But this should catch up some of our stats a fair ways. I might have just got this guy panicked. Gotta slow down a little bit. Yeah, Zoomers will never be allowed to buy houses. There you go. The current boomers and whatever will just be like, only 25-year-old and up can own houses. And then 5 years later, only 30-year-olds and up will be allowed to buy houses. And then only voting age is 30. Wasn't there there was a show on Netflix that was like that? I can't remember the name of it. I think it was like a single season series, and it was like there's like jellyfish all over the place. I don't know if anyone saw that, but like you kind of had immortality, and the older people just kept raising the legal age to drink or vote or anything, so that, you know, once you had been born, sure, you'd live forever, but you'd never even be allowed to vote because you're a part of the kid group. So. It's classic sci-fi. Dystopian future / real life. The age to drink should be 14. I don't care what age we pick. I just think it needs to be the same for everything. Whatever age is legally married, drinking, voting, driving, joining the army, whatever. Just make it all the same. Easy. Don't have like, well, you can join the army at 16, but you can't vote till you're 20, or whatever nonsense. Like, keep it all the same. That's my rule.
This is not the end. I am eternal. As long as
Okay, what did I say? 1 more cycle, so I think this is the last job here next. I think. No one even panicked. What a great team we got in newbies. The rookies are doing amazing. And this should level up quite a lot of our rookies, because we should have like 2 stats capped just from this bulk work here. That'll speed this up a little bit. Well, speed it up. I mean, you know, in terms of day cycle speeding up. In terms of real lifetime, I don't know. Maybe we should lower that drinking age for these Let's Plays. Okay, let's see what we got. S rank, 29 points. Tim is leveled up, but he's already left. But yeah, you get to see 2 stats go from they go from 45 to capped. So I think I'm probably grinding even long. Like, I'm probably wasting some time here. Like, I think I'm over grinding if we're hitting the caps consistently. Interesting. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, because we're definitely hitting them all. Well, no, Scarborough was doing something else. It was just these guys that were actually training. It's all good. Another hour gone. No big deal. What else would you have done with your hour? Gone and escorted people around a property that you don't really want to deal with? Hey, look, Spider Bud. So, should we start taking some easy abnormalities now? If they present themselves, because they're a bit rare. Because, like, the Scarecrow's bad, Scorch Girl's pretty bad. We could re-roll, but HR Spider is super chill. The only reason I wouldn't pick it is because it doesn't really help us. It doesn't give us any stats or training. It probably has a pretty bad ego gift. But it's also, like, very benign. So... I mean, HR Spiders is... It does deserve to have a chance, right? Yeah, it doesn't really break out or do anything nasty. I think we have to take some... easy stuff every now and then. Just to keep the base from being dangerous. It's more important to keep it, like... non-threatening than to have ultimate... Like, we've actually grinded up already quite a lot. Early on, I was really focusing on taking valuable training abnormalities, but now everyone's caps. So you could pick abnormalities for ego gifts, but I already said I didn't really want to do that. So I think I just try to take easy ones. And yeah, you can discipline employees. Alright, so many stats and 200 lobotomy points. Crazy. Okay, well, let's move 3 more people into HR Spider territory. There are some people that aren't, you know, they do have room for improvement. Let's see if I can find some people in the 130s to move over. Like, Thornum, myself. Buttercup has a tiny bit of HP to go, but that's fine. And then we'll recruit 1 more person. We'll still recruit 1 person per day. That should keep up with the new sections opening. I think Locke is in chat sometimes. Don't forget to give him some armor. We'll give him the buzzing armor. Yeah, we definitely see Locke. And Solteraz. See, I just pulled someone in and I'm like, wait, look at that lurking in chat. Oh well, we'll get him in next time. Yeah. We'll get everybody in. It's not going to be a problem. Alright, so... Oh yeah, we're going to strengthen him a little bit here. We're going to go all the way up to... I think at this point we can just cap Temperance on day 1. That'll make all the work speed faster. And then... So who needs specifically to get grinded a bit? So Tim needs Sanity from the Dimensions. Locke will need the 3 stats. That might be it. No. Tonic needs Repression and Sanity. We got 2 stats on his first day, though. That's pretty good. So we move Tonic downstairs. Tonic goes to the Black Swan. Locke goes to the Dreaming Current. Tim goes to the Dimensions. That's our 3 not maxed, like, still 3 low-statted rookies. And then everyone else, that covers, like, those, anyone that needs to, like, work up here, we could just let them, if we, like, because we can train, like, Insight or Attachment up here easily if there's, like, you know, like, Cryptic could still get some attachment. Is there anyone else? I should put someone on Child of the Galaxy again. It's a nice backup to just level up some people who are just generally a little bit low. But honestly, we're looking real good. Oh, David, look at that. Only 106 attack speed. I think you're on child duty. Yeah, we're definitely ahead of the curve in terms of stats. You're grinding engineers in XCOM. I heard about XCOM files. I saw, who was it? Old Dragon? However you say his name. Old Dragon? One of those old-timey Let's Players. Looks pretty interesting. XCOM meets X-Files. I can't do any more XCOM games right now, though. They're killing me. Okay, and now we've unlocked Midnight Ordeals. So we have to play it smart. It might not always be worth grinding past midnight. So now, any day, we can get to this, and then we have to be like, should we stop? Or should we go a little bit longer? Because we might want to not stick around extra. So now there might be a time limit on our actual days. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. Probably a good idea to get a stretch between these grinding sessions. But they might take less time now because, you know, we can't grind forever. Also, we're getting close, right? We're going to have 4 days here, 5 days here, and then we're down to the bottom section. And that's pretty much time for Binah. So we're only like 10 or so days away from talking about the next core suppression. And most of our stats are already capped, so the grinding is getting quicker. Well, I think. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, and hopefully you guys have a drink or whatever as well, so that you stay healthy, drink some water, stretch your toes, don't sit in your chair for 10 hours straight. Apparently that's bad for you, says somebody. Somebody smarter than Anculum. Alright, be right back. Okay. Hey guys, the break is almost caught up. But there's a couple things I need to do before we get back in here. Did you know 22 of my items from Steam are on sale right now? Ay, Steam. What kind of Halloween sale is this nonsense? Let's see. Wow, Tyranny is 75% off. That's pretty cheap. I could pick that up finally. What else is in here? Bunch of stuff I forget even adding. Isn't that always the thing for your Steam wish list? Yeah, I don't remember any of these games. Oh, Doom Eternal's 50% off. That's not bad. That game came out this year even. Oh, I see. A bunch of Warhammer 2, Total Warhammer, that stuff all went. A bunch of their DLCs went on sale. That's what happened. That's why I've got the big list, probably. Not like I'm going to go buy those right now. But the other thing I wanted to check before I jump back in is... So I was talking about Library of Ruina a little bit earlier. I'm going to have another little look at it here before we continue. I want to prepare myself to buy it or not a little. Because it does say early access, which is always like... I mean, it's got pretty good reviews. The Steam release date was May 15th, 2020. That was half a year ago almost. So how early access is it? Without getting spoilers. Sheesh. That's the problem. That's why I haven't really looked into it. It's hard to find info without risking spoiling the game. Let's see. So what I want is like some sort of completion percent sort of thing. Yeah, early access does not have a great history for me. I think it's become kind of overused. But, you know, sometimes it's fine. It's just hard to know. Of course, the game devs aren't even, you know, they're not from North America. They also, I don't even know if they speak English, so it's kind of hard. Bunch of liars shipping bad code. Yeah, sometimes it feels like that for sure. Let's see, maybe full release. Like, how far away are we from that? April 2021. So they're preparing for still like half a year away to actually have the final release, right? That's what is advertised anyway. So like, it might be better just to wait till it's done before I get into it. I was hoping I could do it for Halloween, and you know, that'd be cool. But the official release is April 2021. So that's still pretty far away. I'm sure the game is playable. It's just, you know, early access. Our portal is early access. Yeah, but we'll sell it for full price. It's just early access, still full price. We'll be done in the near future. But it works. You know, you can use it. It's fun. Okay, I found the Steam DB info for patch notes. Let's see, they're adding episode. Okay, see, I can't play this yet. Right? Every, like, couple months, they're releasing new episodes and abnormalities into the main story. It's not like they're just balancing or tweaking or doing post-game content. They're still finishing the game. Dang it! I was sort of planning on doing this. I hadn't really looked into it because I was just like, oh yeah, people kept telling me Library of Ruina was done. You should go play it. And then I'm like, let's double check, and it's actually not finished. Well, we'll find some other game to let's play. It's fine. We'll still try to finish Lobotomy Corp, and then we'll save Library for once it's done. You know, they're calling it version 1.01, but it's not actually finished. So, yeah, we'll wait till it's finished. Library after Xenogears? Maybe. That might work. Xenogears is pretty long. It's just a normal JRPG, but it's still like a longer than 30 to 40 hours most of the time, especially when you're recording, talking about stuff. I feel like games just take me longer when I'm rambling away for it. I still have to finish Fire Emblem Thracia. Thracia is going to take some time too. That's not over anyway. We're like maybe halfway through. Oh, don't forget Notepad++. Sponsorship. Maybe we'll skip this song. Too much heavy metal. Well, yeah. Keep going. Alright. Actually, you know what? Let's switch to a new game. We've listened to a lot of FF9 music. While we're switching between days here, it's a good time to switch up. Not everyone loves FF9, I get you. Emacs. Let's see. What's our next game soundtrack? You know what? Is there Seiken Densetsu 3 or Trials of Mana? Because I do like that one. And we did Let's Play that not too long ago. In fact, I'm releasing those right now on the YouTube side. I don't think they have a playlist though. No. So not so easy. They definitely have some OC remixes for it, but well, you know, Secret of Mana will be fine. Bubble Bobble. How many songs are in Bubble Bobble? Oh, wait. One more song. One thing before we get back, because Robert called this out earlier. What was the name of that track from Binah? Awaken Death. Okay, we'll see if I can find it here. There we go. Ah, this one. Straight out of Naruto. It's got the strings from Naruto Shippuden every time. Probably Sasuke's backstory or something, right? But I would say Lobotomy Corp does have some nice little... It has some good music just sort of snuck in there every now and then. It's not like it's bad. The reason I'm playing other music is just because, you know, we've been playing this game for so long. I feel like I need to mix it up a little bit. And we don't get stuff like this playing during our grind. We just get the same old regular day music. Hello there, KYC. Yeah, that's pretty good, Robert. I'll give you. This is Lobotomy Corp? It sure is. Yeah, some good music. I like it. I'm gonna go back to my playlist for now so I can get back to work, but yeah, that's some good stuff. Okay, so now I've got a playlist. This will just keep going. The first one is singing. I need a filter for no singing. Okay. We're ready to go, right? I've already queued up my rookies for the day. My egos are good. Oh. I don't know how much... I don't want to spoil you if you haven't played this game before, but yeah. We've got basically everything. Except for one, but, you know, it's fine. We're prepping for Endgame. So, yeah. Gear is pretty much capped. Stats are basically capped. Or at least that's the plan, is to keep them capped as we recruit people. And, ego gifts, you know... We're not really specifically farming those. We still end up with pretty good stuff, but... I'm not going to that level of micromanagement to get everyone the best gifts possible. Don't think we'll need it. Hopefully, anyway. Okay. So, day... whatever day this is. Say hello to HR Spiders. You know, we should at least send someone in there to greet them. Thornum's... well, you know, I guess I'm here. But no, we'll send Buttercup in. Spend some time with HR Spiders. Just, you know, don't let any out. Yeah, I've got all the Aleph Eagle. Let's just leave it at that. Perfect. Very good start. Okay, so let's set up so we can play fast and not waste too much time. So, new characters. What do we got? I believe Tonic is on repression training. It's been a while, I forget. I think Locke is on fortitude training. And yeah, Tim is on prudence training. That's 3 rookies queued up. Then someone was gonna... oh, right, and before I forget, of course, someone has to take the buff. We'll let Fella pick up the Night of Despair buff. And then I'll set someone up to train with her. So we can do Insight or Temperance pretty easily. There we go. Cryptic could definitely get a little bit of Temperance top up. Up to 138. And after that, I mean, I don't have anyone else really on the docket for training. I could send someone to general training with the Child of the Galaxy if there's anyone... oh, you're right. So then there's people like David here. Okay, what we'll do is I'll send David to De Free Shoots, because he can get some justice. I have to keep my eye open for people that have, like, 100s. Most people have 130s, but, you know, I've missed a couple over time. I could have checked this all in base probably a bit quicker, but... there is another way to check it, too, is like this. Just check on the screen. You can I guess you could just rotate through, actually. So you could check everyone's overall stats here. Be like, well, David does need some justice training. Everyone else is pretty much capped. Next department, basically all good. I mean, 125 could be trained up a little bit. Yeah, basically upstairs, we've only got one person that needs training. And then downstairs... honestly, we're pretty much set. Yeah, I'm really happy with the amount of stats we've got right now. Nothing there could use a little bit of prudence. But other than that, we're pretty much... so what I'll do is... we've got one person upstairs for justice. You know, we've got the rookies, of course. And then nothing there can do a little bit up here. Like, we can kind of alternate with... we've got 2 people that could get a little bit of stats, but they're both near cap. We have not finished the game yet, KYC. We're preparing for the end game, and I will not have it spoiled, so if you happen to know more about the ending, don't say anything. We are going to work our way through it, or at least we're going to die trying. Technically, we have to do Binah's suppression still. We saw it once or twice, and died horribly. Okay, Okay, so we'll just let's focus on Cryptic first to get his attachment up. That's more important. Yeah, definitely no spoilers for the chat. You can certainly comment about things that are on screen or that were sort of in discussion, but things about the endgame and story plots that are beyond arc progress, keep that for later. I probably know more than I let on a little bit, but I'm definitely trying to keep the Let's Play spoiler-free for viewers, because I know a lot of people watching, you know, they don't know what's coming. Didn't I have someone that was going to go to the child and then I forgot? I guess I never really picked anyone for that. Why don't we, we'll just split the team up a bit so someone's in every room. It's easier with just one person per abnormality. Blue knows everything. I mean, you can think that. But yeah, we've been very selective picking abnormalities that are easy and less likely to breach or cause problems. Sometimes we're picking abnormalities that are really good for training. And at the moment, we're kind of just working through the days, making sure we got lots of employees with lots of stats, carefully picking abnormalities without ruining our base. Not everyone has A-lift gear, but I mean, we don't have enough A-lift gear for everyone. The rookies, for instance, do not have A-lift gear because they can't equip it yet. But, you know, lots of people do. Anyone level 5 with level 5 stats has if there is a spare set, they'll have it. So you can see, you know, blue star stuff, secret bird stuff. This one isn't, but this is a good set anyway. There's some wasp stuff that's really nice. Oh, right, I forgot about... Did I forget about that one? I don't know. So how many jobs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many ticks per day? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. Once we get going, it'll just be 2 rotations per cycle, and that'll be just fine. Yeah. Let's do... I don't know. Probably doesn't matter too much. Keeps me busy, I guess. Split up the team a little. Yeah, we're not really doing... We don't have much over here yet. Okay. Let's let the spiders out, or the worms out, that is. All the suppressions up to Binah. That's why we reset. We got to the end of the suppressions. So basically, we made it to day 45. And, if you went one day further, you get to Endgame. So we had to either somehow find a way to suppress Binah, or try to build a better base. And because you only unlock the stat caps from Hawkma at the end of that time frame, as well as all the other, you know, perks. We had like bad stuff in our base, so it would have been very difficult to survive the end game with, you know, not a full set of employees, because, you know, people die and stuff, and you wouldn't have very many people with max stats because you just unlocked max stats right then, so you don't really have time to train them up. And it's a bit different here where we're all prepared, and we can definitely pick and choose our abnormalities a little safer. Plus, we went and grinded 100% codex, so yeah, you need that as well. If you don't get 100% codex, you don't get the good ending anyway, so that was fun. So we could see a midnight for the first time this round. It'd be interesting. Depending on which one pops up, we may or may not try it. Okay, so we want to wait until the WAD jobs are done, and then we trigger the meltdown. Start getting the timing going here a bit better. Okay. The book is good. The 100% stream, yeah. We learned some things about abnormality generation during the 100% stream, yeah. I don't know which book you're referring to. One of the tools, I guess? There's a couple books. This is Skin Prophecy, I guess, is the one you're thinking of. Yeah, the tools are... Basically, we're just picking tools that won't screw me in the end game, for the most part. There's a couple tools that we don't want, like the train. And there's one tool that destroys your weapons, so some of those things we're going to avoid. But we're going to have to pick up most of them. Oh, right. This is the book that makes... Yeah. This is not a great abnormality, but, yeah, it has a value to it. It's not completely garbage. I forgot... I was thinking of a different one. Yeah, this guy... It's fine, You get some bonus prudence. You get bonus sanity and then a reduction to white damage. Or like a increase, but a decrease in your defense, basically. It's really good for Censored if you fight Censored at a low level, because he's got a huge sanity penalty when you start, and then does black damage. So the white penalty doesn't hurt, and you need a lot of sanity points to survive the work process. But in the late game, it doesn't make too much difference, I don't think. It's like, the you must be happy thing, really helpful early on. Doesn't make too much difference at this point. We've got the Mirror of Adjustment, which again doesn't really matter too much. It gives you some random stats, so I could have used it during grinding, maybe, to like, if I had an easy stat to grind, we could get to level 5 or extreme, and then randomize, and then continue grinding the same stat kind of thing. But we're not doing that. Basically, if you had like a Wa or Aleph, and you could only train one stat, you could max it out and then re-roll to sort of balance it out a bit. And then keep training that one stat. You're still immune if you've got the Decapo, yeah. I didn't want to grind out 2% drops for Decapo, though. That's just not fun. I think one person got it, but then we lost it in a rewind, so it didn't even matter. And I don't like having Silent Orchestra in the base, so we probably won't see that. Silent Orchestra is just a punk. It's not like we can't suppress him when he gets out, it's just I don't like having to deal with somebody that breaks out all the time. Especially the way the endgame goes. Yeah, we're fine. I think I keep forgetting my upstairs jobs. Alright, so ordeals. Noon should be fine. We've got pretty big groups of people wandering around. I will hunt them all down safely, but... What I might do is queue up all of the rookies so they're not in the way. Down here. Just in case a bunch of robots spawn right beside them. We'll get them out of the way. And I'll keep them safe. While everyone else dogpiles them. Not that you're really a rookie. Yeah, the guys up there are fine. Okay. Robot. Where are you at? Where are you not? Gotta keep it rhyming. up there, one down here. Might be all of them. I trust in my high-level employees to clean that up. I missed one, though. Yep, down here. That should be the only one left. Okay, well, we get a Crimson Dusk right away, but that'll be okay. The trick will be the Midnight. The Shark's Ego? Nothing special, just +6 sanity. The skin book says Teth to me. They may have patched it at some point. Do we need to change anything for the Dusk Ordeal? Well... let's make sure after we kill the clowns, we return to our hallways. Most hallways are covered that matter. Yeah. So once the little clowns pop out, it should be fine. And wherever the big clowns are, we'll just target them down. Should be fine. We'll just get one cycle away again, or one job away. Let those two finish, and then we'll go Dusk. And we'll do the same thing. We'll let the rookies stay out of the big fight again. And then we should have a couple chill cycles, and then we'll see what kind of midnight we get. There's one that I'd probably do for sure, and then one that I might do, and one that I probably won't do. You can probably guess which is which. Alright, let's go. There you go, Robert. We're struggling again. Okay, we've got one... This guy popped in at a really bad spot, so he's dead. Right in between all my Aleph dudes. And this guy is in a bit of a smarter spot in the hallway, or in the elevator. Is there any more than two, though? I think... It seems like the Crimson Noon is usually just one, and then Crimson Dusk is two. I feel like there used to be more, but... You know, what am I going to complain? These guys get just wrecked. Sure, it can help out a little bit. It doesn't matter. Oh, he rolled through. Should have slowed him down. Alright, the big one died. Of course, the little one, or the medium-sized one, barely matters. He is doing a lot of rock and roll. It's kind of annoying. Not quite as much DPS on that level. Okay, so the little clowns have distributed. That guy will get killed as soon as we come out. There's someone in there. And then wherever the third one is, it's probably already dead. Probably. It's not like we have any Alephs to escape at the moment, so I'm not too scared. This guy is really not chilling. Hurry up and go kill this thing. I think these guys can actually release the Black Swan, which would be annoying. It's pretty hard for the Black Swan to break out, but that's one way. How can you miss Roulette Rides? Hey, look, it's the shark weapon. I don't get to see that attack very often. It's like a bubble gun. It's not very good. I gotta say, the ecstasy weapon might be one of the weaker wall weapons. Maybe it does like splash damage or something, but at least on a single target, that's pretty poor. Okay, so ordeal done. Speed things back up. Continue our grind. We'll have to pick a new abnormality today, so hopefully we can avoid the scary stuff. Do we really, if we have the choice, should we try to build our entire base with no Aleph is kind of the question. I was going to do a tier list of Alephs, actually. I forgot about that. Like, which Alephs I wanted to skip. Maybe I'll have a look at that after this day is over. Just to mentally prepare a little. Okay, by the way, should we try? I'll have to do some stuff. I'm sure we have the DPS, but I have to filter some employees carefully. We can't really let short-range weapons in, like very short-range anyway. And we won't want the rookies. Too slow. Energy's good for late game. I guess if you're trying to get energy quickly or efficiently. But like the WAs are almost as good, right? And I've got a lot of WAs. And I intend to take more in lieu of Alephs if possible. And some of the Alephs aren't really good. Like, I guess, okay, certain Alephs are actually bad for energy. So, like, Melting Slime, you don't work it unless you have to, right? So that's not actually good. I guess, like, Army in Black's fine for energy, but we don't want it. Stuff like Censored and Nothing There are fine. Mountain's pretty good for energy, but also not really great for your building. What else we got? Blue Star, maybe. White Knight is just a hard no. I guess if I had to take one... See, because they all have breaches that are pretty hard to handle. In the middle of endgame stuff. I'll have to look at my list, and then I'll rank them by worst to less worst. Alright, team. So, I'm going to put the rookies over here. We're gonna have a look at this guy. If you haven't seen a green midnight in a while, you're in for a treat. Thank you, everybody. It's important that we make sure there's no random employees wandering around. It's kind of important. So this is the kind of reason exactly why we don't want the mountain, the army in black, the big bird, the monk, anything that gets triggered based on clerk death. Because stuff like this is going to kill all your clerks. And there's just no way you can do anything about it. Drax is still hoping for Might Magic 6. Oh, another trap, he fell for it again. It's another week. Okay, but it is important that I haven't missed anybody. We've got the people I don't want to fight for now over here. Yeah, that's everybody upstairs. Okay. So, of my combat crew, not everybody in here is actually combat crew. Some people in here are not safe. So how do I filter that out without going crazy? Because they all wander around like maniacs. It's mostly stuff like this. I don't think I can trust the Gold Rush. I know it does a lot of damage. It's pretty cool. But you have to stand too close to the thing. How short a range weapon is Crimson Scar? Is that... I'm not even sure if I can check from this screen, to be honest. I might have to go look at the Wikipedia to see the weapon range. Because I didn't look it up on the base. But Crimson Scar might be the only short range, or very short left. There should be someone else with another, there should be two people that had, the Gold Rush. Unless I hadn't equipped it. Because it would just really suck if someone dies on a midnight. There it is, Gold Rush. Alright, you guys get out of there. So that's the rookies and at least two very short-range weapons. That's still a lot of DPS. I don't mind pulling a couple people out if it's risky. So let me just have a quick look at the weapons, because I don't remember. Blue don't remember. Let's see here. Weapons, weapons, weapons. This is not a list of weapons. Crimson Scar is from Little Red Riding Hood. Hold on. Should have just typed it in. Okay. Why did the link not work? The Wikipedia is killing me. Okay, Little Red. Weapon. It's just short range, apparently. Yeah, okay, David figured it out before I could find it. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be a problem. I can cut them out, at least. I think we have the DPS to just cut a couple people. If I can find them. There should be two people with it equipped. Crimson Scar, get out. And then we need one more if we can find it. Probably safer if everyone has, like, guns and long, like, at least, like, medium range, sort of spear type, hammer type stuff. Da Capo should be fine. There it is. Okay, I found... Couldn't click it. I had it. Then I lost it. I thought I had it. Yeah. Jelka. Alright, get out of there. Okay, hopefully I didn't see any other weapons that are short range. You're waiting every night for Might Magic 6. Well, you might be waiting a while. Okay. So, we're definitely not playing on high speed. Elevators are our friend. Robots are our enemy. We're starting here for reasons. This is like probably the most scripted abnormality or ordeal. I hope nobody dies, because it's gonna suck if we die. I can just exit out if things look sketchy. Don't forget, I can just get out. Something like a speed run. Tim's not here anymore. He's the speed run king. Alright, here goes. Don't get zapped. Helix of the end. Yeah, it always starts in the same spot. We're gonna wait till it shows up. And I think I'm gonna wait till the laser shows up just to be safe. But you might be able to jump in right now. Just give the laser a second to figure itself out. I guess you could be DPSing right now. But it's a pretty cool laser beam, right? So if you happen to have a very powerful abnormality that was right here already, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? As a general rule, don't stand in the green laser, because you'll be dead. Now, if we can do enough DPS, this one just goes clockwise, and the one at the top stays there for the most part, right? I think that's all it does. Walking through this is bad, so don't. And this guy won't last for very long. And we can stay here till it's at about 6 o'clock. And then we have to get out of the way. Because once it starts going at an angle, these guys get zapped. So our DPS might not be enough to kill it in one phase. So we'll get to see, yeah, we'll definitely get to see a laser dodge. Seems like a terrible idea. I'm not sure if it's possible to have enough DPS to kill it in one cycle. We actually are pretty close. You know, if we'd started as soon as it spawned, because it's only 50% through now. Oh man, we might have had it if I'd run in a little quicker. But we're gonna have to pull out pretty quick. At least melee is. To be safe. Oh. How long do we gamble? Can we do it? I think we got it. Yeah. No problem. We had seconds to spare at least. Done. So normally you would not have all the endgame weapons and just DPS it down like that. That was definitely, if you know what it does and you have your team in the right spot, that was easy. If you didn't know where it spawns, like let's just say you started the Midnight Ordeal right here, and everyone's dead. So, you know, that would have been worse. Okay, well, we can do a little bit more grinding then. Everyone loves grinding. I'm not going to go too many more cycles, but a little bit of a Midnight Ordeal was nice for a break. And hey, some clerks survived thanks to our quick response. I would say about half the clerks survived. Alright, so I need to split people up again. Ah, dang it. I forgot where people were standing. Temperance was here. Uh-oh, what was Tonic even I can't even remember anymore, dang it. So, Tim was definitely working on Prudence. Which means Tonic was probably working on Justice. And then Locke was working on HP. Okay, that should be everybody. At least the rookies. The laser just ascends you to a higher level. Isn't that what Blue Star does? Let's send David back to Dare Free Shoots. Oh, and I can figure out which one was on Child of the Galaxy because you've got a cool token. Okay, that gets everyone back in position. We can resume the grind. Black Swan's not looking so happy though. So my plan is actually only to do one cycle at level X. So basically 10 cycles and then we'll see if we got enough stats. More for science than anything else. Yeah, you're all healed up good enough. So I'll add the green to the midnights that are not so bad anymore, as long as you've got awesome abilities and employees. And it should only get easier as we add more meat to the pool. Oh, hold on that for a second. Wait till that's done. There's many hidden secrets in real life too, David. You never know. Check behind every rock. Alright, so we'll go till this cycle's over and then we'll be done. To be honest, anyone that has watched a Might and Magic 6 Let's Play series in the last 3 years, you probably remember what I did more than I do, because I recorded them a fairly long time ago, and well, I don't rewatch them. So. Okay, I think this is the last one, yeah. We barely even needed to finish the midnight. It's not like I need to go past the midnight, but we'll see if this is enough to grind our new newbies up. Alright, day 26. Took a little bit longer, but not too bad. Got the midnight ordeal for fun, some more stats for profit. There's no genocide route for Might and Magic 6. Okay, so now we're getting into a little bit more dangerous territory here. So, abnormality selection. Little Red is pretty much a hard pass. The apple's not terrible. It does have a clip-off 1 breaks out on a single mistake. And the Naked Nest is So we could re-roll. But it could be worse, and I could just take that. Let me double check what I have on my notes. My notes pad number ++ for sponsorship deals. So this is a WA. We're talking about the apple. So I said probably worth picking up. It does teleport and slow the train if it does escape. So like a lot of things, if it does escape, it's a bit of a pain. But for the most part, working it's pretty safe. You just do repression on it and you almost never fail. So I think we take it, and then we don't gamble something worse showing up in the next 3. if something shows up that is fine, we should take it. If they're all three bad, then we hope for a reroll. Instead of, oh, you know, rerolling and then getting, you know, White Knight, Silent Orchestra, and something else like Melting Love. Then you have 3 bad picks, right? At least we take something we know is manageable. All right, memory synchronization. That was the beginning of the, I guess that's where Angela starts merging your manager as X with your old you of A. That's where the two characters start combining at this day, basically. And it takes until like day 40 or so for it to finish. Okay, so we got a wall. It does break out pretty easy. It's got a pretty cool Eagle gift, and it does make its weapon better. I didn't notice that last time. But plus 5 damage with a pretty good weapon already. That's a nice combo. You could definitely do worse. This would turn into 13 to 21 black at fast speed. That's not bad. Otherwise, it's a minor effect. I definitely have not memorized, you know, ego gifts very much. Mostly ignore them. Okay, one thing I want to do here, because we were talking about it. So I did have a bit of a start. I guess I could rank them. So I think we go, this is the worst, 100%. I think in terms of endgame mechanics, well, I think Melting Love's next. I don't want to have to deal with quarantines in the endgame. Good job. Good. I hate the orchestra. Maybe the orchestra's second worst. Did you miss anything? I'm trying to rank how bad the A-lifts are for endgame, if I have to pick one.
Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Allow us to reintroduce ourselves. You know that we're the Scorpion Army. Breaking all the rules.
The Scorpion Army. Nice.
You know we
No. I guess it's one of these 3 if you had to pick one. And then it kind of is worse the further down you go. I don't know of these 3 which one's the actual, like the order for those, for the army. Like, one thing to keep in mind is in the final suppressions or the final meltdowns, there will be like -10 to -20% penalties on work. So you have to be able to work them. You have to be able to work them and still avoid their bad effect with a -% chance, right? So that does factor into it. And then sometimes, yeah, I think Army's probably worse than Orchestra at least. I mean, Army, yeah, I'm gonna put it, the Army we have to avoid. Because if it gets out, I don't have the micromanagement to go chase down all the bubbles. It's weird because normally I would say this is the easiest A-lift to pick on your first playthrough. But for the end game, this is really bad. Melting Love could be managed if we keep it in the right location and quarantine it. So it's probably not as bad as the Orchestra or the Mountain, actually. Yeah. Worst. Second worst. So, the orchestra is bad because if it does breathe... Yeah, we don't want the orchestra because you can't really work it. It'll melt down. Every time you work it, there's a chance it just gets out. If it does get out, I won't be able to... Like, it's just... There's not enough time to handle something as... A big event like that. And then the mountain will have breaches based on clerks, but if it does escape, we could probably kill it. Well, so the melting love, if we put it in the right spot, we can have one employee work on it pretty safely. Like, it actually isn't that hard to suppress if it escapes. The problem is the quarantine mechanic, with all the clerks getting it. So I need to take a few seconds to go, like, to go snipe some employees if I have, it's bad. Like, this is not a good one, but, orchestra will white damage everyone, basically. Is it not as bad? I'm trying to think which one's harder to handle with no pausing. Like, if I ignore the orchestra, what happens? It steals all my energy, but I don't need it. Well, actually, that's not true. For the Binah suppression, we don't need energy, I don't think. But I have a feeling the other endgame stuff, we still need to get some energy. I think. I mean, I could look it up, but I'm not going to cheat. Let's just say this is the top tier, middle tier, avoid at all cost tier. The middle tier is bad, but maybe workable. These guys I will never pick. And I would take one of these if I had to. Maybe in about this order. The trouble is, we need really good stats, or else getting goods is very difficult on these guys. And I think censored might be the hardest one to work on of those three. But nothing there. If he breaches, then yeah, you're screwed. Yeah, that's about my order. So if we see Aleph pop up, that's my priority system. Now there are probably WAs that are worse than some of these. Like, I would probably avoid... I'd probably avoid Big Bird and take some of the top tier here. Like, I'd probably pick Blue Star over Big Bird, for instance, if I had to. And maybe the fetus thing. I don't know, that's pretty bad for Endgame. And honestly, even though it's Teth, the Meat Lantern would probably be worse than a lot of those too. So there's some things in here that are just a hard no. And some that will just be annoying. Yeah, I'll leave it like that for now, but we've got to be careful as we get into the end game. I gotta make sure I pick the best I can. Okay, I guess we need to recruit another rookie and continue our training regimen. I don't know, Rides. Trolling some of these people is gonna cause more problems than good, I think. Long channel veterans of the live streams understand, but I don't know. Okay, so Locke has graduated. No, who's actually graduated? Someone's graduated out of here. Might have been Cryptic or Faith, actually. Didn't I hire a rookie this time? Right, when I hire a rookie, they start with full temperance now. Yeah, so Tonic finished his first day. Locke finished his first day. So Tonic finished his second day of training. Right, so we've got 2 trainers. Tim completed his training. That's what happened. Move him over. We can also use, well, yeah. I don't think Snow White is a very good trainer abnormality, because if it breaks out, it's a pain in my neck. Whereas the guys I have been using basically will never break out. So let's add in Sotraz, who is in chat. Give him some gear. Actually, I might need to take a short break here to talk to the Blue Ink class, but we'll get the next day started in a minute. Alright, what does Sotraz get to wear? Oh, we've got some... Oh, you can't equip it yet. Eventually, we gotta equip these swords sharpened with tears. They're really nice armor. 0.8 to pale at wall. That's really good. I guess we'll just throw you in some Hornet gear, because it's got good average defense. And then you can get a crossbow, which keeps you a bit safe. A bit further back. For a rookie. Oh, and then rookies, right, the rule is we hire them with max temperance, just to save myself some time. And we're getting more than 13 points per day anyway, so we're still saving up for endgame emergency recruits if we need to, while trying to train up efficiently. The rookies are all kind of wearing the Hornet gear right now, so they got a nice matching set here. Okay, I'm going to take a short break for just a couple minutes, and I'll figure out what's going on for maybe dinner or something. Horrible death. Well, we'll probably be fine for a few days, but we're getting close to the end game again, and the end game is where it gets insane. So you get a few happy days to train up, and then, well, and then you run into some ethereals or something, basically. All right, guys, I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Alright, let's get back to work. More grinding today. At the very least, I want to get ready for Binah's suppression today if I can get that far. So we might not be able to finish it tonight, but I'd like to get there. And if we can give it a shot, maybe we'll get there. Maybe we'll finish it. Back to the grind. Everyone's favorite. Jagged Alliance 2 is probably not going to happen. So, sorry about that, Drax. The list of games to Let's Play is already a million pages long. Like, without even exaggerating, I've got like way too many games that I need to play. Alright, so HR spiders, happy little apple queen, but for now, we're not worried about that. We're focusing on the rookies. So Locke, I forgot what I said. He's my most recent recruit, so I think he goes to the repression training. Repression training. And then Totnik's on Sanity. Oh no, Soltraz is my most new recruit. Right, Soltraz is over here on HP training. I suppose there should be a disclaimer. Be careful about believing everything Robert says in chat. I mean, as a general rule, I only ever believe... I give... Everything I read in chat is like 50-50 odds of being true or false. So you should at least have the same rule as that. Okay, it looks like, you know, everyone... Is there anyone that has any room to grow? Is everyone just maxed out all their stats? 130s, so Skarbamir could get some justice, sure. Yeah, pretty much everyone's good, aren't they? Jarrell could use some stats. And Endart could use some stats. So Skarbamir was up top. Somewhere in here. There we go. So I'm going to send Skarbamir to Der Free Shoots. And then Endark I'm going to send to the child. And that gives us something. I guess Jarrell could use some stats. Oh, I know. I'll send him... Yeah. We can add the queen in now. The queen's good for justice. Better than my my HEs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need someone for yeah. Okay, I got a better plan. Plan +1. Endark will handle the Knight of Despair. So we got the rookies on the bottom row of Central. One sort of higher level trainer on the bottom right. One sort of higher level trainer here. That gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs. We might want another. Technically, we've got Skarbamir over here with barely any room to grow by Der Free Shoots. That's probably going to be enough for training. All Sonic games? Well, there was that one stream where I played a bit. An old Polish game? I mean, probably not. I don't speak Polish, so... Probably gonna say all stream games must be in English. Or at least Canadian, if you can't handle English. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total. So that's our current training regime. I did do Chuck Witcher. Yeah. It's partially true. There was a lot of, let's say, fan theories about that one. Your first thing you done. Yeah, you should be alright down here, Sotraz. This Dreaming Current's probably about the chillest WoW tier entity we've got. I don't think I've ever seen it kill anybody. And it could only panic you anyway. So, that's probably not gonna happen. I've zoomed out too far. Next stream, gotta learn to read and speak Polish. Teach blue language. Oops, wrong job. Insight for Endark. So we get a little dawn coming up. Nothing to worry about. We must have some pretty efficient abnormalities here. If we can get half of our energy before the first ordeal, that's pretty solid. Or just my employees are really good at their job. Look at that, almost, I think, was that actually a perfect on the Snow Queen? Or, not the Snow Queen. Yeah, Snow White's apple. That's pretty impressive. That's why I'm not too worried about having her on the team. She does break out if you do poorly, but I see no reason to do poorly. Yeah, if those are old Polish games, sadly, I'm not familiar with them. Okay, let's trigger some robots. Snow White's orange, right. It isn't very red, is it? I mean, it's kind of red. I don't know. It's just got some holes in it. At least you didn't go for the other optional fruit that you could have gone with. I think Robert would have picked a different flavor of fruit. Alright, go kill some robots. Looks orange to you? Well, this one, yeah, this is definitely more of an orange than a red. I give you that. I think the shape is not really orange, though, because oranges are more spherical, right? Ooh, we haven't seen one of these in a while. We get a cyan noon. Did I just trigger... No, we just cleared it. I'm like, did I just trigger something bad? No, I just forgot about the robots, so it took a little bit longer. Okay, and then I'm one shy, so we'll just let someone say hello to One Sin. Bit peachy. Snow White's eggplant. See, there you go. I figured Robert would find some more fruit. Okay, so we haven't seen, if you haven't seen the blue noon in a while, it's my favorite because it's my color. So, yeah, get excited. Just gonna queue up some easy job for some of the rookies. Really just the 3 rookies need to be out of the way mostly. And let's do it. Yeah, good thing I got them out of the way. So, the sweepers. These are bad dudes from the Backstreet Boys. But it's only a noon tier, so they're not really that tough. So I think there's 3 groups of them. We just dogpile them. You know, as you do. Honestly, one of my guys can probably solo them pretty much on their own. It's kind of sad. Oh, there's some guys up there I missed. Oh, there's more guys up there. I missed a whole bunch of them. I guess you have to solo this group. Nothing there, just soloing them. Oops. Poor janitors getting slaughtered. See you later, Drax. Alright. So, different color ordeal. Nothing too spooky. Maybe if we had a blue midnight, that would be the ultimate final endgame challenge. Oops. We don't need to go to HR Spiders. Hold on. Save that for bad employees that have misbehaved. I guess I didn't turn on like colorblind mode for people who have, you know, red, green, blind, colorblind, or whatever other colors you've got. I guess I'll have to add some color narration as I talk about these games. I'll remember. Don't worry. Okay, better stop till the jobs are done. So I think maybe to save a little bit of time, I will only do like each of the 3 midnights once. Because I don't think we need to grind all day long every day. Sweepers killing just janitors. Yeah, it's kind of weird, you know? It's like they're fighting their own kind. But they're from the Backstreet Boys. It's the bad side of town. And I think they're always looking to kidnap people or something. I don't know. There's some backstory. There's some lore. There's some very dedicated Lobotomy Corp fans out there that could tell you a whole story. A whole fanfic about them, probably. The day the sweepers came through and swept them off their feet. Don't roll 30 for it, please. West Side Story, yeah, exactly. $40 That's fine. Did you hear that, guys? Dinner. 40 minutes. Something serious is getting cooked tonight. Serious. Hardcore cooking. We should be able to get a couple days out of the way by then. We better have chat. We need a text to chat for chat that goes to not my headset but to the Blue Ankylas's headset, so that every time someone's like Blueberry Muffins, you can just remind her. That way, I don't have to pass on the message from chat. Yeah, everyone come over for dinner. Sounds great. The Blue Ankylas will love a bunch of people showing up. I can barely convince her to let actual real-life friends show up. Okay, Green Dusk. Last time we had one of these, some bad stuff happened. Beginning of the stream, you know, somebody died, yada yada. Never repeat it. Can someone give me a ride? Well, you do have rides with queens, so I actually have one chocolate brownie in the fridge, so we don't actually need big dessert tonight. Okay, so let's group up a little bit for this one. Do my old double upstairs split. I think 3 or 4 robot generators will spawn, so I need some groups around to deal with them. Well, Robert will have to be blacklisted, Squatch Meal. I don't think we could trust Blue Ankylas with his comments, that's fair. He'll start telling her about Miss Blue Canada. What was it? It's just I forget the name he had. It's been a while. Wow, Twitch auto blocks the word waifu. That's pretty good. How did that get blacklisted from chat? What have you guys been doing on Twitch? Yep. Learning new things tonight. Alright, yeah, let's get going here. We're ready to go. So we're gonna send the rookies in to keep them out of the way. And then we're gonna kill all the bad bots. You don't have to go in there, you'll be fine. Only the bottom 3. Okay. Of course they spawn right on top of my rookies. They always do stuff like that. Okay, so there's nobody over here. You team... We're just looking for little, stationary robot dudes. Ah, there's one on this floor as well. So once the jobs are done, I might want to move those rookies out of the way. And then upstairs, kill team Bravo. Alpha and Bravo. Get to work. That one's a little bit far away. But it's best I can do. Okay. This is the most dangerous spot. Everywhere else should be fine. So let's keep an eye on the bottom left. But if we can take this out quickly... But, you know, I don't want these guys to die. That one's totally dead. Nothing to worry about. Okay, we got robots. Not in disguise this time around. Let me just throw some shields on in there. Just in case. I can't see anything. That's fine. Okay, let's just slow it down. The robot on the bottom right, yeah, that one died instantly. This guy up here also went down really quick. Yeah, so the upstairs is fine. Central, top, left, basically good to go. Let's just throw some healing bullets in there just in case. And then mostly keep an eye on this area. Looks like we got it covered. Nobody dead? Good job, everybody. What an awesome batch of employee / chat we got tonight. Okay, well, let's see what our midnight is then, I guess. Sotrez might have even helped a little bit there. It's hard to see, you know, when everything's falling apart like that, who's doing what, but I'd have to really slow it down and try to figure out which weapon was what. Oh, I lost my free shoot worker. Oh well. There's probably Scarlet here. That name sounds familiar. Okay. Alright, yeah, I remember that. Okay. The reason some of the meltdown numbers are a little different is just I didn't send everyone in before the green dusk. Only certain people dodge. I mean, it's a pretty good job if you like fighting monsters and slight risk of dying and resurrection and all that. You probably get memory wiped when you get resurrected though, so you might not really understand what's going on, but it's pretty difficult to die here permanently. But you might not realize, so you might think you're dying for real, which is a little bit different. No, I don't think we're gonna do this one. So this is the midnight that I don't like. That's the wrong job. This is why I said we might not be able to do infinite stat grinding anymore. Stuff like this. So I have completed a midnight, or a violet midnight once. It cost me about half of my base. So I don't really recommend. I think I'll just try to get in like one more group of jobs for my rookies, because you know, we're going to have to end the day a little bit early for these three, so they might not get quite as much training as usual. And yeah, I think if we tried to do the Violet Midnight, there's a reasonably high chance that someone would get sniped and I wouldn't be able to save them. You can keep your whole team grouped up and try to dodge and stuff, but it's pretty tricky. It's kind of like the Armageddon Bird event, where there's a bunch of sort of tablets you have to destroy, and then there's a bunch of random stuff killing you all over the place. Dodging it all is very fiddly, so I don't want to risk that. If there was a way to save it and practice a couple times, I'd probably be more willing, but the problem is it comes at the end of like a half-hour day, and it's got a really high chance of just, nah, you missed something, you're dead. So we didn't quite cap out some of those stats for the new employees, but pretty close by the looks of it. 120s are high enough for now. So it does look like in about 8 cycles, you can mostly cap your stats from hiring to max. Alright, here's time for dice rolls. Remember when I said the game might be pushing Aleph on us? Well, I think I'm going to re-roll this, but it could definitely go worse. So if it goes worse, then cry. But we don't want the mountain. I don't want Little Red, and Blue Star might be okay, maybe, but please no. So I'm gonna try to skip it. Like, if I had to pick one, I'd pick Blue Star, I think. So if I get 3 that are worse than Blue Star, then I'll be sad. But I think this is definitely reroll territory. Yep, that might have been 3 worse than Blue Star, maybe. Dang, game's getting serious. Let's see. This is difficult. Obviously the orchestra is the worst of the 3. So, Wah tier, Wah tier. This one you have to keep an eye on. It's not hard to work, but you can't move the screen off of it once you start, which is bad for the final set, especially when you can't pause the game. The nest, well, let me show my notes. Notepad++. Where is it? So I gave it an X, which is like, it might be the least bad of those three, but it's still not good. You know, it's actually probably not as bad as Blue Star. It's like, if Blue Star is dangerous, it's because with a negative 20% penalty, working it will be hard. Blue Star is normally not bad. Like if I didn't have to worry about Endgame, Blue Star would probably be fine. Naked Nest is kind of the same sort of problem. You have to have good stats, or you have to have a good success on it. And normally with no penalties, that's actually pretty easy. I'll just pick it. I think I have to pick it anyway, and then I'll just show you. The problem would be if this guy gets hit by a negative 20%, there's a chance for it to cause its effects, and that will definitely cause some problems. But even that's not quite as bad as Blue Star breaching, so it's not as, it's technically the reroll was a good idea. The game's just being serious, because this is not as bad as a Blue Star, definitely. Orchestra is definitely no. Burrowing Heaven would be too much of a pain. And I can mostly ignore this with high level stats. Like, this is one of the main reasons we're grinding our stats. With really high stats, I should be able to work this with a penalty and not worry about it. So yeah. That was tough. That was 6 picks that were all pretty poor. Not a lot of good options in those batch of 6, in that batch of 6. But, you know, we're running out of good picks, so it's going to get harder and harder to find nice stuff. I'll probably end up having to pick Blue Star eventually, but... Okay, so the nest. Wa tier. Just a random nest. It does have a cool arm cannon thing. So, observation concluded that employees with low HP are susceptible to its special ability. In particular, taking higher damage raises the probability of it occurring. And if you get a good result, it prevents the special attack. So, without knowing what the special attack is, getting a good is the target, which is a 15 to 22 range, is decent. I think Instinct has your best odds, so it's not impossible to get a good every time. But again, that's where I was like, if I get that big negative 10, 20% penalty, it might be hard to reliably get a perfect, right? Or a good. Secret of the Silver Blades, Dreadlords. Seems like that should be the right answer. I forget. No, maybe that was was that the cursed one? I can't remember which one was which. Anyway, back to this guy. So, normal results or lower have a chance of him doing something. If your fortitude is high enough, you have pretty low odds. So high HP is great. So again, high endgame stats should mostly protect us. If you fail to get a good and your HP is not high enough for whatever RNG, then you get a green skin and a rash and low movement speed. And then you turn into something else. And any employee that made contact with you while you were infected will spread. So essentially, if you fail, you will turn into something, and anything you've contacted will also. So it's kind of like a Melting Love effect, sort of. It's not quite as bad as Melting Love, but yeah. Anyway, that's your backstory on that guy. Hooray. The villain in Secret of the Silver Blades. The third game. Wonder if I... Maybe I had the wrong villain. Hold on. That should be a different one, though. If I even know how to spell it. Who knows, right? I could just look it up. How badly do you want to know the answer to that? That'll be 20 Ankylo points to request the answer. No, I'm curious now too. Hold on. Where's my bot? This is the script. I haven't looked at this in a long time. It's my murder mystery trivia. Okay, we're looking for... We're almost done. We're almost done. Silver. Oh. You're gonna be sad. Alright. It's the Dreadlord. Come on, guys, get it together. It's not just Dreadlord. He's got a, he's a, you know, he's got a title or something. Alright, let's recruit one more. Who's up next? I think Casco is occasionally in chat, so next employee to join the field. And then there's people like Lazarus just popping in out of nowhere. Hey there. Okay, let's find some gear for Casco. Let's strengthen his temperance before we get started with our 200 points. Ego lists. Casco can equip. Stream is half done. At least you didn't say a 1/4 done like some people would have. Casco can have... What's some good general purpose armor that I have to think about? I think the problem is you need level 4 for a lot of the stuff that I want to wear. Well, you know, this ecstasy gear, it'll do for now. It's not very good, but anyone can wear it. So there you go. You shoot bubbles out of your shark glove and you've got some purple colors. You know, pretty fun. Okay, so we'll just rotate the rookies through the training and we'll just keep going here. I'm going to try to get one more day done before I have to go for dinner. Should be fine. I do see some pretty cool ego gifts in there. That's the Black Swan hat. Something. It's not great, but, you know. Well, success rate plus 10. Actually, that's not bad. Hold on. That's plus 2% on your work. Any work plus 2%. I think I would take minus 4 HP SP to always have plus 2% on every single roll. That's not terrible. And then the work speed doesn't hurt either. That's another 2% work speed. Yeah, that ego gift, not terrible. The ego gift from the Dreaming Current kind of undoes the SP penalty. And if you get this one as well, you've definitely got more SP out of it. Could be worse. And then, if someone does manage to get the gift from the apple, I'll have to give them the weapon associated with it, I guess. But yeah, I don't really have the patience to try to grind ego gifts. That's just low percent rolls, not my style. Alright, keep going. So, we could also work it to train a little bit. It's not a super safe trainer. I guess you know, with high stats, right, you're probably fine. To the point where Thornum can even use attachment, which is the second best work on it. Instinct is the highest odds. But, you know, it's got 3 high stat skills. I don't trust this one very much. That's why I didn't want to pick it. It's just, it's creepy, so I don't like it. So I don't want to use it unless I have to. It's kind of like the Little Prince. I think we could work it safely without too much threat. But both of them have like an infection sort of effect that I would prefer to not have. Naked Nest, yeah. You were waiting for that one, I bet you, right, Rides? Saving that one up. Okay, so let's split our rookies up and maybe find some higher ranking employees that still need a few more stats. Casco is on HP job. Locke is on SP job. Sotraz is on Justice. So that's the 3 people that are training. And then everyone else that's training is just because they need some extra stats. Not because they're at level 5 or level 3, whatever it is. Alright, so what have we got down here? Could use a little bit of HP. You know what, Tonic? You can go hang out with the Naked Nest a little bit. Buttercup or Buttercup. You know, you can also hang out with the Naked Nest a little bit. They can get a little bit of work done today. Anyone that's sub 130 can do a couple jobs. We can do a couple insights on the Little Prince. I didn't really find anyone to do attachment with the despair. The truth is, there's just not a lot of people that need stats right now, so I probably should just give it up. Stop worrying about it too much. Except that basically everyone's capped out. Although there's some loss over time, for the most part, no one really needs to grind beside the rookies. So we can just keep going. Just get to work, Blue. Alright, so those are the 3 repeats. And then up here, we'll do a couple jobs. Oh yeah, so, okay, if you've never seen the Naked Nest work, there's this... one of the reasons I'm suspicious about it is what happens at the end of the job. And also during the job. Don't tell Robert. And then the screen goes black, or brown. So something happens when no one's looking. And it could be trouble. The spoiler text for that one is... it can enter through any orifice in your body, in case you're wondering. Oh, the swans aren't that bad. It's not even a real swan. They're just some guys standing around. Don't worry about these guys. It's just a dream of swans. Well, you killed one of them. You're not supposed to get normals. You're supposed to get goods. One of the 5 got turned to goo. But he's still smiling, so it's probably okay. You'd probably be more at risk if I had you up on the Naked Nest, honestly. I think I'll move Faith over to the Night of Despair. It'll be safer to train on. If I work 5 times on the Little Prince, there's some risk. "15 minutes to dinner. Oh, I better hurry. Speedrun strats engage. No time for commentary. Gotta click. Let's wait till that one gets refreshed. So let's see some ordeals. I should have waited a little bit longer. So there's some worms. Bet you're glad you got a gun now. Just hungry, hungry worms. Jumping around, trying to eat everybody. Oh, not a good spot there. No one defending that hole. Poor clerks. Kind of hungry? Yeah, me too. All these short-range weapons. Alright, job done. Continuing. I believe we're having some form of homemade chicken nuggets tonight, in case you're curious. If I click harder, the employees move faster. I thought I just had to yell at the screen and then they move faster. Guys! I'm trying not to break my mouse. There is a lot of furious clicking in this type of gameplay here, so I'm trying not to go too crazy on it. I don't want to have to buy a new mouse right now. It's not as bad as that other game I used to play way back in the day. I don't know if anyone remembers it. There's a game called... It's kind of like... kind of related to how, like, Guitar Hero works, sorta. It's not really like that, but... It's like mouse-based instead. It's called Osu, I think was the name of it. Anyway, it's pretty cool, but boy, do you click a lot on it. You trash your mouse real fast. It was fun. Homemade chicken nuggets, yeah. Blue ink glass is pretty awesome. Probably not helping you and your hunger. I want to keep these days moving a little bit quicker. Just cue some stuff up. It sounds incredible. Nice. Tell Mrs. Rides. Now, does Mrs. Rides also rides with queens, or is it rides with kings? That's the real question. Yeah, no. The current is lots of fun. I think he might get my vote for safest WoW abnormality. I'll wait till the cycles reset, but Crimson Noon's fine. She better not be riding with kings. There's definitely some chill WoWs though. The Shark Boy, pretty chill. Knight is pretty good. This thing's pretty chill. You know, there's actually not that. There's quite a few that might be closer to HE tier than WoW tier. Oh, right. Hold on, one more thing. Just a little bit of prep here. I don't know where the big clown will show up, but let's not be super silly. At least protect our hallways a little bit from the little clowns. Alright. And engage. You thought orchestra was the safest abnormality? No. Oh, did you get the swan hat already? That's good. Nice. Enjoy your slightly higher success rate. Okay, we got ourselves worm on the loose. Or, not a worm, a clown on the loose, that's right. Just the one. Still just the one. No problem. Get him. Got our bubble gun and everything. Alright, and then little baby clowns on the loose. I only see 2. I expect the third one. Oh, it's right here. With bubble attack, go. It's not a very good weapon. We're not going to keep the shark weapon equipped late game. I'll tell you that. Earlier on, I did try to make sure everyone got Letitia's hat, just for fun, because this one looks really comfy. So there are quite a lot of people running around with those, but they're starting to get replaced over time. Alright, dinner's gonna be coming pretty soon. Gotta get this day dealt with. Buttercup. Just send Buttercup to the naked nest. Don't worry about it. Don't ask what happens behind closed doors with the naked nest. Yeah, I'm not going to work with the mushroom if I don't have to. These guys probably don't need to do too many jobs with the naked nest, but, you know, trying to balance out my stats a little bit. The naked nest has killed your desire for dinner, yeah. What's our best culinary-themed abnormality here? Well, Letitia does give you a box of chocolates. It's just that they're probably filled with spiders. This little helper bot, he can probably cook dinner. But... also cook you. Snow White's apple is rotten. There's not a lot of good food in here. I wouldn't want to eat mushrooms after the Little Prince. There's not a lot of good food-themed abnormalities. Where's the good food? There's an abnormality called Meat Lantern. But you're not supposed to eat the flower. Absolutely disgusting. Okay, should be Dusk Ordeal next. I think I'm gonna skip that one. I don't think I have enough time to do Amber Dusk. So we're gonna have a real speedrun day and close up before that happens. Because that takes like 5 minutes. But we should be fine. You don't trust meat anything besides meatloaf? Just even confirming that it is meat does raise some suspicion, for sure, yes. Alright, and I think with that, once those jobs are done, we're just going to end day a little bit earlier. Blame the tasty chicken nuggets for ending our day quick. And who knows, we could have a midnight right after and we wouldn't even gain anything really for surviving it. Alright. Stats, come to me. 24 minutes, not bad. Rookies got to 130. 120 something. And 110 something. So Casco missed out a little bit, but overall that was pretty good. It's really the rookies that we're trying to make sure they get caught up. I mean, they'll never catch up because I keep recruiting them, but, you know, the cycle. Alright, what do we get? We're just going to take this shelter. The portrait's fine. But shelter's pretty good, so we'll just get that in there. Alright, so that leaves us 3 more tool or abnormalities and 9 more real abnormalities to try to dodge terrible stuff. I think... so far, we've dodged anything super terrible. I think our base is still quite well set up for Endgame. There's a couple slightly questionable picks, but that was inevitable. That was going to happen. Like, there's no way everything is easy. There are still some good ones that we might get lucky enough to find, or we might get some bad stuff. Notepad advertisement one last time. Starting back at the Zayn list. I would take the bald. I would take well cheers if it pops up because it's pretty much pointless. I'd probably take beauty if it comes. I'd take the bloodbath. Already got the armor. Got the murderer. I'd take fragments of the universe. Nope. Nope. Maybe nope, but okay. The dog would be okay. The bird I don't really want. Scorch Girl probably no. Shylock is probably fine, honestly. I don't think at a high level his negative 50% thing is going to kill anybody, so it's probably fine. We got Spider Bud. I'd take the Sleep Sheep. Probably take the Gazer. Like, most of the tests are pretty easy at this point, except for 2. So I'd skip those 2 and take pretty much anything else. And then in the HE tier, don't really want the Funeral, don't really want the Bear. Really don't want the Fetus. Rodolta would be fine. Scarecrow would be fairly annoying. Schadenfreude is... depends on where it is. If it shows up in the corner at the bottom, maybe. But I'd prefer not to have it. Singing Machine's a big no. We got the Child, we got the Snow Queen, and I don't want the Woodman. So there's only a couple HEs left that I would want. And then there's so many WAs, but... nope. Probably nope. Definitely nope. Got it. Got it. Got it. Would definitely take it. Firebird might be our best. Like, it doesn't even attack you when it breaches. So, like, that'd be totally fine. Don't want the Monk. Don't want Copyright Strikes. Little Red's pretty bad. Parasite Tree's real bad. The Bee's bad. Got it. Definitely don't want to have to stare at it. Got it. Don't want to have to chase it around. We've got Despair, got Little Prince, got the Nest. Do not want Hatred, and definitely do not want Yin Yang. So pretty good list. And then we've actually avoided all the A-lifts. So, like, I have to pick 9 more for sure before we even get to the end game. So, there's no way we can dodge everything that's annoying. But, the longer, like, it's also fair to be, like, think of it in terms of grouping, right? Like, I know everything upstairs is pretty safe, so nothing up here needs a lot of my attention when we get to the final conflict. This stuff is all basically autopilot. And if we can keep this tier also autopilot, mostly, then that's 2/3 of our base we can sort of ignore. And then if the bottom tier has some scary stuff, at least that's the only place I have to focus my attention. And then I can focus my micro skills, whatever they are, in one area of kind of tricky abnormalities. So I think that makes some sense. Keep it easy as long as you can. Save the hard stuff for the same location. Which does make sense. That's also where you put your strongest soldiers, you know, all that stuff. Okay, well, I'm going to leave now. We're going to have a dinner break. I don't know when I'll be back. It might be a little while. It's not quite ready, so... yeah, it might be like half-hour break. We'll see. It's dinner time. You know how it goes. I'll leave the music playing, I'll chat with you in chat a little bit, and when we come back, we'll finish grinding. I'm pretty confident we'll be able to get to Binah by the end of the stream tonight. Pretty much for sure. So, see you guys later. And, well, we're not closing the stream down, but, you know, if you leave, whatever. I'm just going for dinner. I'll leave the stream alive, but we're not going to be playing for a little while. So, dinner time. Who needs bandwidth? I've got infinite bandwidth. Well, hello there, live tubers. How are you guys doing? Dinner was delicious. As you would expect. Hope you guys didn't get into too much trouble in chat. Although, I have some suspicions. Yeah, Robert as usual. Okay, so as we get back into the game here, I'm gonna switch up the playlists from OC Remix or from Secret of Mana to something else. Gonna have a change. So we had some Final Fantasy IX earlier. You Googled something he told you. Oh, you should know better. You should know better by now. We did Final Fantasy IX, Secret of Mana, and now... Oh, we did some Xenogears earlier, too. Let's go... Let's see. You know, it... Two choices. Trying to feel like spooky, almost Halloween music, so... I think... If I can find a good link here on the OC Remix site. Not super long, that's fine. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Okay, so in case you're out of the loop, Castlevania music, pretty good, right? Singing. I tried. Next. Okay, same song, just less singing, hopefully. Alright. Vocals 0 for 10, yeah. Just doesn't do it for me when I'm trying to stream. The piano's fine though. This is nice background music. I like it. Undertale? No. Don't want to draw out that crowd again. Okay, so what prep work do we need to do before we get to work on day 29? Any prep work? I guess I need to recruit one more rookie and move someone around a little bit. But honestly, the amount of time we're spending per day I think is decreasing, so... should be okay. So Casco is on to probably Temperance. Sotraz is on Spirit or whatever. And then we'll have a newbie. So let's bring in... You know what? Seeing as you mentioned Undertale, we'll bring in Frisk. Probably someone from the YouTube, probably from someone from the live stream from the last time that was a big old Undertale fan. Or just name Frisk, you know, that's fine. Alright, so powered up a little bit. Find them some equipment. You never made the... I mean, you know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. You're super Undertale, yeah. You're so into Undertale, you can't contain it. So it's leaking out accidentally. Okay, we're gonna wear some lovely moonlight gear. And have some moonlight sword, maybe, if I can find it. There we go. Alright. This is the piano music armor. It's pretty nice. There's a piano in Undertale somewhere, I think. We got piano music in the background. Got piano on the bring. Okay, let's just get to work. Try not to get too caught up in the minor micromanaging details. We've had a really good setup so far. A lot of our success will revolve around getting good picks and not having bad facility. Yeah, piano in the background music, yeah. Everything's coming up. Pianist. I'm sure Robert knows a couple jokes about tiny pianists. I even got the blue Ankylos with that one. Jobs. Jobs. Alright, so... yeah, I'll get the buff done on the night there so we can work it safely. I should try to find a few people other than the rookies so we can speed these days up a little bit, rather than just doing the same 3 people over and over again. So, I think Sotraz, if you're still listening, you've probably moved on to your final day of training. Today you're with the Dimensional Refraction. It's a bit killy if it gets out, but I'm sure by now you're well vetted. You know how to work the facility. Alright, so... do we have anyone that I can train? That I want to train? Robotnik needs some fortitude. Okay, Robotnik, you know what that means? Where are you? You're going to the Naked Nest? And then over here, is there anyone that needs training? The answer to that is no, not really. Okay. Is there anyone in this department that should be trained? Endark could get some fortitude. Jarrell could get some prudence. Okay. I can handle that. Endark, come on down. And Jarrell, you're off to the, actually, you've got good pale armor. You're gonna go to the, bird. We haven't seen the Judgment Bird in a long time. Okay, good stats. Jelka could get some HP. Okay. I'm gonna send a few people to the Naked Nest. They'll probably only work it like a couple times each, but that's fine. And then top team, nobody's below 130 for now. So I'm pretty confident that other than the people I've moved already into a hallway, everyone else is at max stats. Pretty sure. Look at those almost perfect stats there on Tonic. At this point, the only real way for our employees to grow as we hit maximums is to, excuse me, to get ego gifts. Didn't I send someone down here? Who did I tell to go to the Night of Despair and then it didn't happen? Someone was supposed to work on their prudence. I think I misclicked. It wasn't one of these guys, was it? No, these guys are all fortitude trainers. So someone, I must have just missed them. Jarrell. Okay. Where'd he go? Is he just not there yet? I lost him. I don't know where he went. I have no idea where he went. Jarrell. We'll just summon him here, wherever he is. Alright. There he is. Oh, I sent him to the bird. Oh, I sent him over here. I never sent anyone to this one. I see what happened. Blue's just a big dummy, that's all. Okay, so I don't really have a despair person, cadet. No despair cadets. But we can do insight right here. Perfect. I even said, we'll finally get to use that bird again. The piano was actually pretty fire. Wow. Sometimes it all comes together for me. So this is 5 jobs queued up. How many per cycle right now? Probably 12 still, I think. I might want to fit one more just to keep the cycles even. So we'll have someone just... It doesn't really need the stats, we'll just keep them up there busy. If you ever have time to read her little dialogues when you get half energy, they're kind of funny. They go by pretty quickly, but I usually don't have time to read them out loud, but she does have little jokes in there or something. Alright, worms have been released. This area is probably safe. Well, you missed the best joke of the night, Robert, but it's all good. Alright, we're getting our groove on. Ah, tacos, good call, Rides. Hey, every day is taco day if you've tried hard enough. Taco Thursday, Taco Monday, Taco Friday, Taco Wednesday. Yeah, tacos are pretty much always good, I agree. Sometimes we even have nachos for breakfast. It's crazy. Man, being a grown-up is awesome. Remember when you were kids and you couldn't do stuff like that? You had to just eat whatever someone made. Couldn't have Taco Thursday. Breakfast burritos, yeah, we do those too. The Blue Ankylas has meal prep for the week usually. And she makes herself a bunch of breakfast burritos on the weekend for later. She's, yeah. I agree, Robert. She knows a thing or two about cooking. She also makes a mean sandwich. You can go out to eat anywhere in Vegas. I think it's not just eating out. It's probably more eating out at any time. I used to live in a small town, and by the time I got off work, everywhere you would want to eat out is already closed. So, once you finish work, you either went home and had a sandwich, or you just went to sleep. Alright, green noon. So, shouldn't be too scary. All you eat. Yeah, I've heard those casinos, you know, they give you cheap or free booze and infinite food just to hook you up to the gambling lights on that chance you'll fall victim to the addiction. They might get. Do they get mad if you like stick around too long without gambling? Like, you come in for the food and some drink, but if you don't start buying some chips pretty quick. Excuse me, sir. I'll notice that you haven't put any money down on the horse races yet. I think I lost one of my robots. Where'd it go? Where is it? Someone's gonna die. I can't see it. Ah, there we go. It blends in. This whole section, monsters just blend in. You can't ever find them. Just more people that are there, more that come in. Yeah, I guess that makes some sense too. Give out some free meals just to attract other people. Excuse me, sir. I see you've been at the buffet for 4 hours. But you said all you could eat. I'm still hungry. All you can eat waffles on pancakes. Sounds very... I don't know what the word is. Sounds very Parks and Rec, let's say, I guess. This is like elevator music, Castlevania. I don't know about this one. Next. Something about turning some cool, spooky Castlevania music into like elevator music seems kind of blasphemous almost. Yeah, we can do another round. Gotta keep an eye on these guys. If they ever look a little sick, we got a problem from the naked nest. I know I've been sort of autopiloting it, but, you know, one of these days, something's gonna happen behind the little screen. think we might just skip the Dusk Ordeal again. No real need to sit through and grind that. Well, it's not that difficult, but I think stat-wise, I don't need to spend tons of time on every day anymore. I need to focus my stats at the 3 who need them, and then we can do some mild training for the rest of the squad. But as long as these 3 continue to get most of the day up to dusk, we shouldn't need to go any further, and that'll save us some of the time. That's cool, Robert. There's, I mean, Vancouver's got a pretty wide selection of different types of restaurants, obviously. Coastal, you know, trade hub, vacation spot. But, definitely not... Wouldn't say there's a ton of Mexican restaurants. I also don't eat out very much, so I don't keep up with that very well. Okay, so that's a happy little day. Shouldn't have... That might be the quickest day we've had in a while, maybe. Nothing crazy happened. As much as I love grinding, and we've been grinding all day, kind of want to get moving forward a little bit. So, take that. Should come out to Vegas. Well, you know, maybe once the world stops burning. Okay. Time to pick. Now. So this is a hard no for the fetus. Today's shy look is Teth, so it's pretty easy to... I think we could mostly just ignore it. Like, we could pick it up, and I'm pretty sure we could work it with our high stats and it won't affect anything. It does have a mechanic where, like, if it's at the... Like, you have to send someone at the right time or you get bad results. But I don't think there's any consequence as long as you've got good armor and high stats. So... Also, Redulta's not that bad, but... I think we should take the easy ones now. If they give it to us, we might not see anything like this again in this late in the game. I'll double check the description for it, though. A ranch for bunnies? I don't know if I follow. Yeah, we'll take the easy one. If we see any more, we'll try to take the easy ones. It goes against my normal choosing selection is like gotta pick stuff with good armor and weapons and stuff. But we no longer get gear from them anymore. We've already got it all. So yeah, don't worry about getting hard stuff. I've got the great trainers all figured out already, so... let me just double check the mechanics here. You get a different result based on the face, so that's why it's kind of micro-intensive, sort of. 1 from 5. The worst one is face 5. So face 5 gives you 4 to 6 black damage at Teth. So if we're wearing at least wall armor, which we should be, that should be minus some 20% or 30 or 40% for rank difference. So we're probably only taking like 3 or 4 black damage. Even if you got a bad result, that's only like 6 or 8 hits or 12 hits at worst. That's not going to do anything. Yep, good pick. Nothing particularly helpful, but also for meltdowns that should be totally mindless. Sometimes you'll get a good result anyway, but it doesn't even matter. Okay. Let's keep it trucking. We'll keep the trainees down there. I think Sotraz has graduated. Look at all those good stats. Over 130 and everything. And then we'll move our new rookie, who will be... Casco. Didn't I do Casco already? I already have a Casco. Never mind. I just recognized the name. I have 2 Cascos. That's against the law. Hold on, I know how to fix that. No clones allowed in this place. Instead of Casco, we shall bring Dobry. Alright. And then some armor, of course. Okay, this is a good remix. I like this one. It's just bloody tears, but I kind of like what they've done with it. It's pretty cool. Alright, what does M. Dobry get? Madobry can have... I guess we were giving out these moonlights. They're pretty nice. Let me just double check. Yeah, no more Aleph gear to go out. Except for a couple weapons. And then the best WA stuff, we're starting to run a little bit low on the good WA gear. The ones I'm skipping all have some weakness, which I've been saying don't get those. The Cobalt Scar, those are good. Gold Rush is good, so there's 4 more, like, high-quality WA. Weak, weak, weak. We've got 1 more Ecstasy set, which is average defense. We've got 2 of these Swords Sharpened with Tears. So there's at least 6 good ones, plus a half a one. And that's pretty much it. Not bad, not bad. Who's this Costco fella? Definitely not the real Casco. Alright, so M. Dobry's in there. So, you know what we're gonna do with clones? Where is he? He's totally... he's like a enemy spy or something. He's infiltrated our facility. He's not the real Casco. So we'll have him work this fancy tool that can change anything, even lies. Boy, I sure hope we got the clone and not the real one. Or I'll feel a little bad. Well, he's pretty dead. And then, yeah, there's your Today's Shy look. Just moves back and forth. For now, we ignore it. Yeah, the Today's Shy look abnormality we just ignore because it's shy. Don't want to make it feel bad. Alright. So hopefully I can get 2 more easy abnormalities up in the middle section. And then the tool should be okay. Alright, so Casco, the real Casco, totally the real Casco, is going to go over to the left. Oh, I forgot Dobry. Hold on, I forgot one thing. And we're at the beginning of the day, so I should just reset. Sorry, the clone of Casco gets 1 more try. I find it's a lot easier if I just put some points into Temperance on day 1, so. Come on, Lobocore. We've been grinding too much, it can't keep up. Alright. Yes. Good. cursed bloodline. Now we kill him again. Wow. Welcome to Lobotomy Corp, Robert. I tried, but I couldn't make it. That song was just too much. What's dead may never die? Isn't that what you're going for? Okay, let's try this again. Good thing he didn't move departments or something. Secretly, he's an abnormality. Can just do things on his own. Alright, so now we split up our team. The real Casco. Ndabri. And Frisk. Oh, right. Don't worry about that. It was just your clone. So what else are we doing besides these 3 jobs, eh? Is there anything else to queue up? You know, we'll get a couple people who are borderline stats. Dinner was great? Yeah, right on. Wow, everybody is just so well trained. I actually was expecting our stats to decrease quicker. So far, stat decreasing over time has been pretty small. Noticeable now and then, but overall, kind of tiny. Some great Castlevania rap going on in the background, right? Yeah, okay. We don't need too much more of that. Well, I found 2 people that have lowish stats to grind in the background, and that's it. Alright, well. I guess we just start automating a little bit. You know, we have lots of abnormalities we can work. It's not a big deal. If you want to go fast. The grossest themed abnormalities? I mean, it's weird. Some girl, I believe it's supposed to be, that was just too shy and people bothered her until she made faces to show her emotion out of other people. Just a sheet of skin, yeah. Well, they're real faces. It's not helping, is it? The nest thing is probably worse. Yeah. Yeah. Of the stuff in our base, something between Letitia's spider presence, the naked mole. There's something I find really creepy about Dream of a Black Swan. Even though it's just some guys blinking. I don't know. Something about that one. It's okay. I'm not a big fan of rap either. But fortunately, I don't know any words to Cardi B. So you got that one over me. I mean, I've got nothing against rap personally. It's just... I'm too busy listening to video game music to catch up with the modern popular stuff. Yeah, we got some good Twitch. I don't know what to call them. I call everyone on YouTube, like, you know, blue tubers and so on. I still haven't figured out a good, like, Twitch tubers kind of name. Twitchsters. Some YouTubians and Twitchsters. Twitchenku? I mean, it has to be something I can say. Like, blue tubers was just very easy to combine the words together. Twitch doesn't quite match up like that. Maybe I haven't tried hard enough. The coveted blue check mark? Ooh. Is that the verified status thing? Or partnered, I guess, maybe? I wonder what the requirements are these days for the YouTube verified. Probably gets larger every year. Gotta be actually real life famous now. Internet famous doesn't count. Purple Noon? Gross. Oh, fake rappers? That's even worse than real rappers. I mean, nowadays, I mean, it's not even new, but the idea of like auto-tune and sort of musicians being there more for their dancing or body than their actual art, like musical talent, that's not a new thing by any means. So. Pretty spooky music. I don't know if you guys are scared yet. Should be. It's like some crazy rock band or Guitar Hero thing where you're just lights flashing all over the screen. Guitar solo. Okay, so Purple Noon is special. We always have to do Violet in a specific fashion. No, I don't want you. Well, it's fine. Okay, nobody important is in any main room. Ah, good old one-shot mechanics, everyone's favorite. Alright. Squisher! don't get squishers downstairs very much. It's kind of weird. I don't know if I've ever seen them in welfare or discipline. I mean, Robert is a special tier of abnormality above the Alephists, probably. What would we call that? A tier beyond Aleph abnormality? It doesn't even need a name, really. It's just the Robert tier. That's right, this has all been a sting. The FBI would like to know your location. We've had this fool blue Ankylo account for years. Making videos from the FBI headquarters, waiting for someone to spill the beans in chat. Yeah. Don't worry, it wasn't for you, David. It was solely for Robert. Ever since the Chuck Witcher story came out, they've been onto it. Hey there, welcome back, KYC. We are, of course, still grinding, but we're making progress. We're getting downtown. Only a few more days to go. We've got nicknames over on the YouTube side now already popping up for newbies. I guess it's 8:30. Well, I mean, does it look like we're past Binah yet? You can probably figure that one out. I don't have to explain it. Did you miss? Are you late for work, Soldraz? Don't let the Blue Ankylo stream get you in trouble. Oh, right, for the boss, I see. Never mind. I have a hard time keeping up with all the chat, obviously. Just grinding, yeah. I mean, this is perfect. I grind the abnormalities, you guys grind the Ankylo points. See who can get in top place. Honestly, match made in heaven. Soltras, how do you only have 473 points? I feel like that's just not as many points as you should probably have by now. Did you lose them all gambling or something? Seems lower than what normally. Just lurk. I mean, lurking gets you quite a few points too, I thought. Maybe the bot's messed up. Yeah. That's mission 100. There used to be confirmed messages, but then it just spams the chat, so I turned those off. It will tell you, I think, if you're out of points, I think. So, like, if you don't have enough points to forward game, it'll be like, hey, you can't play unless you can't bet more than you own, kind of thing. Or if it's on cooldown, it's like, hold on, just wait till the cooldown's up. Well, the mission one is like simple RNG, and you can bet an amount you'd like. The boss minigame is more like, there's actually some calculations involved for what type of member you are. Like if you're just a regular viewer, well, sorry, like a new viewer, a regular status, which we don't work with very often, but there is a regular status, or a subscriber or whatever, gives you kind of different stats. And then the more people join the boss one, the more interesting and valuable opponents will appear. So if a lot of people join up and you beat the boss, you'll get a lot more Ankylo points out of that. Like, and also you can probably see there, I believe the multiplier for that mission game probably is why Squatchy Meal got bonus points. I'm pretty sure that was set up at some point. So there's some perks for people that pay money. Other than that, you know. Anyway, day completo. Don't worry about the death. That's nobody that matters. It was a clone. Might be time to update the music. I have a feeling we're running out of Castlevania 2 songs. Those are all not good. Alright, reroll button. You gotta do better than this. If I had to pick one of those, I'd probably take that one, but... Ugh. For The Messenger, that'd be cool. The Messenger's got a really good soundtrack. I could just play that. Alright, reroll button. You're not here to support the channel, you just want the point multiplier. Whatever works, you know. It's like founder badges and blue Ankylo points and emotes. Just collecting them all. Gotta go collect them. Go! Well... the game is really pushing this White Knight on us. Like a real White Knight is being very pushy. I guess I offended his girlfriend, so he's all like getting in my face, telling me, you know, just back off, mister. You're not a real nice guy. I'm the only one who can protect her honor. Stupid White Knight. But yeah, we'll take the old lady. It wasn't my top pick, but it's better than anything else by a large margin. The Clouded Monk would be okay, but it does get released based on clerk deaths. But it's pretty easy. It's not like the Big Bird if it escapes. Like, Big Bird is a jerk, and if he escapes on Trumpet 2, he just stays out. The Monk would be like, he'd break out, and you just have to smack him, and then that would be the end of that. And it's like, I think it takes 30 dead clerks for this guy to get out, so it's not terrible, but, you know... But the old lady, well, the only problem with the old lady is, I'm not even sure if it matters. I'll show you the mechanic once we get to the next day. I was trying to sort of skip her if I could, but it's probably not a big deal, and she's going to be way better than most of the bad late game stuff. She has a kind of negative effect if you ignore her, and we're ignoring her, so she's going to have a... kind of a cloud effect. It doesn't actually kill anybody, but it's... I don't know, it kind of slows things down. It's like old grandma telling you stories, never shuts up. I love you, grandma, but... you know, I got games to play. The video games, the online match is waiting for me. All my friends are waiting. I gotta go. But yeah, it's only tests, so it's definitely better than the other ones. There are only 2 tests that I would skip, and it's not this one. Okay, so let's just keep bringing newbies in to train them up. Seems like my regimen is working pretty well right now. I think I'll send Katsuko to finish HP training in the nest. And... yeah, we'll just take the next name here. The next name is... Oh, you know, it's time for Cat No, Cat Ankylo is the last one. Everyone else gets in first. We save Cat Ankylo for last. I'll bring Need in. Right, I'm just going to change the music before we go back into. Cat Ankylo will have his time, don't worry. I think I need to upgrade some people to Cobalt Scar, because it requires more levels than we start with. And then I can hand down the Crimson Scar to someone else. And the same thing with these, because this stuff is really good. So let's pick someone in WoW, like Casco, and give him the sword armor. And as well as Casco, we'll pick one more, which can be Locke. Just kind of upgrade a couple people where I can. And then I'll upgrade some Crimson Scars too. I mean, it's not like there's a huge difference or anything, but some WoWs are better than others. Yeah, so like this one is the Crimson Scar, but for whatever reason the Cobalt Scar is kind of a higher equipped rank. And that way I've got a couple more level 3s for my rookies. As we add them to the team. So we've got those two, we've got the Ecstasy, and there should be one more. We'll go Hornet first. Alright. So I've got easily room for 1, 2, 3, 4 more rookies with the kind of armor I want to give them. But we'll need to start going into another tier eventually. We'll probably pick something that's like weak to red or white. A lot of things do black damage, so I want to avoid that if I can as a weakness. But, oh no, I'll just have to be careful a little bit. It's going to be a very large and full base, so you could probably take a guess that armor that has a higher level requirement or stat requirement is probably better too. Some of them have special effects, like heals a small amount of sanity points to employees in the same area every so often. So that would be worth giving for a big boss fight, maybe. A little bit of healing over time to people, like, you know, that'd be cool. Before I forget, Kneed needs to get some temperance. We still have 208 lobotomy points. So many points. Yeah, we're basically done the playlist for Castlevania. Okay. I will check for a messenger. Why don't we? I do like, you know, messenger was really good. I don't think there's going to be a full game OC remix for it. OC remix, mostly people just remix like one song at a time. And it takes a long time for an old game to build up a whole, you know, album's worth of music. Yeah. Well, hopefully, I don't think we'll get copyright flagged. We'll see. You know, we're just grinding anyway. The future tubers probably won't watch this. Let's see. There we go. Alright, so we start in the past. Some of my favorite music from the Messengers, the past versions. Yeah, as long as like 1 or 2 people listen to this and then they're like, I should go play this game again, I'd say it's a net win for them. Alright, that should keep us going for a couple hours. And we're actually getting pretty close to the end of our list of names. Although I have some more, but the end of the pre-gen ones, anyway. Not bad. We're still at, like, 4 per department. I don't know if I should have been aiming for 5 per department. I don't know. I'd have to do a pretty significant grind to catch up the full sweep for every single room. I think we'd run out of armor. Because 5, that'd be 40, or sorry, 20 here, 20 here, and another 10 on the bottom. That's 50 suits of armor and weapons. I think we're going to be pushing it already. Because we've got, like, 16. We've got 17 really good armors. And then, I mean, there's enough WAs, but again, how many of these are really good? Maybe another 10 or 20. And then there's some lower tier ones in here. And having employees that are weak in the end game is just a liability more than an assistance. So we want high stats, but also good equipment. And there's a limit to how much equipment you can get. Yeah. Okay. Man, now I want to play the Messenger again. I think if I was going to speedrun a game, the Messenger might be the right kind of thing. So the music, it's got a nice gameplay flow, very Metroid Castlevania-y. But I'm just never going to be a speedrunner. Sorry, Tim. Oh, right, so the old lady. Keyboard controls. That's right, I can't speedrun it because Windows 10 hates me and my gamepad is not connected. It is a good game. It's got some, like, it's difficult at first, but the controls are really tight once you get the hang of it. Way better than old school, like, Ninja Gaiden, where it was fun, but whoa. So she's got a 4 clip off. Let's just remember that for later. Like, all the music in this game is awesome. I don't even want to talk. I don't want to break up the cool music. So we're training up Casco over here. Kneed and Kafrisk and Kadabri. And that's, I think, everyone that's on the list right now. While they're working, I'll double check the rest of the departments. They're looking pretty capped to me. Not bad at all, team. Yeah, definitely the stat losses per day might be like a 50% chance to lose 1 stat or something like that. It's pretty low reduction. So remember the little old lady? Well, every time you work somewhere that's not her, she gets -1. So now she's at 0, which means she's angry old lady. And so the reason I didn't want her is this little mechanic here. So she's gonna be like this, melted down all the time. If she melts down, which, you know, we'll get during the suppressions, you can just send someone to work her, right? Wrong. You go in, I guess if that clears it, I wasn't sure if that would actually clear the meltdown, but it gave me a result, so I think it will. All this does is paralyze this guy for some time and deals a bit of sanity damage. At high levels, the sanity damage like doesn't even matter, but it is kind of annoying that we lose control of someone for, well, let's see how long it takes. Not that long. Maybe, what, 10 seconds or so? I guess that's pretty mild. I was just thinking, you know, that's not the best mechanic when I'm trying to micro a huge base, but Probably I'll just send someone in there. Assuming it clears the meltdown, I can just forget about them and they'll come back a little bit slower. So actually, that's totally fine. Probably. I mean, we'll see. I mean, when I was making my notepad, I was just comparing them to other Teths. So even the most annoying Teth mechanics is still nothing compared to the Aelus. And then I guess we're just gonna have some filler jobs up here. Only got 4 that I'm training. Yeah. So that gives me 6. I think we're at, what, 13 ticks per day now, maybe? Something like that. Let me split up some hallways here. Prepare for clowns. You know, I say prepare for trouble, but there's just clowns. The music is so good, yeah. Funny, huh? Alright. That should cover the clowns. You should go play some Messenger later. Probably download and install it pretty fast. Almost worth the copyright strike. Well, I don't know. I don't remember getting any copyright strikes when I did the Let's Play. That was a pretty easy clown. No clowning around on this channel. If you've never played the Messenger before, try to remember these songs a little bit. Like, I don't know how I would explain it, but like, just remember the general theme, and then in a while, recall back a little bit. You know, there'll be some callbacks in a while. This is boss music, and it's real thumping. Right on, rides. I think this is specifically the first boss. I think each boss has its own music. This is even better than like Lobotomy Corp, like suppression music. Oh, a little bit too quick. Man, everyone's good. I can't even be like, oh, this one's not quite as good as the last song. This, like, is one of my favorite ones. This is actually one of my favorite songs on this LSD. It's the grassy area with all the water. Looks real friendly. There's actually no boss in the area. It's so good. got that chip tune sort of background beat. Yeah. It's fine. There's no Library of Ruina after we're done this game. We might play some more Messenger. Just sit in the shop. Oh yeah. Read the like 20-page long story just so you can listen to the music. Same kind of ordeal as the first one, honestly, so we'll just pop it. Clown, where are you at? I don't even see it. Well, it's dead. I couldn't. I prepared my guys so well, I couldn't even figure out. Whatever, it's fine. Apparently that was an ordeal. Sorry, Rides, your clowns are no longer a serious threat to this facility. We have evolved beyond the clown. Hey there, Gentlepede. Twitch Ankylotubers. Yeah, we're still working on that name. Blue Witchians? Maybe. Twilight Bloobers. Nope. Trying. One day it'll come to me. It'll be glorious. Yeah, I know, right? It's right. Hey there, Blitchers. Yeah, no, I don't think that'll fly. The cool viewers. Sponsorship team. Or like, if YouTube pays the bills, then Twitch's retirements, right? Waifu-less? That's right, it's banned over there. Twitch, apparently Twitch chat is so toxic. They've got, like, random words banned from the, And it just happened again. Yeah. Can't say things like that on Twitch. Ah, Twitch sucks. Can't even say waifu. I'm out of here. That's great. I just want to know how they got that word banned. What did they do? This is racist. Twitch's anti-anime, whatever, memes, I guess. I just assume someone has, like, seriously abused that word bad enough for the Twitch admins to add it to the list of banned words. Someone got real salty over that. They didn't waifu response. It's just funny how YouTube doesn't even care. It's fine. Do whatever you want. This is YouTube. Google doesn't care. Why should you? Just do whatever you want. We could do a Dusk ordeal, but I don't think we'll need to. think a little bit more noob grind here and that'll be done. Perfect! Kneed! Got a perfect today. Is that a new movement, Robert? Hashtag ban waifu? Alright. Complete. I'm assuming we got the stats we need. I'm not going to look too close, but they look fine. Oh, those are pretty bad options. I think pretty sure I'm gonna go re-roll. I'm just thinking if I had to pick one. We're getting to the bottom of the barrel though. This is not a great spot for Slime Girl. Top left connects 2 directions. Is this the one for the sky level? Or the no, I think it's a sky level, right? No. This is the crags on the way up to the ice mountain, right? Or is it sky? Okay, well, that was my first guess. Should have always go with your gut. Never backtrack. It's good too. Oh yeah. I mean, is there a bad one? Well, I'm sorry, Sotraz. I don't know much about Battle Brothers, but... Wolves, man. We're gonna re-roll. I think if I had to pick one, I'd go with the monk. But it might be better to go with the bee. I don't know. The bee's bad, the love's bad, the monk's bad. Okay. This gets a little tricky. So Yin is obviously a pass. That's vetoed automatically. Now, nothing there. You know the drill. Nothing there is pretty bad if it gets out, but not really that hard to work most of the time with high stats. Or would I go with the slightly weaker, but more guaranteed to break out? See, the problem with the funeral is, although it's a pretty easy breach, well, it might be weak enough that we just ignore it, and then when it runs into people, we kill them. It's only HE tier, so even if it gets out, it's like, whatever. It'll kill some clerks, but it won't do too much. Well, the reason I'm a little bit careful about these is the minus 20% clip-off penalty for the meltdowns, right? Like, normally nothing there is fine. If it breaches, you lose. But as long as it doesn't breach, it's fine. The problem is we're going to hit whatever color meltdown that gives it minus 20% success per go. So we need to be able to work it with a very large penalty. But maybe minus 20 is okay? I mean, we're going to have max stats, so I don't know what the odds would be. As long as we've got really well-trained employees, I think we could handle it with a minus 10. Like, normal is fine, minus 10 is probably fine, and then the minus 20 is right at the end. And then it's less micro than something that breaches all the time. Yeah, and there is ego gifts, of course. I haven't really started farming gifts, and I don't know, I probably won't, to be honest. It was on my list. Hold on, let me just pull up my notepad advertisement. So, HE tier, the funeral, I was like, avoid if possible, but take if you need to, was kind of my logic here. Not the best one, but, you know, it's fine. It's just gonna breach. As long as we have high stats, and, you know, we need high stats, it's gonna breach. But it's weak. So the thing is like, okay, well, then would you take nothing there, which is less likely to breach, but with a big enough penalty might. And once it breaches, you're screwed. It's more risky. I'll take them. Maybe that'll calm the box generator down a little bit. We'll finally have an Aleph in our base. Probably doesn't make any difference, but... After we finished researching him, I don't think he's ever breached unless I messed up. So... I have faith in the employees. Probably shouldn't. I mean, we went a long way without getting a single Aleph, so I think I probably pushed my luck on that enough. I don't want it to be like, choose one, Army in Black, Melting Love, or the, you know, White Knight. Because eventually it's going to hit something like that, I feel. Should be fine. Attachment works pretty well for an Aleph. And it does give you the healing, means 2%. Unless we grind for it, it's not going to happen, but if someone gets lucky enough to get it, sure. Well, what I need, Rides, is someone reliable to work it. This is probably one of the first ones where we need to make sure someone can work it with a penalty. But I also haven't really thought about it with the new stat cap. Because the Hawkma stat cap unlock is something we haven't really seen before. Like, no one had perfect stats, really, before we reset. So our odds on him should be a lot better than sort of what I'm used to when back in the old days where 108 was the top. And then we just started getting 128s and then 138s now. And in terms of just flat, like going from 108 to 138 approximately is another 30 points. That's 6% odds just on its own. And that definitely helps. That's a lot of HP to not die to red damage too. Yeah, I don't regret my decision. I just... You know, we have to start preparing for Endgame being annoying. Oh, I mean, I don't trust anything at this point. None of the Alephs are going to be easy. So getting as few of them as possible is still kind of the goal. Alright, newbie. We'll bring Jean Matthew. Give him some gear. Well, I'm not really going for effect right now. We're just going for good stats, so... Good defenses for now. Once we do the suppression, we're gonna have to talk about, like, the right kind of equipment. Because some equipment has some cool, like, secondary effects. Alright, let's keep going. We could be grinding ego gifts right now, but yeah, I don't think we need it. I don't. Honestly, the rookies, if they get the 3 from the ones the rookies train on, it's not even that bad. Because we get a small HP SP penalty, a really nice success rate up. We get our SP back that we lost, and then a little bit bonus on top of it. So lots of sanity, some success rate. On its own, that's a pretty good training set. It'd be nice to toss in something else like HP or I don't know what else we'd want, but well, you know, something like, you know, insight plus 3% would be nice for certain people, right? Like if I could find an ego gift that gives you like attachment work plus 3% or 5% or whatever, that'd be pretty nice to combo on, you know, this punk. Almost forgot. Well, we're well over the 200-point lobotomies. Yeah, the ego gifts are great. But it's so low odds, especially for the Aleph stuff, that it would take so long to reliably get a set of them. I think Thordum was saying back when he did this, he made a spreadsheet with all the different slots of accessories and then tried to match up sort of best in slot for each one for like everybody, or at least some of his squad. And I look at this as like 2% odds. I'm like, it's just never gonna happen for me. This is a good track too. Yeah, it's a lot of work. No, there's a reason I haven't committed to that ego grind. Okay, what I'll do is protect from clowns right away. Just to get that out of the way. Might as well. Some of my earlier employees that trained for a lot longer, they, yeah, Sotrez. Music's good, man. Messenger, highly recommended. Back when we were doing the beginning part, some of my earlier recruited employees will have a lot more ego gifts on them. Some of them anyway, although they're much weaker ego gifts because they were just from, you know, Teths and stuff. Okay, I think... Oh yeah, I just have to set up the rookies. So, John Matthews, the new guy, he goes on the Dreaming Current. We got M. Dobry for the Dimension, and Kneed for the Dream. Other than that, there's not really much to worry about. We'll just select things that seem fair as we go. I found a pretty good way to train people up, so pretty happy with that. We'll just queue up a couple things here and there. Everyone in that department's fine. So let's just have a look at Nothing There's odds. Yeah, so we can crack very high. Just barely. But that requires like 150 temperance. Crazy. I don't think I've ever seen Nothing There with a very high success rate. That's pretty darn good. So I'd say if we can hit very high at 0%, negative 20% should be fine. It'll still be high. Like, look at this. We can get 30 points. Nothing wrong with that. You just need to make sure you don't die in here for the most part. You just can't die or get a bad. So you have to get at least 16 and not die. And that's... seems reasonable? I don't know. Also, working it a couple times will definitely get your temperance to cap, because it's such a high level abnormality. So this is a nice easy way to keep our temperance and fortitude basically at the level cap. He's alright. Of all the Alephists right now, he's one of the few ones I don't mind having in my base. Most of them are a hard pass, but him, Censored, Blue Star, they're on the list for gotta take somebody. He's more of a... he's fine until he breaks out. The problem is really if he gets out. Yeah, Knight is nice. This is a pretty well set up base, in my opinion. There's not a lot that can go wrong here. So far. Oh. Well, if he gets out during a core suppression, we're just screwed, so... yeah. That's the trouble. Anybody need a little bit of attachment? We've got, actually, with nothing there, really good attached for training. Nah, everyone's basically capped. I guess what I'll do is I'll let nothing there keep this department at temperance cap, pretty much whenever we got him. Couple works over here. You should be an expert. Well, I would say even just watching a Let's Play for a while, you should have a pretty good feeling for what it takes to play the game, yeah. Oh, you're one of those chatters that tries to ruin streamers' runs, yeah. Yeah, that's why I never trust chat. It's just the friendly advice. Oh yeah, you should just take a couple of these. It's fine. They look cool. Totally not intentional. Alright. Did we miss any? Oh, over in the corner. One last little robot. Nah, it's all good, Juju. I'm just... it's the nature of streaming. There's a fair number of trolls that just show up and either try to spoil things for people or give you bad advice, let's just say. I generally go 50-50 when someone in chat tells me. I'm reading my notepad wrong. Triple X are the best. The thing is, we don't even need stat gains anymore. We've already got that part of the grind done. The next grind is just to not get killed by picking the wrong stuff. But I am pretty happy about these 31s out of 33s. I like that. I think nothing there will be fine. As long as we've got high-level employees. Because we can test out our odds at minus 18% if we wanted. And maybe I'll do that, I guess. Why not? Just to get an idea of what the worst meltdown would be. As long as you've got good employees. Oh, purple noon, right? So. Start preparing for the crusher. Weren't you supposed to be down? Alright, that should cover us, I think. So at minus 12%, so there will be a lot of minus 10% meltdowns. So we'll see this quite a lot during the suppression. We don't even need new stat gains if we take the terrible ones. There you go. Oh yeah, the goggles are pretty decent. So, as long as we're not dying, or getting a, what is it, a 16? Negative 12 seems like we're definitely in the safety zone. At negative 12 is the point where we're starting to get normal. But, we can definitely hit slightly worse than this regularly during the final, suppression stuff. So we need to be able to reliably clear negative 18. And I think we can, it's just... It's a little bit like, whew, are you gonna die? Or are you gonna get 14 and then you die anyway? Yeah, it's not a... That was pretty close. I'm not super happy about that. That was only minus 18. Minus 20 is gonna be a little worse than that one. 19 is fine, but we definitely can't go much lower than 19. And that guy, that was actually only wearing, Wah armor, so theoretically the damage is fine, it's just can't get it bad. It'll be fine for a while until it's not fine. I'm trying to reduce the number of things that can wipe me out during the final phase. So, all right, let the squishing commence. Goodbye. Now, let us defeat... I guess we only ever seem to get one at the top of Central. I don't think I've ever seen it on the bottom of Central or to the Welfare Discipline. Famous last words, but really, I don't... Maybe. Don't think I've ever seen it down here. The tentacle things, yeah. I mean, they one-shot you if you're underneath them, for sure. Well, even if nothing there broke out, on a day like this, we can handle it. It's just, during suppressions is a problem. There aren't too many breaches we could not handle right now. Well, I'm not going to push our luck anymore up here, but... Definitely need lots of people with cap temperance. Ha! Ha! Oh, also, hey there, Julian. Missed you. Probably was about to die to nothing there when you popped in. I'm addicted to gambling on Aleph. It'll never stop. But we still have no escape on clerk deaths, so that's great. And we'll be able to get a tool. So there's no more regular abnormalities in this section. We're home free for the middle layer now. This is your favorite track? If you want to take an answer, the Ankylobot, you go exclamation point answer space, well, the answer, whatever you think it is. There you go. Some questions will be much harder. Alright, we'll probably end our day before the Dusk Ordeal. No need for that. Probably these guys are all capped temperance again. Yellow Ankylos are alright. That's just the beginner form. At least on my screen, your name is also yellow, so it seems fitting. Well, then you gambled. Alright, we should be able to get one more round with the rookies, and then we'll call that a day. We'll get a 4th slot tool today. See what we get. There's a few bad ones, of course, but there should be a few left that are mostly nothing to worry about. Opaque Ankylo. Well, we have like Cylon Ankylos up in the higher ranks. That was from the Battlestar Galactica days. Don't really have any like transparent opaque style. Too hostile, Juju, according to Twitch. Twitch thinks you're hostile. Better calm down or you're gonna end up getting banned. You can't even say waifu on Twitch anymore. Alright, S rank, of course. Yeah, stats are all capped, so we stayed long enough to get our stats. We didn't need to do any more. This is the Tower of Time, right? I remember the TikTok. Or no, not the Tower of Time. This is the final dungeon with the clocks. The actual clocks. Duh. Yeah, final dungeon. Well, for tools, obviously no Old Faith. Let me have a look. I always forget which one's which for these sorts of things. Notepad++, highly recommended sponsorship deal by purchasing some open source software that's much better than Notepad. Heart of Aspiration, what does that do? Heart's okay, you just have to get into combat before you return it. We're not taking the Old Promise thing. What was the other one? Flesh Idol, I don't think we want that either. So yeah, that's the weird timing one. I don't like weird timing ones. It's pretty nice, but I don't like it. Nah, sorry Juju. Flesh requires you to keep track of the time. If you stay too long, your entire base dies. If you don't stay long enough, you die. So it's a base wiper just waiting for you to forget to click it. It does heal people, but it also wipes your base, so no thanks. I think the heart will be the safest bet here. It's a bit tricky, but you can pick it up. You just can't return it till you go to combat. Alright, we could re-roll, but this is fine. There's not that many left. It's just as likely that next time we have a train. We'll double check its information. Yeah, I can't recommend the train. I don't think I've shown it off camera very much. The way the train works is every some number of seconds a light turns on. Once it gets to 4 lights, if you haven't sent someone to work on it, a train comes by and kills you. Just flies across the screen and kills you. Not everyone, just anyone it runs into. I mean, it's kind of cool, but yeah. Yeah, just don't take it without going to fight. Don't return it without going to fight. You can't ask Robert about anything, Rides. He's got a story for every subject, every noun in the English dictionary. Okay. We get 2 days of no abnormalities to train up some rookies, and then we head downstairs. So I think... Okay, hold on. There's a question coming up. We could go to extraction first and get the suppression on that side before we even unlock 4 more. Is that better? Or worse? Do we want more slots for our abnormalities and our employees? Or do we just want to start it? So, it might be better to do it first. I was assuming that I would open up all the slots so we'd have more days of training. If I do the bottom left first, there's no meltdowns over there. It's immune to meltdowns. We could get, 3 more abnormalities. And then there'd be 5 more employee slots. And 5 more days of training. But I'm not really training much anymore. So if we go black side first, we'll just do the suppression. That means our last memory imprint day before, suppression, possibly rewind, is day 36, not day 41. We're actually almost there. I haven't decided yet. I need to think about that. More employees is better, but we're getting close to our gear limit of good gear. Maybe, I don't know. It might be better to just have 5 more employees. But also then the risk of getting bad abnormalities rises. If we just don't get any more hardly, then we just do the suppression. Well, either way, it would be... If we go left side first, left side will be memory repo on day 36, and then would clear all of the white side, and then on day 41 would be another memory repo, and then we would do the suppression a couple days after that. But we could, on day 36, instead of going left side, which was my original plan, start on the right side, memory repo day 36, and then we'd be able to do the core suppression over there without ever unlocking the left side. And then, endgame, you have to get them all in there, but at least Binah, you wouldn't need it. I'll have to think about it. I'm not sure if it's better, like, I'm just not sure if it's better to have 3 more abnormalities and 5 more employees, or to just do it first. But I think doing the suppression first, it's just less risk of screwing up by having bad things, right? So that should make it a little bit easier, probably. I think it melts down the same number every turn. It's going to be 6 gold, 6 black. So having more slots kind of spreads them out a bit more. Right? Like if it's going to cause 12 meltdowns, it's a little bit concentrated right now. And if you had more slots, then there'd be more places to go, which means you might... I don't think it would make much difference. I think the risk of getting something bad down on the bottom left is higher than just getting it done. It also gives us more time to reset. So let's say Binah goes poorly and some people die, but we clear it. We could rewind back to day 36, and then we'd be able to replay all the way for the 5 days in the black section and the 5 days in the white section. So we basically get 10 more days to prep for Endgame. Whereas if we do it last, then there's only 5 days to prep for Endgame. Yeah. I think I've convinced myself. That seems sane. So we're going to go... Basically, we have 2 more days, and then memory imprint, and then we're just going to do the suppression as soon as we can. Whatever day it is. Might be day 37. We're actually pretty close. Alright, I'm going to take a short break. I should go feed the cat Ankylo. Cat Ankylo is hungry, so I'm going to go take a short break to get a stretch and a little water refill. And I'm pretty sure we can at least look at the suppression. We might not be able to do it tonight, but at least we'll get there. See you guys in a few minutes. mean, have you really tried to stop being sick? Just knock it off. Tell your body to just stop it. You're in charge. You're the brain. It's enough of this nonsense, body. Sickness, be gone. There, you've been healed by Blue Ankylo. That'll be $5.99. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Being sick is a state of mind. Hey, why is there a knife in my pillow? Got the high ground up here. Yep. You've got no chance. Just surrender. I like that one too. Stomach flu? Oh. Man. Alright, so remember like an hour ago when I'm like, remember this music. It's gonna... Thanks, Ryan. I was like, remember the music, because it's going to be back, but slightly different. Well, now it's back, but it's slightly different, so enjoy. We've got new instruments. At first, it's hard to tell the difference, but... When does Charmeleon evolve? Not yet. Keep going. You got a long way to go. Learn your flamethrower. Learn your... What else? It depends on what gen you're playing, but he'll learn some moves, get all the good stuff. At some point, when he's ready, when he chooses. when the Pokemon is ready, it will evolve. You can't rush it. You've got to be patient. Sheesh. Alright. So we got a turkey. We gotta give the turkey some equipment. Gotta dress it up nice. Yeah, it's just a little pocket knife, right? It's like, I don't know why it was in my pillow. I was just moving stuff around, organizing for the stream. And I sat on a little knife. It's folded up safely. I'm not that crazy. Someone's trying to assassinate me. It's not the quickest way to assassinate. Okay, turkey. And let's give him some Crimson Scar gear. Too famous. Yeah, I'm getting too, well, see, it's the FBI, right? I called them out. I'm like, we've been following Robert. So after I lost my my protective custody service, so now they're out to get me because I outed them. I tipped Robert off to the whatever I called it earlier. To the sting job. All right. Well, for now, we're just gonna keep training up newbies. It's almost time for Cat Ankylo, and then we'll be ready. 8-bit graphics? That was back in the Assad suppression. We had 8-bit graphics. It's already in the game. All right, let's go. Alright, so is Dragon... Depends on what gen you're playing. you're fighting against dragons, Dragon Claw works pretty good. Anybody else? Yeah. It's Blue, Pokemon expert. I'm the Pokemon champ. You can tell I'm the champ because of all the Pokemon content on my channel. Alright, everyone get downstairs. I still like to split up for, you know, clowns and stuff at least. So the idea will be, once we get to Binah, we will have probably a squad of Aleph equipment in a attacks formation that will chase her around, and then we're gonna leave 2 or 3 employees per department to work things on all the constant meltdowns, and then it's gonna be easy. All the clerks are gonna die, but we're not gonna bring anything that cares about that. Ah, the music's back. Except it's upgraded. So good. I feel like with this kind of music playing, we shouldn't be allowed to even pause the game. It's gotta just go fast. All Pokemon LPs confirmed. Why isn't this? Yeah, this game should be on Halloween sale. That'd be smart. Someone complained to Project Moon they're missing out on a key opportunity. It's pretty spooky Halloween. It's not exactly Halloween themed, but, you know, more than a lot of games that are on sale. So I'll just check departments for any stats to grow, but for the most part, I think we're just gonna zip through another day here. Unless you want to grind ego gifts, there's not much to do. I feel kind of lazy. I didn't even do the Snow Queen quest this time around, and it does give you some good stats. But I've been grinding all day, and I don't want to stop. I'm done. Sorry, not sorry, Sotraz. Lobotomy Corp's a lot of fun. Best to play without too many spoilers. And Messenger is just always good. I can't not recommend that game enough. That was like the best indie game of the year for me, probably. Whatever year that came out, I was like, wow, this is like I kind of wasn't paying attention. You know, I missed it. The point of not having confirmations is so that you don't spam chat. Because we don't need 50 different confirmation messages every time anybody does anything in Twitch. So if you just spam about it, you're just going to end up getting purged by the bot again. Because the whole point is to not have it spammed. So people can read the chat. Let's just keep going. Let's keep going. Getting sidetracked. I'm feeling pretty confident about the Binah suppression already, so let's just move it on. I wonder if on the last day, like the memory imprint day, we should try to make sure whatever. Well, we can either stop recruiting rookies or whatever the last rookie was, make sure they got all their stats up. Well, we can just pay for it. We've got lobotomy points. That's fine. At this point, we might already have enough lobotomy points to max out the rookies without having to do this. But it seems kind of lazy to do that, so I'm not going to do that. Oh, Cadanculo says hello. Right, you say that about every song on this playlist. I was playing a spooky Oak remix playlist the other day, but... Oh, right, clowns. Pew pew pew, clowns go by. Did we miss one somewhere? Oh, I don't know which one I missed, but took it a second to die. Maybe the clerks got it. You aspire to be a ninja. Well, you know, with the coronavirus stuff, you could probably wear the whole face mask cowl thing, and no one would even wonder. So, like, that's halfway to being a ninja, right? Just dress in black with a black face mask. Get, like, a bandana or something. That's at least 50% ninja, right? Just walk around, messenger cosplay. Oh yeah. No problem. Okay, we got a noon ordeal. These guys are tough enough to kill rookies, so I gotta watch this room down there. Everyone else should be fine though. Yeah, this track is just too good. Yeah, Searing Craigs, kicking butt. Someone's like, listen along, and they're like, I hate this music. You guys need to stop talking about it. It's not as good as you think. I don't actually like video game music. Well, actually... That's true. The type of person that would watch 12 hours of grinding Lobotomy Corp, but also hate video game music. That might not be a very big list. I guess I think more in terms of the videos usually. A lot of times I record a video, upload to YouTube or whatever, and kind of forget about it. And then someone will come by months, years later, and have some weird random complaint, like, you know, my silly example, right? Like, you know, You're wrong, Blue, or I don't like that, actually. Or you stop talking about the thing I don't like. And I'm like, dude, it's just a game, it's just a video, man. Well, I actually wouldn't say anything for the most part. Those kind of comments don't get replies. The Red Ankylo army grows. Well, we dealt with them last time. They all got turned into demons and then kicked off the team. Why are you playing the game wrong? Yeah. I'm doing it on purpose. For you, viewer, whoever's watching this VOD in 4 years or 3 years or something, sometime later, let's say, I did that, I misclicked that just so that you would notice. Calling you out right now. Random VOD viewer 9 hours in. Well, it's not so much that I make mistakes, it's like, what does commenting on a video about missing, like, classic one was Terraria or something, right? You know, random, you guys are familiar with Terraria, right? Minecraft, but 2D, we've been around for a while. Classic comments on that were like, Blue, there was a chest in the cave at 3 minutes off in the corner that you missed, you should go get it. And I'm like, nah, it's fine. Like... I figured I would trigger someone. That was good. Sorry, Juju, you've been jebaited. I actually haven't looked at the new Terraria since even 1.3, I don't think. I think, like, I've missed the last, like, 2 patches, I think. I didn't really like how they were changing Endgame there. They kept making more and more, like, low percent drops to be rare items, and I started disliking that more and more over time. I'm sure it's fun and there's new content, but the general style went from kind of progression, find a chest, kill a boss, whatever, to the best stuff has a low percent drop. And you know how I'm not grinding these ego gifts that have 2% drop rates? Yeah, that my dislike of that has been around for a long time, that kind of mechanic. It lacks jiggle physics. Did they ever get that in whatever that other game was that was very like Terraria 2.0? Star something? Starbinder? Starbound. They increased the drop rates? Well, that helps. I still don't like, okay, the problem with a 10% drop rate on a boss, that's better. Like, okay, that's an improvement. I'm not gonna argue that. But you could easily beat the boss 20 times and never see it then. And you're still grinding. A lot of times those bosses require consumable items that you have to go farm. So you spend hours farming items to summon the boss that has a 10% chance to get the thing you want. I still just... I don't like that idea, man. Like, it's just dragging on the gameplay extra long. The way I think bosses should work in a game like that is it should have... If you want to have some random loot, which is fine, it should have 4 or 5 things. It should just drop 1. And it just alternates which one you get. And you get like 25% chance to get the thing you want. But one of them always drops. And that would be that. That would be good enough. I wouldn't argue. It's still RNG. It still takes a few grinds. But much lower than 20%. And I'm just like, nah, it's going to take me forever. I give up. That is how it works. Yeah, but not at 10% or less. That thing is... That's like mean time to happen. You got to think mean time to happen. The average time to have it trigger the event, right? if it takes, let's say, 10 minutes to get the materials to summon the boss, and then it takes 5 minutes to kill the boss, we'll keep it easy. 15 minutes to get one 10% drop, then on average it takes just 10 times that, 150 minutes. That's 2.5 hours on average to get the thing you want, with the chance of it taking double that or triple that pretty easily if you got some bad luck. Like, oh, come on. Am I really going to be grinding the same boss in the same dungeon for 5 hours? Don't look at this game. I'm not doing that. It's just different. It's designed that way. Someone made that decision, and I don't like that. It just sounds to me like the developers are padding the game length, like. And maybe lots of people like it, so they're just doing what the people want, but it sort of feels like padding to me. I was thinking of some of the endgame bosses from, I guess it was Plantera in the Pyramid. Some of the, like, the event bosses from, like, the Snow Queen and all that, or whatever those were. It was just so grindy to try to get the stuff you wanted that I couldn't. That was when I stopped playing. It's like all those low percent have to really work to even fight the boss kind of mechanics. Not that I'm trying to rant too hard on Terraria. It's a good game. I just got tired of that kind of mechanic pretty quick. Apparently I sent the wrong person to go do that job. I mean, to be honest, I have been meaning to reinstall it with the new patch and see how it looks. I just have to be in the mood, that's all. Well, yeah, I mean, Endgame is like any MMO, right? Endgame is just whatever the most recent patch is, Endgame. But, like, some of those final events were, like, multiplayer focused too, right? Like, almost, I'm not going to say impossible, but very difficult to clear solo. And I also didn't like that idea, that you basically had to have friends to have a good chance to clear it in less than the time limit on the boss fight. Like, or to be a professional gamer that can just, whatever, just be so good. No, most games don't work like that, Juju. Let's say a boss has 100 HP. Just keep it simple numbers. One person has 10 seconds to do 100 damage. You need 10 DPS. Simple, easy numbers, small baby numbers. Generally, if you have two people, it scales, so it goes to 150. So now you need two characters to do 150 damage or something like that in 10 seconds. But now you only need 7.5 DPS for two people. And then if you have three people, now it scales to 180 or maybe 200 or something HP. Usually the scaling doesn't double per player. Very, very rarely would they do that. And I'm pretty sure the bosses in Terraria that I'm talking about, the event bosses, they didn't scale anyway back in the day. They just had a lot of HP and you didn't have enough time to kill them. If the new patches change that, sure. But it used to be basically you needed a group. Hey, I had a whole Let's Play on it, and I had another relatively popular Let's Player that I joined up with, and I did the snow event in my arena that I built. I know how it works. With 2 players, it was pretty easy. With 1 player, it was stupid. The videos are on the channel. I don't have to defend myself. Alright, day done. Just get good, yep. Alright. We're getting there. Only a couple days left. Too much Cogito. Ah, she died. This is like the first time the skip button's not working. We must really be having a mental breakdown. I still get comments on some of those Terraria videos. Used to be a lot of want more Terraria Let's Plays. But it seems like most of my channel has moved on to wanting more Might and Magic 6 Let's Plays after the Terraria Let's Plays. I mean, Minecraft got pretty big again, right? So everyone jumped back to the 3D Terraria. XCOM files. I think the next time I play XCOM, an XCOM style game, I was considering Open XCOM. Maybe not like a super conversion mod, like there's like a Total War one and stuff, but just like a vanilla XCOM experience with like the quality of life stuff from Open XCOM. I was kind of thinking that I'd go through that one of these days. Not on like crazy high difficulty, but you know, just for fun. It's hard enough by virtue of it being the game it is. You don't need to play on Iron Man. Alright, we need you to move over here. And Cadanculo, your time to shine. Finally made it to the bottom of my list. Boy, that means we could recruit someone from chat again. Or my backup list. Oh, I already did that. Right, Eagle, that's what I meant to say. Armor. When am I gonna play Might Magic 6 again? I've been playing it all this time. I should play it in April. Maybe just one day in April we'll play it for one day. We'll see how far we can get in 24 hours. I might have done that before, but if you weren't here for it, then you might not know. Yeah, we're gonna equip the Gold Rush on Tonic because it's cool. Although he can't equip the gold. Well, it's fine. I'm just gonna give him these cool guns. And then the new Cat Ankylo can wear the stuff he was wearing. Extended Open XCOM. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at it too closely. I know there's Open XCOM and there's a lot of options for it. I'll figure it out when I get there, I'm sure. But yeah, basically playing the original game, except, you know, on the new open source, whatever they call it. And with all the quality of life stuff that makes it easier to play. Seems like the way to do it. I mean, I haven't played the original game in so long, like, there's a lot of dead-end researches on that one, so if I forget which navigator to catch and how to find a base commander, it will take a lot longer than it should. But I'm pretty sure I'll remember if I think about it a bit. It's got a bit of a formula to it. Did I ever tell you guys how long the speedrun is for the original XCOM? Have you ever guessed? How long would you think a strategy game like that with, you know, tons of research and base management and, you know, reverse engineering weapons and constructing weapons, how long would that speedrun take? I forget the exact number, but I'm pretty sure I've got the ballpark. Yeah, most people probably would guess like a couple hours. If you're really good, right? It's like 6 minutes. It's stupid. No, really, like, go look it up. It's like 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure. I've watched it. If you play on the world map at maximum speed, it just zaps you to the next mission instantly. You only need like 4 researches to finish the game if you get the right ones. And I guess you can beat the game with the tanks and rockets for the most part, so you don't need soldiers. It's really dumb. I mean, it's funny. It's just like, you break the entire game. I don't remember what difficulty they were playing on. It might not have been like the highest difficulty, of course. I can't remember. Actually, I feel like it was the highest difficulty. Because the run basically falls down to where the aliens make a base. Because you have to capture a base commander to get your, whatever the name of the ship is, to get to the moon base. Or the Mars base. So the RNG is restart until they finally give you an alien base in the first month, because you can't do the terror missions. So if you fail, if you don't get the research quick enough, you just game over because you're skipping all the missions. But as long as you get the alien base quickly, you just do that, capture the thing you need to capture, and then you go win the game. It's really kind of silly. It's fun though, I mean, yeah. What else are you gonna do? Go watch some XCOM speedruns. Alright, Turkey. This is such a good song. We haven't called out the Messenger soundtrack enough lately. Yeah, there was like wasn't there a patch that fixed the difficulties? But yeah. I don't remember what the speedrun did for that, but yeah, there was some bugs for difficulty settings. I remember that much. Okay, grinding. So much grinding. But we are almost done. I know I've probably been saying we're almost done for hours, but for realsies. So the new world record is 1 minute 48 seconds. Wow, they've improved from my 6 minutes. Remember when I said 6 minutes? It's less than 2. Stupid speedrunners. Yep. At least I had the right ballpark. It's in minutes, not hours. But Blue, you say that about every song. Fine, I'll stop saying the music's good. Jinx. It's not a Charmander anymore. It's a Charizard, Juju. You think us boomers don't know how Pokemon works? Kids these days don't even know what a Pokemon is. Well, you're a bad trainer. It wants to evolve. Pokemon. Hey, at least you're playing a game that has Charmander. Pikachu doesn't level up, or doesn't evolve normally. You have to force it with a rock. You have to hit it with something to make it evolve. Normally, most Pokemon want to level up when they want to evolve after they level up. Pikachu's it's just a stupid mouse. You have to hit it with a rock. But no, if you're referring to the anime cartoon series, that I did not watch. Oh, this song rides. Yeah, well, it's a song. I can't comment on it though. Just some music in the background. Hey, Dirigible. Pretty sure your guy's still alive. I mean, everyone's alive right now. We've been just grinding. Listening to some Messenger music. Making everyone want to play that game some more. I mean, I have played some Pokemon, obviously, and had some fun. I'm definitely not, like, up to date with any of the recent games in a long time. I was first gen for, and then that was it. Maybe first gen and third gen a bit. And then after that, I got old. Suddenly, I was an adult. And Pokemon games were for kids. Alright, good night, Dirigible. Let the soothing sounds of Blue and his totally generic background elevator normal music that's not awesome or bad lull you to sleep. The Pokemons? No rides, it's just a song. Stop that. The future tubers are gonna be really upset. I think this is from the DLC, right? The beach trip. Seems like we're on vacation anyway. I can check. Oh no, Clockwork Concierge. I was wrong. Unless Clockwork Concierge is from the DLC, but that's the name of the track. Alright, some worms, whatever. It sounds like DLC music, but everyone defeat your worm or slug thing, tentacle monster. Look, I don't know. Okay. I forgot to move these guys out of the hallway, actually. Or out of the main room. That's right, you tell them, Rides. Future tubers. You guys, you future tubers, you can leave comments now. Rides can't talk back if you leave a comment telling him off now. He's defenseless in the future. That's the trick with future time travelers. We don't know what they're gonna say, Rides. You can't defend yourself. How dare you say that about Rides? He would never. Alright, future tubers, that's enough. Calm down. You'll be checking. You gotta advertise for the Might and Magic 6 24-hour April stream. So, I have some regrets. I think we did need to reset our base to clear the game, but this has definitely not been optimal gameplay for me. It's alright, but it's not the same as trying to keep your base together. Just grinding stats in a base like this is a bit weird. Probably shouldn't have played it all in like one sitting. Maybe. Chat's too distraction. Well, I just don't think I have enough patience to do all the optimizing that you could do, like getting all the ego gifts. Like, we're gonna have probably everyone with max stats, so it's not like we're doing a bad job. It's just the gifts would help, but man, that would add another like 9 hours of grinding. So I really hope we don't need them. Because now if we can't beat Binah or the Endgame, I mean, we're pretty much done. I'm not going to have the energy to redo this whole thing again. It's not like the second time we'll go faster. We'll still have to, you know, get the right abnormalities and train up and just be the same relatively monotonous cycle. The best part of this game is, like, not to dissuade people from buying it, but the best part of this game is researching the abnormalities, figuring it out, trying to balance your base. Trying to grind for the end game is not quite as good. And I don't know if you need to do this as much. Like, I could definitely be overkilling it more than necessary. I don't know. It's hard to say. At least we got some cool tunes. And I might be just getting a little bit tired at the end here because it's been going on for so long. It's all good rides. I'm not having a terrible time. I feel like I've been doing this for a very long time, and we haven't really done anything lately. Like, not a lot of progress has really been made. I found a pretty efficient way to train stats up, which is good, so we don't spend that long. But it's not like there's anything else to talk about in the game. You know? It was better when there was things for me to, like, for streaming purposes more than anything else. For recording and streaming, it was better when there was actually content to unlock. No grind for the next project? We should play... Oh, yeah. Okay, wait a second. Path of Exile, isn't that grinding the game? I'm pretty sure I remember Diablo games. We talk about rare percent drops on stuff. Wait a second. I have played some Path of Exile back in the day, but I had a variety of reasons I didn't really like it in the end, unfortunately. I think if I want to play a Diablo game, I'll probably try out Torchlight 3 if that turned out alright. I think that came out this year. Even they raised the percentage drops. See, why do developers just give us poor percentages? No one likes that. Get with the program, devs. Nobody wants that 1 in a million drop. At least not me. I guess for, like, multiplayer balance or some stupid thing. You like Diablo 3? I didn't really get into that too much. I think the problem for me with Diablo 3 was just how long it took to come out. So by the time it came out, I was just so done with it. Like, I was mad at Blizzard. Even if the game was great, and I don't know if it was really, but it was like... Diablo 2, I was a huge fan of Diablo 2. And I liked the story and stuff. So I wanted to keep playing, right? Diablo 2. I wanted to see what came after, right? Like, I don't know, as a kid or teenager or whatever I was, I thought the Diablo 1, Diablo 2 release cycle story was pretty cool. And they had all the cool cutscenes back in the day before cutscenes were popular. And, like, you know, the full motion video stuff that at that time was pretty damn cool. And then, like, World of Warcraft basically was, well, Warcraft 3 was next, so I'm like, cool, okay, we're ready. And then there was no Diablo 3. And then World of Warcraft, and I'm like, oh, cool, an MMO, thanks. I never liked MMOs. And then it was just World of Warcraft for like 20 years, or however long it was. Feels like 20 years, something like that. At least 10. And then, you know, I don't know, what did they do first? StarCraft 2, I guess, technically. I'm like, okay, StarCraft 2 I liked, but I was still, like, a little bit angry. And it wasn't the full, like, all it was the first campaign, right? It was just the humans. So I'm like, you still didn't release, like, my babies, the Protoss. And then eventually Diablo 3 comes out. And I'm like, oh, it's been too long. I've moved on. Blizzard, we're not friends. That's my story. It's probably fine. It's just... You know, I heard they killed, like, Deckard Cain. I mean, like, come on, guys. You can't kill Deckard. Stay a while and listen. best character. Yeah, gambling, I don't know. I really don't know much about Diablo 3. It didn't release the way I wanted. It had that online auction stuff, and I don't know. Again, I haven't really put very much thought into it. It's just more of like a gut feeling than a researched opinion, let's say. Like, I'm not trying to make up false facts here. I don't really know much about it. But, yeah, Diablo 4 I've heard a little bit about. Well, but, like, Blizzard, right? Like, why would we give Blizzard a pass? They just did that, remember, was it like a year ago or a year and a half? I don't know, 2020's been so long. Blizzard was like, they did that phone thing, right? The next Diablo will be on your phone, and you guys have phones, and all those stupid memes, right? Like, come on, guys. Nobody, like, don't buy the Blizzard hype. Like, if they give you a good game, that's fine, but they're not the same company they used to be. Yeah, like, I've heard Warcraft 3 Reforged was pretty terrible, right? I don't know a lot about that either, but, you know, they changed stuff that the fans didn't want changed. The core audience is like, actually, no, thank you. I don't know. I'm not trying to go on a Blizzard rant exactly. It's just... I used to have... I think the problem for me, and probably a lot of people, is there was a time when Blizzard was one of the gold standards, right? Like, back in the Warcraft 2 and 3, Diablo 1 and 2, StarCraft, all that sort of saga, however long that went, they really were like, I think, didn't they coin the game will be released when it's ready kind of thing? Like, they had, like, their games launched with pretty good quality. Like, you know, maybe there were some bugs, but for the most part, at the time, 90s, you know, they were one of the good game developers, for sure, right? Like, and anyway, so they kind of had that reputation back then, and I don't think they're any special anymore. You know, that was the company back in the 90s or maybe early 2000s. In 2020, and they're just another big mega millionaire rich company they're just out to get you. You know, they'll sell you their microtransactions or paid auctions, you know, whatever it is they get. It's just, maybe they'll make a good game, maybe they won't, but it's not about the quality, it's about, you know, as much profit for the investors, the board of directors and the stockholders as they can. Now I am sounding like an old man Ankylo. I'm a bit salty about modern gaming in general, I guess. I think as I get older and I have less time to play all the games I want to play, I probably get a little bit more critical in general. When I was younger, everything was cool and new, and now that I'm, you know, air quotes, old, I don't really have the time for it as much, so it's kind of like easier to be a little bit snotty, I guess. Blue Ankylo is special. You need the SpongeBob. Blue Ankylo or Blizzard is special. But yeah. People get grumpy. I try not to be grumpy though. Like I'm not I literally am trying to say, like, don't take my word for the gospel here. I'm not super informed. My gut is I'm not super impressed. And because I'm not impressed with the overall look, I've got other games to play, like Lobotomy Corporation or, you know, whatever other games are on my list that I need to get to. So I'll just focus on the stuff that I'm kind of happy with. Your employees call you the Grinch. It's different when you're the boss. Everyone hates us on the board of directors too, even though the board of directors is like totally just some random people trying to help out. They're like, we keep hearing about these crazy conspiracy theories about how the board is like secretly trying to kick people out, or I don't even know exactly what, but like, we have never asked anyone to get kicked out of the co-op, but apparently that's what we're trying to do, even though we've never tried to do that. It's weird. People are weird. Maybe that's the moral of the story. So should I add another employee, or should we say that's enough? I think the suppression would be... So the imprint is on day 36. So we do this day and then it's 36. You can't do a suppression on day 36 for memory imprint. So at the earliest it'll be 37. And I'm not sure, but I think that's when it'll unlock. Pretty sure. So this is our last day to keep the stats we grind. Maybe we don't hire anyone and we just try to get Cat Ankylo capped out. We get Turkey to max, Cat Ankylo to max, and we call that good. Because we'll have technically 4 open slots. Well, there will be 5 more slots downstairs. But other than that, you know, it's pretty full. Yeah, we'll just keep... I'm not going to hire anyone else right now. I think this is enough people. I've got lots of points. Yeah, it's so expensive to evict people, man. Any kind of Western country nowadays, eviction, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's easy in some other countries, but around here, just pay your rent and it's, no one's gonna want to evict you. Just for interest's sake, how much would it cost for a max? I could add almost 3 characters at max rank. And if I didn't go to... If I trained up Justice, I could get a whole bunch. Maybe I should do that? We'll just grind some Justice next day. And then we have like a fully stocked... Yeah, I think we should do that. It shouldn't take too long because it's just the one stat. Okay. I've convinced myself to do a little bit more grinding. A little bit more serious grinding for one day. Because after today it locks in anything we do, so... This is probably the right time to do it. Okay. A couple callbacks from the old days. We'll bring Hades back. Boy, we're spending a lot of points, but it's fine. You've got so many points now, we might as well use them. Don't just hoard your resources, Blue. Use them. Gotta gamble those points. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we had a tuned last time. We'll get him back. I think he had a capital D at the end. I don't know. We'll leave it there. Let's see. No idea how you pronounce that one. Yeah, hoard them all. We gotta finish the game with 500 lobotomy points in the bank, or else you don't get an A rank or an S rank or something. I'll save some points. But I think I'll buy... Well, I'll just buy one more. Or wait. Do I even have slots? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can put one more person. Sure, let's max it out, right? Why not, right? There are going to be more slots once we do the core suppression anyway, so we might as well have them available, I guess. Alright, 5 more. So I want to focus them on... I want to deploy them somewhere that we can max out their justice kind of quickly. So good justice trainers are... Hold on, let's get some more music because that ran out. Let's see, what else have we got? Well, I want to try to avoid content, copyright strikes if I can. So I think I'll just go back to OC Remix for now, just because it's a bit quicker to pick. But that was pretty nice. Couldn't make the blue Ankylas, yeah. Well, I had enough people from chat to add in, it should be okay for now. So we did, what did we do? We did Xenogears today, Secret of Mana, We did some Final Fantasy 9. We did some Castlevania. We did Messenger. We've had pretty good range of music. There we go. Megalomania 10 hours. Some people will remember this playlist. I don't know how popular this game was, but I'm sure there's some people that are going to love it. And a lot of people are like, huh, I don't know where this came from, but it's pretty awesome. I'll let chat figure out what game it's from, but if you played the game, it's a pretty iconic intro song. Okay, so I'm trying to Justice train, right? So we can train Justice on Snow White's apple. I'm gonna move some of the higher level employees back upstairs for now, because we're not training Justice up there. We're gonna use... I guess the Dreaming Current will work. Technically, the Diffraction thing will work. So we've got 3 down here that we can technically do repression. Plus the Queen. Okay, that's pretty good. Maybe even the Naked Nest, maybe. Not much on the second floor, though. Okay, so... back I go to my safety spot. I'm out of here. Taking my mods with me. Better have a drink of water before we keep going. Did I tell you guys today or yesterday or whatever day it was that I burned my tongue? So if I sound weird, that's probably why. I had some hot chocolate and it was very hot. And rookie mistake, you know, marshmallows floating on the top. I'm like, oh, I can't let the marshmallows melt. So, you know, slurp up a couple marshmallows before they're gone. But they were actually traps. And they were made of molten lava. And I burned my tongue and it really sucks. So talking is just moderately painful. Be careful about hot chocolate? Oh no. I don't have hot chocolate very often. It's kind of a special treat. But yeah, try not to burn your tongue on marshmallows. Good life strat. Okay, so these guys will all need some gear. We could, let's see. Black damage over here. Red if we send them to that one, which I probably shouldn't. White damage, white damage, white damage. So everybody in this one, if we train, is white damage. Okay, that's easy. A knife and molten lava hot chocolate, yeah. Someone's out to get me. The blue Ankylas, she's tired of my nonsense. Okay, so Central Command can focus on white protection. So let's see what we've got that's got good white armor. The bird armor? Sure. It looks pretty cool. Technically, we've got some better stuff, but this is fine. It is one of the nice looking ones. It's nice to show off. And then it has a matching, a matching feather weapon. Okay. And then the other team is black and red. She wants the life insurance. Uh-oh. So if I can find something really good against black damage. The gold rush is really good against red damage. And then we just need to give you a weapon. So we've got red armor. And now we need black armor. That's not equipped optimally. Well, 0.6 is pretty decent. Should be enough. Alright. No singing. Not even in your dreams. Okay, now we need to finish training. Wait a second, we don't need to do nothing. I do what I want to do. Bam. Finish training. No! Okay, we've got to do a little bit of training. So close. I spent too many points, I went broke. Okay, we're gonna have turkey on the Night of Despair. And we're gonna have Cadinculo. Whatever, we'll figure it out when we get in there. Go, go, go! Okay, split up first before I forget. Can you believe it, guys? We're almost out of core suppression. We've been doing this all day. We survived the Pokemons. We survived Robert's gross stories. I did have a very nice dinner, so I survived that. What else did we survive today? All my rants about video game companies. Probably other stuff. Only 24 hours. Yeah. This guy has red armor up here. No! I missed one. Dang it. We all die a little inside from Robert's stories, especially if you click his links. Past your bedtime. I'm starting to feel like it's past my bedtime too. It's gonna be late, but I'm almost done, so like 1 or 2 more days and I'm gonna call it. So somehow I forgot to equip. What the heck did I do? How did I not save Mia's armor? Oh, I gave it to Cadinculo. Maybe? I don't even know. Anyway, I gotta give someone red armor and black armor up here. So they can train Justice. I don't know what I did. Did something dumb anyway. Okay, so Zemiek is really good against red. I was trying to find black protection for Mia. I don't know what happened. Must have clicked someone else accidentally. Man, it must be getting late. Yeah, I definitely must have just clicked somebody else. Oh, this is even the right armor for the thing we're working. That's the apple's armor. Okay, black armor, red armor. Not training much. And then I've got 4 people that need Justice. And a couple other stats here and there to top up. Okay. It's gonna be a little long, but we're almost done. Hey there, Thor. Well, you know, I'm trying to get the grind done right now. We're almost there. Okay, Sean Matthew will probably do a little bit of red training. Mia is doing Snow White. And Zimiek is on... Well, we'll see if that's even going to work, actually, to be honest. Maybe before I get too far, let me test this out. It says high. Let me just see the odds here. See how it turns out. This one always scares me, so I want to see how this looks. We do have, like, really good red armor and high HP, so... it's pretty safe. Well... yeah, we're pretty safe with 1 or 2 per cycle, I think. We'll see. And then we've got this one. It says very high, even with only 3. You've been missing all the amazing discussions, yeah. Alright. She might break out eventually. It's possible. We're just gonna have to take that risk. It will not be all that hard to chase her down if we have to do that. I still want to split people up a little bit for easy ordeal management without a whole lot of brain power, so that I can get that done kind of autopilot. The more things we can make autopilot here before our final memory imprint, probably the better. The music has been rocking though, yeah. That's what's been keeping us going. Okay, now someone was going to train on the knight a little bit. So we need someone to take the ability. The people with flower armor or fire armor, we're going to split up. Firebird armor. But there is still one person after those 3 that needs... So we actually got 4 people that need justice. I guess we'll send one up to free shoots. I have one more justice trainer than I have access to. I don't want to try that. Yeah, they're just going to be a little bit lower stats at the end. Okay, I think we're prepared. We'll see. High ranks. High ranks, good. We've done this one before, that's fine. I think... oh, there's a lot of stats to go. I mean, I don't care if they get to perfect stats. I just want to make sure they can move with the rest of the group. Well, they're probably more on... they're less likely to be the hit squad and more likely to be the running around squad. Alright, so we found Turkey for some stats. I think that's all the people that have a little bit of final training to do. I put one person up here to get a little bit of fortitude, so they can do like the minus 4% work. Alright, well... whew, okay. Hopefully I got this prepared correctly. We've had quite a few sort of autopilot days where I didn't really have to think about much. So it's a little bit different now. Let's save the, like, those two are just hard to work. Your neighbor's dog keeps getting out? Not ideal. I mean, dogs are pretty good at that, though. Alright. Our last batch of Lobies will have tons of employees ready. Binah will be super impressed. I'm gonna try to time this so we don't have to worry about doing a midnight ordeal. We'll see how it goes. Oh, Thornham, now if you're around, how... Earlier on in the stream, I was looking into Library of Ruina a little bit, and then I didn't realize it was actually still early access and not finished till next year. Have you looked at it much enough to know, like, how... what percentage complete it is, maybe? Well, I threw a bunch at the screen, Juju. It didn't work. You have to ask some people? Well, yeah, I mean, if you feel like it. I'm not too worried. I didn't realize, see, the trouble was, people kept recommending I play Library of Ruina, and I didn't really think about it. So I'm like, sure, I probably should play that when I'm done this, right? And then I looked it up on Steam, and it's all early access and everything. I'm like, oh. I don't usually play early access games much. Especially when they're not actually officially completed. Rage-fueled music. Throwing M&Ms. Yeah. Angry Ankylo. Oops. One of those. Turkey will be trained up enough soon to not really be stressing about him. He just needed a couple prudence. Somehow I miscalculated the number of jobs this day. One of these times the apple will escape. But for now, we'll keep farming. Honestly, it's been pretty good. Very high seems... I don't know how trustworthy all this is, but... I'm gonna try to get my stats while I can. Right back for the gambling. I mean, hey. You see it on stream. You gamble in the chat. That's what this channel's all about. The naked nest. The danger with the naked nest is not getting a good. Not so much a meltdown. I must be queuing up one too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. There's only 14 sets, I think. Like that. Could have been bad. I don't know. Not a good, though. But I think we would notice pretty quick if I'd failed. So. I don't know what the odds are. It's based on your fortitude stat, how likely it is to get infected. I haven't looked up percentages. But anything that has a chance to wipe out an entire department, if you have a neutral, is a little bit on the dangerous side. I don't care how chill you say they are. I know they can infect on a neutral, so it's not actually chill. If they decide you are getting infected, then at least one employee's dead, and a lot more if you're not paying attention. You've never had it infect? Then you haven't played long enough. I've seen it do it. You call it infect. You should just read the tooltip. But yes, it's bad. If you have low HP, you're more susceptible. It doesn't tell you the odds. If you get a good result, you're immune. If you get a normal result, there's a chance that you are affected by the special ability. The special ability infects you with green skin and slowed movement. Anybody you come in contact with spreads the infection, and eventually you will turn into something else. It's definitely not chill. One time you'll just look over and everyone will have turned into a monster. Unless you can reliably get goods. It's not the worst one. It's just, you know, it's not really safe to just ignore it. Also, you're probably using instinct work. I'm using repression work, which is a little bit lower percentages. You know, if I go in there with instinct, it's higher than this one. Yeah, the weapon's cool. It kind of a long range rocket launcher type thing almost. I think it makes them weak to red damage, which is sometimes very useful. Okay, Noon Ordeal should be fine. It's very fast. But other than that, you know. One there, one there. And done! I love it when you set your guys up. Oh, geez, Crimson Dusk so quick. Oh, well. We're gonna have to take a little bit longer on this cycle, or on this day, to try to get all of our fresh employees caught up a little bit. For Endgames. So yeah, in case you're wondering, Thor, we did not do a whole bunch of ego gift grind. I did not have the patience to really do that. Some people have a fair number, but a lot of people just have whatever they got from training. Once we had the right was to train quickly, I sort of figured I didn't really have the patience to go slow. We can get enough stats to get from level 3 to level max in about, I don't know, 15 or so jobs. I don't know what the exact number is, but it goes pretty quick. Yeah, it seemed like a neat idea. It was just like, I started looking at the ones that were good. I didn't even really want to bring any more A-lifts. Like, I took nothing there, but I didn't really want a whole bunch of big baddies in my base if I could avoid them. So I was only going to get the WA and HE gifts. And, you know, 4%, 6%. Alright, this should be fine. 2 roly-polies. There's one. Give him a shot, and we'll sick the department on him. And the other one is here. Give him some tranks. We'll just sick anybody nearby on him. And that should probably nearly do it. I mean, yeah. Our DPS is pretty good. I don't think the Dusk Ordeals have any chance against us at this phase in the game. There's not much that can stop us now, other than mistakes during midnight or final endgame stuff. We're pretty much steamrolling it. No clerk death combos, no abnormality breach combos. There's not a lot of things that can go wrong. There's a couple, but there's not that many. You know, we're not invincible by any means. We're just set up pretty carefully. I'm pretty happy with the abnormalities we've selected so far. I managed to avoid the stuff that I really didn't want. We still have an entire layer of stuff to pick up before the end of the game, but you know, so far so good. At least if we get rough abnormalities, they'll all be at the bottom, so we can kind of focus our danger zone down there. What was my option for the nothing there? It could have been something else. I could have taken like the scarecrow, or no, the funeral of butterflies. So we actually took Aleph over an HE. I'm not 100% sure if that was the right decision. But it's what we did, so we'll have to live with it. I did see that, like, with high stats, we are at, like, very high odds, so minus 20% shouldn't be killing us. Yeah, but the funeral breaks out every time you work it, or every second time you work it, and I don't want to have to deal with that during a suppression. Even though it is pretty weak. My goal is to have as few breaching entities as possible. And the things that we have that can breach, I want to have a reliable way to not breach. Unfortunately, the funeral, unless you want to keep someone around with, what is it, 3 temperance or prudence or whatever it is, it's just gonna breach. Oops. Well, we could show off a midnight here before it is midnight and I have to go to sleep. You guys want to do the green midnight? Might be fun. We've done one in this stream, so a second one's fine. The only one we haven't wanted to do is violet. I'm not going to have the stamina to do the Binah suppression tonight, so maybe I'll just show this one off. Although, we've been doing a lot of training, you know. Having someone die late into it would suck. I'll still have to separate out a couple weapons. I'm impressed the Snow White's apple never escaped. I figured we'd have to suppress her at least once. And I don't know who Dire Tide is, sorry. Okay. We're gonna do the midnight. It's kind of our last shebang of the day. So I'm gonna send people to this corridor if I want them to fight. Which will be most people. Except if they have... I think the Cobalt Scar is a short-range weapon. Too short for what I want to do. I don't remember which weapons are 100% safe or not, so... If I don't like it, I won't bring it. Obviously, guns are safe. Gold Rush is probably not safe. As a rule, spears are fine. Lamps, purses, and sniper rifles all seem fine. Okay, that's the upstairs team. Magic wands, fancy swords, fancy spears. I think Moonlight is fine. It's like a rapier. I don't remember how long a weapon that is, to be fair. Or the Feather of Honor. I think the Crimson Scar was classified as short. We did that one last time. I might have to look up the range on the some of them. Ooh, we got the Solemn Lament on someone. Not that it does much damage, but... I'll just leave you out. I don't think we'll need every single person for this to go fairly easily. Kind of wish you got something special for doing these midnight ordeals at this point. Some reason to complete them. Oh, I never figured out the Feather of Honor. Is that... Okay, I'll just go look it up. Oh, it's long range. It's a ranged weapon. It shows you how much I've been paying attention to all this gear we got. Okay. So we should have even more DPS than last time. You don't want anyone to stand over here, though. That'd be silly. The clerks will die by the dozen. Make sure I haven't missed anybody. Alright, that should work. Thanks, Sotraz. This should be fine, unless I've really messed up someone in this group. Green Midnights are really not that bad at this point. Once you've got endgame DPS, well, you'll see. Alright. Fancy laser beam. Seeing as the janitors start attacking it right away. Last time I waited till the laser started, but should be fine. We'll find out real quick if someone gets zapped. But the reason you don't want a short-range weapon is if you move too close to it, the hitbox for the laser will overlap with your weapon range. So I think as long as you're using normal range, you're definitely safe. Very short is probably too close, and I'm not really sure on short range, so. Anyway. Engage DPS mode for sure. This is nearly our max DPS. Oh yeah, I've got a weapon or something in there that gives everyone a black shield. That's kind of fun. We have some crazy effects if we equip all our armor. Not that the black shield will protect you from the laser, but... So we're missing our short-range weapons. But other than that, this is maximum day 35 DPS we can get. Pretty impressive, though. It's dead almost... Are we going to kill it before it's at 90 degrees? Not quite. But we almost did the DPS, almost twice the DPS we need to kill it before we get zapped. So that's pretty good. Not bad at all. And even if you had half the DPS, you could just move over and try to dodge the laser, but this is a lot safer. Just kill it before it can hit anybody. Cool, cool. Well, we can stay around and grind, but I'm not going to do that. We have 40 employees. And the employees that were grinding got to about 100. Well, no. Right. So I think Cat Ankylo was upstairs on Jeffrey shoots. The people that were down on the WAS got around 130. Well, maybe not. Some of them did, some of them didn't. Whatever. It's high enough. I'm not going to worry about it. Most employees in the facility are close to their stat caps. And that's 40, which is as many as we can have. Well... This is where it gets difficult. So, I can reroll, but the reroll could be worse. We're not taking the fetus. I don't think I'm going to take red, so it's really HE that breaches all the time, or reroll, and hope that it's nothing worse than that. Let me look at my list for what's available still. So we could still get well cheers, but, you know, not very likely. We could still get bald, not very likely. There's definitely some Teths in there that I would still take, but they're probably pretty low odds to show up. You know, we'd take fragments or something if it came. Maybe beauty would be fine. There's obviously some Teths that are still bad, but most of the ones that are Teth, we could just pick up and it wouldn't hurt us. Like Wall Gaze or Void Dream, that'd be fine. So, there are a fair number of Teths available, but I think it's less likely we see them at this point. Kind of lower odds. In the HE tier, there's not too many left that I would want. Funeral is annoying. The Bear is probably a little bit less bad, because it doesn't breach, but you have to remember. We've already got it, won't take it, already got it. I would take Redulta for sure over it. I'm trying to get a feeling in my head of whether the odds are in our favor to reroll, because there's more good options. So Redulta would be fine. Scarecrow would be about as bad as the Funeral. Maybe slightly worse. Schadenfreude's probably a bit worse. Singing Machine's way worse. Woodsman's worse. Alrion's worse. Wolf and the big... Wolf and Red are also worse. We've got Red on it right now. Big Bird is way worse. Judgment we've got. Dimension we've got. Swan we've got. Firebird would be way better. That's like optimal pick right now. Monk is a no. Lantern is probably a no, but we'll see. I can just leave it muted. The Lantern's actually... Or the piano's actually not bad without the copyright. I put it XXX for music, but if we just don't play the music... Yeah, the problem with Little Red is she combos off of other breaches, and I don't want to have to deal with that. If we do have a breach, I want to be able to deal with it, that single breach, and then move on, not have her also join the fray. Parasite Tree's terrible, Queen Bee's pretty annoying, so those are worse. Burrowing Heaven's definitely worse because of mechanics. Greed's worse. Hatred's worse. Yin's way worse. There might be... We might be at the point where the odds are... There are more worse abnormalities than the Funeral. Because all the Aleph are in there, too. In the pool. We can reroll, but... It's very possible we'll get 3 that are worse than this. And we have to go by the pick we would take. We would probably take this guy. It's kind of important now, because this one gets locked in for our memory imprint. Normally you can rewind if you don't like your pick. If you want to toss your day away, you can rewind and try again, but not on this day. Gambling Ankylo. There are some ones I'd rather have. If all 3 are worse than this, I'm gonna be pretty angry though. Well, could we just take the Scorched Girl? It's Teth. The Breach is kind of annoying, but at max stats, there's really no... So obviously we're not taking the Orchestra. The Teddy Bear would be okay. That's I did rank that one as an improvement to the Funeral. So this is an improvement. And then the Scorched Girl's kind of weird. I'm just gonna double check her mechanic, but I'm pretty sure as long as you get a good result, it doesn't really matter. But let me double check. The reason I was sort of avoiding her was if she breaches, it's a lot of micro to not get killed. She's one of the most killy Teths. Clip off of 2. Normal reduces with 50-50. Bad is 75% to go down. And then you have 5 seconds to dodge a target. Not great. And she doesn't have anything with high results. It's all common. I think because she's a Teth, it should be easy enough to work her on Insight. At least with cap stats, that it won't be that. Her good range is 8 to 12. So you need 5 fails out of 12 to get a normal. And then that's a 50-50. If you get 2 bad 50-50s, then she breaches. If we ignore her except for meltdowns... And then the Teddy Bear is okay, but you have to make sure you keep you have to keep track. Which when you can't pause, like... Normally you can pause and check the Teddy Bear who worked it last if you really want to think about it. But when you're not able to pause, you can't do that. So you just have to remember. I'll take the Scorched Girl. Yeah, it should be okay. No, I'm not going to trust chat to keep track of the teddy bear. There's still a reasonable chance we'll end up with a teddy bear anyway. I just figure tests for the most part are going to be easier. You're not here all the time there, Juju. And chat delay and everything. No, we're not doing that. No abnormalities that rely on chat to save me. That's silly. Look at that Tim spelling Fürschwingy. I can't even pronounce it. Okay. Oh, it doesn't let you till 42. I thought we were going to do it. So we have to grind 5 more days. Never mind. I thought we had a little bit more time. Or I thought we'd be doing it after we unlock the section. No. They lock it till 42. Well, this is as far as we're going to go tonight. So I guess we're going to have to unlock the other department anyway. It doesn't really matter. Would have been cool if we could have done it on 37, but... Oh yeah, I knew that too. I was just letting you guys... I was just leading you on. Giving you guys some false hope. Just playing along with you guys. I knew we weren't going to finish tonight, so... Alright guys, that's it for this stream, I think. We're going to have to wait a little bit more. Probably... We'll see how I feel when I come back. There's not much left to do but cycle through the last 5 more days, get another memory imprint. I think I would take the rooms on the left because they won't melt down. I guess. If we go to 42, it would be 37, 38, 39, 40 for the 5 slots. 41 would open this one. And then on 42, we'd have 2 abnormalities in the white zone. So you could, yeah, not quite full, but pretty close at day 42. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I do that. And I might... Well, there's not a lot of stack grinding left, but I'll make sure... I think over the next few days, I'll make sure everyone's in the 130s. It shouldn't take too much more work. And then we can train up a few more people, I guess. I spent all my lobotomy points, so now I have to grind the old-fashioned way. I thought we were going to have a memory imprint ready to go, but not quite. Anyway, I'll see you guys next time. Hope you guys have enjoyed the grind stream, and have a great night.